Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week number 4. Is it week number 4? Oh my goodness. We are already here. All-time highs were last Friday. It took about 2 years to reach it. Now you got a lot of moving pieces here into this week. Everything from earnings to data to politics. So we're going to see where it takes us here. We are already waking up with a lot of back and forth. America, we're hitting a new high pre-market. China wasn't that good. A lot of companies, individual news. There's some bad ones like Archer Daniels. There's some good ones like PayPal and even Tesla waking up and a couple of other things. Bonds finally got a bounce here. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you're ready to start off this week. But my goodness, we're going to have a lot. You even got a Fed blackout period. Yes, because Powell is there. Oh, my gosh, 50 months? God bless America, baby. Good morning. What up, yee? How you all doing, baby? Happy Monday. What's up, Tim Whitman, Najee Wolf, Nathan Evans, Lucky J, Javier, Cam, Laker J. Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Lori? How you living, Dan Kingsley? Let's go, open face sandwich. He ready to go. Oh, my goodness. God bless you. I'm on business. Ben Stone, Gregory Ruiz, Joshua Murray, Jamar, Edge, Ben, Adam, Joshua Franklin, Sons of Averaging, Stafford, Jesus Garcia, KH, Anzo, Ram the Ball, Trigger Tiga, baby. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, baby. What up, Aliska? What up, Christina? How you doing, Battleborn? Ari. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. 4-5 does. Frank Course, Carissa Hines. Good morning. Wandering Music, baby. Good morning. Got Speedy Vic. Big man, how you living? Tony Garlinger. B. Dizzle, baby. Oh, Gary Avari. Wild Style. Tell him, baby. Good morning. Carl Duke, how you doing? Rob Irwin, baby. You great in the eyes of the Lord. Tell him, baby. That's you, baby. Good morning. Space Monkey. Ray Aria, baby. Matthew Orman. Kurt. J. Nike. Is it J. Nike or Juke? Juke Mansion and Ben says, Juancito, QXL, Peggy Williams, Organic Trading, baby. Good morning. Untamed FPS. J. Buck, baby. Juan Don. Peggy Williams. Jim Willis, baby. QXL. Sarouche. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia, how you living, Paul Castro? What up, winning loser? How you living, TNT? I got Mavis in the house. Mr. San Diego, Brian Fierro's ready to go, baby. What's up, young blood, baby? Roy Welch, Kikana. I know I've been butchering it since day one. Kikana, it's fun to say Kikana. Oh, Yakobo, baby. Oh, watched. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia, happy Monday. I hope you woke up, baby. I hope you're ready to go. What about the Twitch? What about Mother Liquor? 12 Jimin, Ripin, Ripping Snipe, baby. Ibex, Sandcow, 333, Infested, Slizzin, Rocky Bow, Blowout, Mother Liquor again, Joe Sizzy, Amorphati, Trav, Yunnan, Preforms. I gotta scroll up. I can't scroll up and clap at the same time. Feed me Seymour, Rayada. Lizzie, KJ Lemur, Blowing Dough, Most Dope Andy, The Gold Man, Angelo, Barcelona, Payday Devo, Big Curly, Universe's Favorite, LV Lover, S. Jones Dex, Blazing Reefer, Charlie, in the Tree, baby. Oh, good morning, Louise, Robo, Danny V, and of course, Mr. Dan Royalty, baby. Good morning, Devlin. How you living? Oh, my goodness. So, Jad, I hope you're having a good Monday. I hope that was enough hype to wake you up. I'm excited. Again, Friday was crazy depending on who you ask, so we got a lot to deal with. I'm telling you, there was a lot this week, and then even next week, and then it is Powell, actually, after this week. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, Let us get into the news. Let's see what we got to deal with. Stocks rally as Wall Street set to build on record. Global equities powered higher as expectations of resilient U.S. economic growth and solid company earnings pointed to another record high for Wall Street. NASDAQ 100 futures rose by 0.6. S&P contracts climbed by 0.4. Micron and PayPal were among the tech names to advance pre-market in bond markets. Italy's yield premium over Germany tightened to the narrowest in almost 2 years. U.S. equities are shaking off a rocky start to the year amid conviction that the Federal Reserve will soon cut interest rates and bets that AI boom is set to continue. Meanwhile, earnings season continues to get underway with companies like Netflix, Tesla, and Intel due to release results later this week. The equity rally we are seeing is based on a soft landing scenario that's being priced in, said Charles Dybel, head of fixed income at Mediolanum International. Adding to the view has helped markets overcome their disappointment over central bankers dismissing swift interest rate cuts. If the economy does well, then why would you sell equities? And the counterfactual for equity markets is that things weaken, then we will get rate cuts. While only 11% of the S&P's market value is reported earnings so far this season, there's positive signs. About 85% of the companies that have reported have beaten profit estimates, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Meanwhile, the rout in China stocks is intensifying. The Hang Seng index fell about 2.4%, approaching a 2005 low. Chinese commercial lenders held their benchmark lending rates on Monday, disappointing investors hoping for more aggressive stimulus. In Europe, shares of Swedish online gambling firm Kindred jumped 19% after a $2.7 billion offer from La Française des Jeux, while Worldline SA rose after Crédit Agricole acquired 7% stake to help stabilize the struggling payment partner. Investor attention now turns to meetings at the Bank of Japan on Tuesday and the European Central Bank on Thursday, with both institutions expected to leave their policy settings unchanged. The U.S. fourth quarter GDP report on Thursday could offer clues on the timing of the Fed's first rate cut. Oil prices were steadied as OPEC members Libya restarted output at their largest field, bolstering global supplies and helping offset concerns that Red Sea shipping tensions will disrupt energy supply. Key events this week: U.S. Conference Board today, Bank of Japan rate decision on Tuesday, Eurozone confidence on Tuesday, Netflix to report, and the streaming service is set to post a strong finish into 2023 on Tuesday. Japan trade on Wednesday, Eurozone S&P global and manufacturing PMIs on Wednesday, UK S&P PMIs on Wednesday, U.S. S&P 500 PMIs on Wednesday, Tesla and IBM to report on Wednesday, European Central Bank decision on Thursday, Germany IFO business climate on Thursday, U.S. GDP initial jobless claims, durable goods, wholesale inventories, and new home sales on Thursday, LVMH, Northrop Grumman, SK Hynix to report earnings on Thursday, Japan Tokyo CPI on Friday, Bank of Japan issues minutes of policy meeting on Friday, U.S. personal income and spending on Friday, and then in China, the holiday rush starts to ahead of next month's Lunar New Year on Friday. Oh, welcome to this week. I hope you're ready. And then we start with some politics. DeSantis is out. Ron DeSantis dropped out of the 24 presidential U.S. race on Sunday and endorsed former frontrunner Donald Trump, narrowing the Republican field to two major candidates ahead of the closely watched New Hampshire primary this week. DeSantis' exit is a stunning blow to the political fortunes of a candidate who just 2 years ago won a second term as governor in a landslide election, which was heralded by a big dollar Republican donors as the future of the party. Meanwhile, Nikki Haley, the last remaining rival to Donald Trump in the Republican primary, pressed her attack on his age and mental fitness over the weekend as she seeks an upset win in the New Hampshire primary. That's crazy. Hedge funds delivered one of the best years for clients in 23, producing a combined gain of $218 billion after fees, according to estimates by LCH Investments. The top 20 firms, which oversee less than a fifth of the industry assets, generated $67 billion, or roughly a third of the gains last year. The report shows that Citadel, Millennium, and D.E. Shaw continue to dominate multi-strategy funds. These managers have been generating above-average performance over several decades, reflecting the persistence of some of their superior returns, said Rick Sofer, chairman of LCH. Behind some of those record returns was a bold set of bets on catastrophe bonds and other insurance-linked securities, as the science of catastrophes helped generate the best returns of any alternative investment strategy last year. China gloom. The bad news coming out of China shows no signs of abating. A rout in China stocks listed in Hong Kong is intensifying, pushing their discount to mainland peers to the deepest in 15 years on the latest sign of growing pessimism among multi-international investors. This stands in contrast to a record high seen for U.S. gauges recently, the steeper losses in Hong Kong, where some of China's most influential and innovative firms are listed, and Beijing's interference is less felt and interfuse, added to worrisome picture of global investor sentiment towards the world's number 2 economy. Investors are expecting the yuan and government bonds to underperform this year. The Hang Seng dropped closer to a level last seen almost in the last 2 decades. Buy the dip. 2 of Wall Street's major firms are recommending investors start buying 5-year U.S. notes after they saw their worst rout since May last week. Morgan Stanley sees the scope for a rebound in treasuries on expectations of data coming this week may surprise to the downside. J.P. Morgan is also suggesting investors buy 5-year notes as yields have already climbed to levels last seen in December. However, it warned that the market is still too aggressive in pricing for early start to central bank interest rate cuts. Sustained pushback from central bank officials along with healthy data on the retail side meant last week traders / bets of interest rate cuts from the Fed this year. That sent yields climbing 22 basis points, the most since the prior period to May 19. My goodness. How about the Bills? And then Houston lost, bro. And then the Packers. Oh, maybe the SPY will get to 4,900. The 49ers won. I didn't watch the games. I only watched the fourth quarter of like every single one of them. So it was great. I didn't have to watch anything. It was great. It was more streamlined. You know, I got to watch the gap or the adjusted NFL games. The Lions, though, man, that's football is dead. Okay, well, that's it. I mean, I think we have more problems in this country, and we got an election, but I'll settle on football is dead. Hip hop just died this morning, and it's dead. Do you know that one? No? No, they don't know about Nas. Anyways, S&P futures, they're up by 0.4 on Monday morning trading. Comes after U.S. equities finished mostly higher last week with upside leadership from tech. S&P finished this week at a new all-time high. I was about to say low. Closing higher, treasuries were mostly firmer with some curve flattening. Dollar following a big backup in the yields. Dollar index is down by 0.1, flat versus the euro, but weaker versus the yen and sterling. Gold is off by 0.2. Bitcoin futures are down by 1.7. WTI is up by 0.1. Market continues to deal with a ton of moving pieces. Early 24 focus has been on repricing of aggressive Fed rate cut expectations, lack of Fed pushback against broader pivot narrative, overhang from stretch positioning and sentiment indicators. Retail FOMO and dry powder helped surrounding massive 23 inflows to MMF's renewed momentum behind the quality trade, with big tech a particular standout. Concentration and valuation concerns more resilient. U.S. growth backdrop, lackluster reaction to Q4 earnings, stable LDD of 24 earnings growth expectations, elevated geopolitical tensions, and debate over severity of accompanying supply chain risks. No Fed speak this week with a quiet period ahead of the January FOMC meeting. Big backup earnings this week. 75 S&P companies reporting. Focus will be on EVs, Tesla, streaming, Netflix, payments, Visa, Capital One, American Express, Tech, Texas Instruments, Now, and IBM. Multis and industrial conglomerates, GE, 3M, and TXT. Transports, UAL, AAL, Love, CNX, and NSC. Healthcare, J&J, ISRG, Abbott, and Humana. Economic calendar, quieter, though market does get 2 looks at core PCE inflation trends, with first estimates for Q4 GDP on Thursday and personal income and spending report on December on Friday. Not much corporate news over the last few days. Boeing down after FAA recommends more 737 planes get checked after the MAX 9 incident. ADM down big on news that it will put CFO on leave and pending investigation of nutrition reporting segment, while it has also guided down below. Sun to acquire NS for about $7.3 billion deal. Macy's rejected a $21 a share takeover from Arkhouse Management, which it said has a significant stake and threatened to engage directly with shareholders. SEDG announced plans to cut 16% of their global workforce. Some notable rating changes, including activity with Bernstein, upgrading NSC and UNP. UBS upgraded JB Hunt. Oppenheimer downgraded HD and Low, and HSBC downgraded Lulu. I think ASML got an upgrade too. They're up like 2.5. I don't know why that one didn't get more attention, but we'll take it. Companies reluctant to roll back price hikes pose U.S. inflation risk, keeping retail goods unaffordable. Strength of Eurozone labor market highlights surrounding risk of ECB easing expectations. European manufacturers and retailers face chaotic period after Red Sea attacks. Germany's chemical sector starting to feel the pinch of delayed shipments via the Red Sea. FAA operators of Boeing 737-900ER planes should vitally inspect mid-exit door plugs to ensure the door is properly secured. Macy rejects $5.8 billion takeover from Arkhouse Management. ADM shares hit after CFO placed on leave. An investigation in a nutrition reporting segment. Trump moves closer to Republican coronation after Ron DeSantis drops out. Meetings between U.S. Treasury and Chinese financial officials in Beijing concluded with commitment to continue more regular talks. Israel PM Netanyahu rejects Hamas terms for hostage release. U.S., Egypt, Qatar working on the end of war plans. EU urges members to impose consequences on Israel if PM Netanyahu continues to oppose Palestinian statehood. Surprising China statistics over steel and GDP deepen doubts and official measures of activity. Bearish sentiment over China assets spreading beyond stocks into currency and bonds. Sources say China orders indebted local governments to halt some infrastructure projects. And then Biden administration, climate-driven rethinking of U.S. natural gas exports, spooking Europe's fragile energy industry. So there it is. There it is. We got a couple of more. Bullish signals from new all-time highs. S&P hit a new all-time closing high on Friday at just shy of 4840, marked the first new record in a high in just over 500 days of trading, the sixth longest streak in history. Late last year, Ned Davis discussed how stretches of more than a year without an all-time high have been more common in secular bull markets. The secular bull market noted S&P has outperformed their long average 1, 3, 6, and 12 months later. Pointed out that 1 year later, S&P has been higher 13 of the last 14 times by an average of 14%, 13.5 on the median. However, some scrutiny surrounding outsized index level influence from big tech, which has been the focus of renewed momentum behind the quality trade. At the same time, new all-time highs come despite recent outflows from U.S. equities, less stretched positioning and sentiment indicators, peak corporate buybacks, blackouts, and even some pushback against the dry powder retail FOMO chatter, underpinned by $1 trillion in inflows into MMFs last year. That's quite the statistic, yeah. So anytime it's taken more than 500 days to hit a new all-time high, 13 of the 14 times it's happened, the market has been an average higher of 14% or 13% on the median, which is kind of wild. Kind of wild. But Chattadonia. I think, do we have time for the bathroom break? If we have time for the bathroom break, we're going to get into a couple of other things. We'll see how it plays out. So maybe, we'll see. Maybe it'll end quickly.
That is why he has
but I will
exited
be right
this
back.
race really
Follow me on
the
Instagram
eve
at the Trading
of this New
Fraternity.
Hampshire First
Good
to the
morning.
Nation
I hope you're
primary.
feeling
The
good.
thing is,
Happy
he wasn't
Monday.
much of a
LCRX,
factor
that could be
here
a
in
good
New
one for
Hampshire to
earnings.
begin with.
We'll
Yes,
go
he
over
came in
all the
second
earnings
place in
plays
Iowa,
the
but
days
here in New Hampshire
before.
in polling,
So have
he was
all
in
of
the
them
low
ready,
single
baby.
digits, something
But
around
I'll be right back.
6%.
Follow me on
So
Instagram
it's
at
not
the
like
Trading
there are really
Fraternity. I'll
that
see you in a
many
little bit.
DeSantis
Let's get
votes
to
that
some
will be
plays.
shifting to either Nikki Haley or Donald Trump here. It does seem the prevailing thinking among Republican strategists I've talked to is that the majority of those votes will be going to Donald Trump. But Trump was already leading Haley here even before DeSantis dropped out. That lead, though, has just expanded as we've gotten closer to actually this primary vote happening. In the latest Suffolk University Boston Globe poll this morning, Trump is 19 points ahead of Haley. Now, as we've gotten closer to the vote tomorrow, Nikki Haley does seem like she is starting to lower expectations for herself, as are her surrogates. Haley said she just wants to perform stronger than she did in Iowa, where, of course, she came in third. And her biggest surrogate here in New Hampshire, the governor, Chris Sununu, who I spoke with yesterday, said she doesn't need to win. A strong second is what they're looking for. That said, New Hampshire is the electorate that really Haley's candidacy is trying to cater to. There is a lot more Republican moderates here, a lot more independents, unlike Iowa, which leans very conservative. So if she can't pull it off here, it is difficult to see the path for her campaign moving forward. Of course, the South Carolina primary, her home state, is about a month from now on February 24th. But if she can't win in New Hampshire, there is a question of whether or not she can sustain momentum to get her to that point in the race, especially when former candidate after former candidate and others are all falling in line behind Donald Trump as he remains the far and away front-runner, Manus.
Yeah, and the velocity behind him getting that nomination is a lot quicker and a lot earlier than we saw in 2016. Kayleigh, we wish you well. Enjoy yourself there in New Hampshire on the road, the whole Bloomberg political team, Kayleigh Lyons. My guests this morning are Bob Elliott and Greg Peters. Gentlemen, you've been through a cycle or two, perhaps more than me. It's my first American election. You're veterans. So with that in mind,
Gentlemen, how y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling? Good? Happy Monday? So, with Monday being here, I think we forgot it for the last couple of weeks, but I'm not going to forget today. It is game time, Chattadonia. Do you know what we have before we get into the plays? We are going to start off the plays with a random play. So I hope you got on the watch list. I hope you commented below. You may still have like 2 seconds to do it. I don't know. Okay, now it's too late. Let's see. 1 + 5 = 6. Let's run it, baby. Let's get a good random, huh? Let's get... Oh, did I open up my TD? Yeah, I opened up the TD. Okay, we good. Let's go. Okay, Lord bless it. Let's get a good play, baby. Let's see what we got. Oh, BBWI put February 41, 24 for 80 cents. Do legit, baby. Oh, and I was going to say he surfs snowboarding. He's a brave man. Wow, that was right there. The first one. So I hope that one hits, baby. I hope that one hits. We got our random play. BBWI, February 1st. Let me put that in here real quick before we get into it. I don't want to forget it. BBWI. He wants February. Is it February what? February 24th. Oh, we getting a little bit of time on that one. All right, man, let's get it. He wants the puts. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. SGMT running up. Let me keep this just in case I forget. Just in case. But Chattadonia, now that we have that out the way, it is time for some plays. I hope you're ready. We got a lot of great time, actually. We got great time. Oh, man, happy Monday. Let's get this out the way, and let's see what we're working with. SMCI, oh my goodness, up another 6.6%. WDC, they're up 3.9 as well. PayPal up 3.3. Affirm up 3.0. Celsius up 2.9. Expands to Canada, United Kingdom, and Ireland. Path is up by 2.9. Zscaler is up by 2.7. Reportedly in talks to buy Avalar for 250 to 350 million. Unity is up by 2.7. Palantir 2.4. IFF up 1.8. Morgan Stanley upgrade. DLR is up by 1.4. Scotiabank upgrade. ASML up 1.0, Bernstein upgrade. NS is up 22%. Sunco to acquire transaction valued at $7.3 billion. PHVS is up by 8.9. FDA lifts clinical hold on Diosicrabent. Sentinel 1 is up by 7.7. BTIG upgrade. Open is up by 5.4. Fastly up 4.0. 4.8. City upgrade. ACHR up 4.7 to collaborate with NASA on with technologies. Rumble up 4.5. SDGR up 4.1. Plug 3.7. SoFi 3.6. Sweet Greens up by 3.4. Upstart up by 3.2. SHLS up by 2.7. Barclays upgrade. Macy's is up by 2.6. Unsolicited non-binding takeover proposal from Arkhouse and Brigade at 21 a share. STNE is up by 2.5. Goldman Sachs upgrade. SEDG 2.4, 16% global workforce reduction. AAL is up by 1.8. Wolf Research upgrade, we're told. PAGS is up by 1.7. Goldman Sachs upgrade. NCL up by 21.7. SGMT up 20.0. Top line results. Phase 2B Fascinate 2 trial of denifanistant. Coherus is up 15.6 to acquire Chimarelli. Business from Coherus for $170 million. TNYA up 12.5. BFRG 11.7. DWAC up 9.8. Ron DeSantis drops out of presidential race and endorses Donald Trump. MPU up by 9.2. ASTS 6.5. Lux H up 4.3. CCTG up 4.1. Save is up by 4.0. JetBlue and Spirit file notice of appeal. Semiconductor stocks all broadly higher. Trading lower. Archer Daniels down 15. CFO resigns. And then investigation in the nutrition reporting segment and lower guidance too. BG down 2.5, ADM sympathy. Lin down 1.8, Stifle downgrade. Boeing down by 0.8. FAA recommends visual inspection of Boeing 737-900 ER mid-exit doors. Court down 6.8. Tiva list generic Mifepristone tablet on website. SMMT down 3.0. Suncor down 2.8 to acquire New Star Energy for $7.5 billion. Coco down 2.8. William Blair downgrade. ARRY down 2.2. Barclay downgrade. Elf down 2.0. Morgan Stanley downgrade. And Riot down 1.8. Riley down 13.8. B. Riley Financial unaware of SEC investigation reported by Bloomberg. ASTL down 7.8. Incident and coke making plant. ACIC down 3.8 and COM down 3.8. And all China ADRs are getting murdered. All of them. Again, China's at like a huge multi-decade low right now. So we are going to see We are going to see, but Chatadonia, I got a couple plays for you. We already did the random play as well. I'm going to be watching Intel and Tesla. Again, those are some of the earnings. Actually, even then, J&J, ASML, Visa, and Now, those are also going to be on my list. Those are all reporting this week. Keep an eye on Archer Daniels and even Bungie for the food plays. Macy's got that takeover. Then HD, they got a consumer downgrade, but keep in mind their earnings are a little later. But if they start lowering the bar, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. But now, we got about a minute and a half until we get into the pledge. You tell me what you looking for, baby. What is your first play of the day on this Monday? What do you got for me, Chad? News on Rumble, it's probably because of the Donald Trump stuff, most typically. Boeing puts, AMD puts, Tesla, TQQ, NEO puts, LRCX, Tessie time, Mulan, wait 15 minutes, Tesla to 30, PayPal, RTY, Long ES, 4875, SPX calls, SoFi, watching, DraftKings calls, shares, calls on the KevDog, Meta calls, Tesla calls, Tessie calls, AMD put, AMD call, DWA calls, SMCI, buying Macy's shares, IBM, ASMI, Riley puts on Playtika, Intel shares, SPY calls, Netflix, PayPal calls, Save calls, PayPal calls, NVIDIA calls on Ethereum, SPY puts, NVIDIA puts, Long Cava, selling Dish, baby, Dish July calls, be good, Palantir, Free Intel, RTX, Pfizer calls, Long IWM, Airbnb, Lions over Niners, SPY calls, PayPal, AMD, XAU, SOXL, watching, MO, and Baba, Nibble, SPY calls, IBM calls, Tesla calls, UPST calls, Save, Solana calls, Tesla calls, Belander, puts, or builders first, Josh AI, NVIDIA long MPM, thinking of real estate, Tesla calls, PayPal long, above 68, crying with my nat gas, Roland Mara, TQQ, Costco puts, Zim, North Korea, AMD 200 calls, CRM, Niners over Lions, SPY calls, SPY puts, Procter Gamble, Zim, calls on oils, NEM, buying gold, Tesla, Rolls-Royce to the long term. How about them Chiefs, banks and insurance, Taylor Swift calls, Robinhood in the final plays. Pfizer calls, Humana puts, Socks out, Outlet, and PayPal for the long, baby. Wow. That's a lot of plays, baby. That's a lot of plays, but there's something more important. And you already know, baby. Every single day. It is an honor, man, and it is a blessing. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart, man. Before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a special group of people that has made the ultimate sacrifice. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. On behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, the families, anybody who has served this country for real. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your sacrifice. I hope you know we love and appreciate you, and I hope all of you always continue this. No matter what, show that love and appreciation because they deserve it, baby. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men. You're making things run, baby. Giving back to your community. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Happy Monday. Happy all-time highs. PayPal going crazy. Oh, my goodness. We got a lot. We got a lot, baby. I hope you're ready. I hope you are ready. So let's get it popping. It's game time, baby. Tell them we got about a minute and 30. Your random play is a BBWI. You have a couple of other big movers here. Again, whether it's earnings or buyouts. You got buyouts in the solar world. You got earnings or pre-guidance. Or no, what was the earnings I'm talking about? You have the earnings run-ups. You got just upgrades on a couple of them. You got Macy's. They wanted to get that offer too. So we'll see. We already go over the plays. I think we did. Again, and the chip makers are all still up there. And then a lot of random upgrades. SMCI is doing it again. It's up by 6.5%. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? It's nuts, bro. It's nuts. My goodness. Hype AF, baby. Horn gets you going. Let's do it, man. I hope you're ready. So we got less than 1 minute until the bell. Like the video. Drop your thumbs up. Make sure you are subscribed. Call out any plays. You have any questions, let me know. And we could go over some earnings previews today. I don't know if I'm going to make a play on any of them, but again, we did this to start off earnings. I think we should keep it going, man. But we're going to go over every single earnings this week. Let's run some numbers. Let's look at some option chains, okay? Are you guys saying Rumble with Barstool Sports partnership? I did not get that one, but maybe. I thought Rumble was just going up because of the D-Walk and Ron DeSantis and the election and all of that. You got Donald Trump and everything, man. So we will see. Yeah, ADM is getting in a potential probe into their accounting, and then the CFO stepped down. He said, "Not my job." Or actually, it was his job. He said, "I'm probably caught." That's what he said. Not verbatim, but yeah. Round 1. Fight. YPF down 14% as privatization is scrapped. That's the Argentina one. All right, you got PayPal. Let's see where some of these options are. Oh, the on options. Those just have a fat spread. Let's see if those Tesla woke up. And again, the Intels are back up to over 100%. So again, we're going to ride that one into the earnings. Again, if you want to just take profits, that one's going to be up to you. MU is on the high. Again, WDC, they were getting upgrades last week, and they're running up. Damn, WDC's up 6%? Jeez, that was only up 3% pre-market. And then again, ASML, they got to upgrade. And then LRCX, I think that's going to be 1. HD's down 1% off of a downgrade. Oh, let's get the random play. What was it? BBWI? BBWI 41 put. Show me what you got, mama. 75 cents. Maybe we get it cheaper, Habibi. Let's see. Maybe I put offer for $50. See if they fill your brother. Okay, they don't fill brother. Hold on. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is random? Good, I'm on the random. Come on. Cancel, replace. I give you 60. How about 60, my friend? Okay, they give it 58. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal. All right, random play. Bath and Body Works. You know, I walked into a Bath and Body Works this weekend. Not going to lie to you. It smelled really good. I said, what's that smell? And I walked in, and then I did wonder how I'm like, man, it's different than, what was the other one? BBBY? They scamming on Tesla. They always scamming on. Oh, wow. Tesla, it went green to red. I thought it was green and the options weren't going up. No, that one just flipped. Intel's going crazy. Even ON, those came up a little bit. I don't know if you want to keep riding those ones out. Again, watch out for Baba and Baidu. Baidu getting murdered again. So, again, China was not good at all. Remember that move on Friday. So, again, you just are kind of giving up that little, you gave up all of it. Remember, that was out of nowhere on some of the optimism there. ON keeps going. That's a good start here. Disney, I forgot about Disney. They were pretty active last week. Again, Disney's actually coming up here back to the highs. And then again, Disney kind of reminds me of PayPal. So PayPal did chill off, but they were running Archer Daniels on the high. Again, that was the one that was getting a little bit clapped. I think Microsoft's on the high right now too. A lot of things on the high. There's still some down there, but SPY's working its way up back to 0.4. That's where we are pre-market. Again, watch bonds. Meta all-time highs once again. Archer Daniels, biggest drop since 2005. MSTR, DWAC. Again, DWAC has been going crazy. Again, it's been 17%. So that's your election play. Again, you got the New Hampshire stuff this week. Carvana's up by 7. Good call out on that one. That one didn't make anything. Roblo's up 3, just under $40. Humana, again, Humana has earnings. Remember, they got clobbered, though, this week. IWM's the leader today. No shit. Good for you, IWM. Good for you. Finally, you wanted to play along. ADM was mentioned for potential long-term. People brought it up. I didn't like the food plays, but I still am kind of hesitant. But, yeah, they did get brought up. They have a nice portfolio, but now they might be getting entrenched with fraud is what it looks like. ON is still going up. Where's the other one? Intel. And then where is SMCI? Remember, we got out of TSM too, but they're still chilling up there on the high. Morrissey in action. Palantir's up 6. Microsoft on the low now. They were just holding up. They just went green to red. So not everything's doing crazy. Apple's up 1% though. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA right under 600, Habibi. My goodness. SGMT. Wasn't that on the green in the morning? Oh, this thing's up 100%. Now it's only up still 100. We are in the 45 for the random. Am I? I think he said, no. Random 41 put for February on BBWI. JYD. Tesla's starting to come back up again. So Tesla back up to 0.8. Those contracts are up, though. So, again, you got $30. That's like, what, 20% on that? Not too bad. SMCI still going? Dude, it's up another 12%. Yeah, that's insane. That is insane. ChargePoint, Palantir, something going on with ChargePoint, massive volumes, up 7.5. Actually, I mean, they've been getting clobbered. Yeah, I mean, dude, they're down from $8 at the beginning. What is their market cap? So remember with some of these, we were looking at the valuation like Lucid. ChargePoint's worth $780 million. So honestly, not too bad. I don't know any of their other fundamentals, but at least it's not $7 billion. My goodness. Keep an eye on Broadcom, ASML, and LRCX. But yeah, Broadcom's up another 1.3. And again, that one moves crazy. AMAT 52-week high. SPY. Bro, SPY has just been nonstop to start the morning. Why is this WebEx? Yeah, bro, that's, dude, new high. New all-time high. 48.64. You are now 50 points, give or take, 4 points away. But you're about 50 points higher than the previous high. How does that feel? You're about just under that. You're 46 points. PayPal hype, dude, our contract's just expired, but we're riding it in the long term for now. Again, I've held PayPal for almost a year now, and I know how this goes. It's gonna rip up here if it goes crazy, but at the same time, sometimes it's a weird game of musical chairs. So I'll wait until it comes down a little bit, but I'm glad for it. I really do hope it goes crazy, but then again, I don't have my hopes up, unfortunately. Again, they do have that event on what, next week, or is that this week, January 25th? Yeah, that event is on Thursday. Amazon, red candles. Bonds are working their way up. Airbnb, 142. Coca-Cola. Coin, huge pop. See. Enphase on the high. Yeah, coin's up 2.3. Again, literally since the Bitcoin ETF, we haven't heard much. Russell's leading by now by 1.6. NASDAQ getting a pretty decent candle down. Again, even SPY too, but it's still holding VWAP. Dow's only up by 0.3, interestingly enough. Meta hits a fresh record high, last up 1.7. What is this, 389? That's it. So Meta's going to get to make the 400 move. PayPal and Twitter partnership is the rumor. Why is Oh, I forgot about DFS. We still got one more week. Did those get killed? No, yeah, those DFS puts got murdered. Oh, I forgot about that one. That one was hanging on there. But again, you have you have like Amex and Visa. Oh, and then you have Bradley Frizzle in the beach. Are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation, get your ass up. It's here. Happy Monday, week number 4. Horna. Oh, it's glorious. It's glorious, my friend. Oh, the consistency, the beauty. Oh, my gosh, the hype, the energy. There's so many. More passion. More footwork, more everything, more peach. It's there, baby. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. I hope you had a great weekend. Good to see you. Oh, man, that's his name, too. You know that. That's real. That's it, man. We need to get a peach statue in here. We already got the badges, but my goodness. Oh, man, good morning, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. SGD. I hope you're feeling good. It's a fake pump, you know. I encourage all of you, man, just keep your head in the game no matter what, man. up, down, whether you think this is crazy or not, man. The markets, like we said, the party's going to stop eventually. You don't know when and where, but like, dude, this next couple of weeks, we have a lot of events here. So unfortunately, you will have to bear some short-term pain if you are on the wrong side of this, but I encourage you to have stuff with time or maybe no options at all. Yeah, the long term is one thing. The long term will take care of you, but even from a trading perspective, get yourself positioned in a way where the timing, you might be able to bear it out. And then again, you could always hedge with certain factors, but give yourself the time. Give yourself the runway, my friends. Would you buy NVIDIA at 600? Not me personally. Maybe I'd look at an option play if the premiums aren't too crazy, but I think NVIDIA might be all over the place. But I do think NVIDIA likes to move more prior to earnings than on earnings, if that makes any sense. So we'll see. But again, we did make plays on some of the lagging plays on the chips, but for the most part, did that on go up? Yeah. Even the ONs kind of went up a little bit. Honestly, I think those went up, almost 30%. I'll take it. But I'd be looking for laggers in the same industry. Otherwise, it's just going to be a game of musical chairs. So if you're down to play it, you got to play it. Don't give way to amazement. Whether it's a pump, dump, fake dump, keep focused on price action. I like it. My take on new, isn't that the Brazilian bank? I know young Buffett likes it, or the old Buffett. Shout out young Buffett and baby Romeo. But, Mr. Buffett, I know he likes them, but I haven't really looked into him too much. I think it could be a good one. But if anything, I don't know. Do you want my foreign play? I will give you my foreign play. I think there's a great foreign play going on about now. I may position into this one, but this one's it's a pretty good idea. There's a good idea floating around. Would you like it? I could give it. Do you have likes in the morning? You don't have likes in the morning. Oh, man. Yeah, we're going to need 1,000. I got a great foreign play for you. It's a two-part play. It's quite macroeconomic, and it's beautiful. If you'd like it, though, I don't know. If you like it, you're going to hit that. You got to hit that like button. You got to show that you woke up here on Monday, baby. You got to show that you woke up here on Monday. No, it's not Zim. It's something you heard of, but we're gonna remix it up a little bit. But it makes a lot of sense. That's why I like it. I may want to position on my bigger portfolio or get a little bit of this over the next 10 years. I may want to do it in the long term, but even if I don't have that timing, I may want to get it in a broader sense. You may like it, but it's going to cost you 1,000 likes here. Not Walgreens. No, that's not really Mac. It's foreign. It's foreign. It's foreign. My car foreign. My girl foreign. You know what I'm saying? It's foreign. I'll make a rap song about it. It's foreign, man. No? Okay. Mahalo. I just answered that. Aloha. Why you asking me the question and then not listening? That's why we're talking about another foreign play. But yeah, I don't know much about NU. I would consider it, but I know Buffett likes it, but it's not really. I don't know enough to add it to my long term. Baba. I like China plays, but it's not a China play. No. Intel tanked. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, bro. Intel was we were up on more than 100. Intel just switched gears real quick. And then SMCI is still up 10. That was crazy. Nestle, India, Brazil. No, great ideas. You guys got great ideas. Just not enough like. But no, that's not it. MO's on the high. We'll take it for now. Bonds are starting to come down. They were recovering pretty nicely here. XIAN or XJAN. Coca-Cola's on the high. CVS is on the high right now, too. Again, Russell's still up 1.3. SPY first little VWAP dump. AMD's coming down. Interesting. AMD's down 2.6. So, again, SMCI is the only one holding up. Your high was 48.64. You are still right near the highs, though. XLP on the high. Staples going up. We'll take it. Oil ripping. It was going crazy earlier. Then Nat Gas. I got murdered on that one, unfortunately. Nat Gas. The weather is it warm now in the East Coast or something? And then oil again. Even though Libya came back up, oil's up a lot. 1.2. Pfizer. Oh yeah, it's Pfizer X dividend week. Gold is down. Watch healthcare bonds flipped up here. Yeah, Pfizer's up by 1%. That's actually a pretty decent one. Abivai's on the high. Damn, Abivai. Don't we need to get to 168, 170? And then bonds hitting their low of the day on TLT. Yeah, Abivai, we need to get above like 167. That's where it goes nuts. Pretty warm here in Florida. Oxy curling up. Palantir since the morning. They've been doing great. You trying to get a good hand on the ghetto spread? Or a hand more with the ghetto spread? Well, are you talking ghetto spread or ghetto standard deviation? So one of them you do after you get profits on a play, and the ghetto standard deviation will help you have a guideline for which option to find. So the ghetto spread, you could do it on any stock, which is great. Yeah, the ghetto standard deviation, you could do it on every earnings play coming up here. So I talked about it on the watch list, like Tesla. That one, go run it on Tesla, and maybe you notice the same thing I noticed. It's not that expensive, but then go run it on Netflix. It's pretty expensive. So you could go. We're gonna go over all of them this week, and then again, you could check the watch list out as well too if you miss any of them. But at the end of the day, it has been some of them are expensive, some of them are not, and that's what the strategy has showed us. So I think Netflix is a little bit too expensive. The strategy says stay away from it, whereas Tesla, you could kind of justify one side or the other. But there's a lot of earnings this week. So, you have over 70 big companies, and we're going to be looking at all of them. So, I mean, you're going to have a lot of hands-on experience if that's what you're looking for here. J&J, we could run it on them. They have earnings too, and again, they're already running up. Roblo on the high, SPY still at VWAP. Again, Russell's still holding up, but watch if that gives up. The watch list is the second link in the description, youtube.com/the trading fraternity, and that's where we posted the tutorial. If you want to go, it was the beginning of the year. We posted a nice little option strategy and a couple of things even on pricing in and some other option ones too, so take a look at it. One thing you don't understand is that you always buy an equal amount of calls to puts. No, you don't have to. That's just what my idea, because if it's cheap enough, I like playing both ways. At that point, it's all about risk management. It goes, the ghetto standard deviation is just giving you a guide of expensive or cheap. It's just letting you know, hey, if an unexpected event happens, if it moves more outside of expectations, this play isn't that expensive. So if it's cheap enough, why not play both ways? But you don't have to. That's why on Tesla, I'm on the upside. If actually the Delta, we hit like almost 1,000, 2,000% on that one. I only played one way because the calls were too expensive. Delta, if you remember that play, that was a 2,000%er. I didn't play the puts, even though they could have been quote-unquote cheap, or I didn't play the calls. It was running up. The stock was up 30% in a quarter. I said, I'm just going to grab a put on it. I didn't go for both ways on it. So it's all up to you. Like I said in the tutorial, that's why people get mad sometimes when I make these videos, because they're like, well, that's not accurate. It's not statistically the standard deviation. And if you're doing this and how, and I'm like, listen, it's all to be a guideline. If you have your own strategy, if you have your own opinion, if you use technicals, if you use whatever the hell you want, I'm just telling you, how many times have you watched this thing hit right at the money of near 2 standard deviations? Use it as a guideline and plug and play your own strategy. If you want to use pivot points, if you want to use anything else out there, if you want to go big on the play instead of going small, be my guest. But the idea is, this idea of knowing how to price something in and then doubling it up and then understanding what falls outside of a normal sample size of it, then you're able to, plug and play what type of strategy you want. So anything after finding out, if it's leaning to the more expensive or cheap side, unfortunately, that's where my strategy cannot help you. It's totally up to you of how you want to outlay your money and what you determine is a good risk management and what you think is more bullish or not. So that's the beauty, though, because if you really have a conviction on a play, you could take that idea and then plug it in, go look at the pricing, and let that speak to the type of play that you want. No, it's priced in. I love the priced in, man. It's great. So SPY coming back up. Bonds a little bit higher, but right back up to open. NASDAQ 0.6, SPY 0.5. Dow got a little bit of a rally on that, and Russell is still the leader. Can you look at sounds when we do today? When do they report? So ideally, if it doesn't come up where I want to play, if I'm not going to go at it early, maybe we'll see where the discussion leads us. But I do plan on doing the options the day before their earnings. So if they report in the morning, I'll do it today. If they report tomorrow, I'll do it, tomorrow after hours. I'll do it before tomorrow close or the next day, whatever it is. Sound reports tonight after hours, then remind me in a little bit, like a couple of hours once we get through the morning haze. I grabbed Intel calls and puts. They are all on the watch list. Buy your LRCX. Don't they report on Thursday? Did they? Which one? I think ASML got the upgrade. Good morning, long term. Where is Lem? Logitech. Is Lamb in the morning? I swear I saw LRCX. Why don't I see it on here? Am I tripping right now? Maybe I'm tripping. Fisker's up 30. You get the expiration of the week of. I think you mentioned that in your video. I'm starting to believe you didn't watch the video. But it's the week after. Always get more than the week. If any, in the video, I caution against getting the week of. Because at that point, it's not going to, you have to really be specific, and you don't even get the time and benefit off of it. I swear I did. I'm just trying to get a grip. You might have to rewatch it. It's okay. But, yeah, it's definitely the week after. Always one extra week. Even if you don't want to follow the ghetto standard deviation, I think a lot of people should, whatever play idea you have on an option, just grab one extra week of time. Sound doesn't report until 3-5. Or? Well, again, we'll figure out. Let's get to the bottom of this. If there is any big earnings for tomorrow, we could go over them today. We'll do it, maybe either before or after PHILO, as that gets around there. So before or after 10 a.m. Pacific. Where's Fidelity? The graphic of the earnings, it's from Earnings Whisper. So I've been using them for years. They're like the OG with all of it. This is young Fidelity. Oh, thank you for the heat map, Fidelity. Oh, wow, Fidelity. Very good Fidelity. I like calling it Fidelity. Today's game. What is that? Redfin going crazy? I hope Redfin rockets so we can sell a good cover call. Even Snap, though. That would be good, Snap, do it for the kids, man. Do it for the kids. Yalla BNB. This is the long-term one, huh? I'm going to talk about the potential long-term play. Well, Baba came back down. Baba, Pfizer. Oh, I guess if I want Pfizer for the dividend, I could give myself the early deposit. That would be the only one I could consider here. When was our last Pfizer pickup? Let's see. Because I still like Pfizer, unless I want MO. But I don't know if we get any MO divvy. Where is Pfizer? So we still got 8% from the last pickup. And then I don't know if this was drip. We got one share at 28. And the other ones are at 34, 35. So honestly, yeah, I'm not kind of too opposed to that. I would have to give myself the deposit. Do I have any cash? Mara, nonstop greens. D-Walk is crazy. Man, the SPY's crazy. Another high. 3M2. That's another one for earnings we could keep in mind, even for the long term. But I think we're up on that one now. 3M, if that breaks out, though, I would really love a good earnings out of them. MPW, no, we're going to definitely wait. You need the earnings, unfortunately. That's it. Like it just again, I still have not really hope because I'm relying on their assets. It's not like I need to pray and hope for anything, but like I said, management is still kind of worrisome. I hope I'm wrong on that. Maybe I can be wrong about it, but at the end of the day, until they turn around that situation on earnings with an update, I would not be throwing new money on it. Again, I am trying to grow my dividends, and that's why I like Pfizer. They're great in the middle. Is Pfizer at 6% right here? And then again, MO if we wanted to like raise it up there. Yeah, Pfizer's at 5.9. Let me see. Where was it? Who's the other one? MO. Oh, we already missed their XDivvy. Until getting clapped. Jeppy, we always talk about it, but I'd rather get equities right now, unfortunately. High ticker still running. Bank of America. Going for Netflix, Cal, and put debit spreads, doing the Tau deviation. The Tau or the ghetto deviation. Again, I don't know. I guess if you use debit spreads, it's kind of smart. I see what you're trying to do. I like that better than not. I'll have to take a look at that. But yeah, I think Netflix is expensive, but Netflix is expected to do a ton. So again, a lot of people are relying on Netflix to, again, that fourth quarter for them, from the ad signups to just where they're at, man, it's going to be crazy. Okay. Where is it? All right, we'll see. I don't know. I will keep in mind. I'll be looking at stuff for the long term. If they let me, I'm gonna try to deposit early if I want to. I'm gonna keep up the possibility, but I'm not gonna go too crazy. Pfizer's last dividend was on Wednesday. Yeah, they got XDivvy. That'd be the one we'd consider, or MO. But then again, I'd be down to wait a little too. I just want that dividend yield up this year. And again, I'll even have a little bit more cash because we have what's it called? I'll have a little bit more cash since we have those covered calls. And then I got an MPW. So in a weird way, believe it or not, my last MPW dividend did not reinvest. So I will actually be using that on another stock. I don't plan on keeping it like that, but unfortunately, that's just how it's played out. Yeah, wait, so Fidelity doesn't let you use the money instantly? Pending activity? Celsius. It's a good one, but they move all over the place. I think they're still kind of expensive now. Airbnb, Netflix puts. Everything on Netflix is expensive. Tesla's going up. Wait, damn, are we up 50% on that? Your Netflix play, or excuse me, your Tesla play is going up. Look at that. Airbnb's starting to run up here too. Card is running up. I'm green on that one now. No shit. Yeah, card's going crazy. Let's see if it actually fucking holds. It never does. BA wants green. Let's see. Alrighty. That'd be... Can't get that many. I think we get 12. Nope. 10? We'll do about 10. What's the other one? I don't know. Let me check Colt Sister. I'm moving early for the long term just because I want the dividend. I'm not going to miss my dividend, you know? Long term. I grabbed it on the Fidelity, and then I used covered call money. I know Colt Sister is not letting me log in. I'm gonna text my sister. I'll see if does she wake up this early? What did I get? You know what I got. It's kind of risky though, because again, it's probably gonna sell off in a couple of days, but I'm trying to stack up and build. So we'll see. But her deposit didn't come in, yeah. I don't know if I could buy it for her account. That's the only issue. Let me see. Yeah, I can't do. Gotta wait on Colt Sister. Hmm. Mm. What do we get? Plus 10. Mm. Save ripping. I forgot about that. Cart's ripping up here too. We got that on the bottom right. Spies coming down. Well, let's see. But okay, I made a move on the long term. I grabbed 137 shares of the in the big account for Pfizer. So it was literally our deposit that's coming up, the $3,000, and then I had an additional what's it called? I had an additional like $900 from DraftKings and then MPW dividend. So I threw all of that there into Pfizer. So now we've got to stack up that position. I don't think it shows up on here for some reason. Do I need to refresh it or something? Oh, yeah, here, I guess pending. There's another 100, just 137, and then I grabbed 10 shares on the small account. Yeah, that one's on Fidelity. Big account's on Fidelity. And then we even grabbed here on the Schwab. Again, the YouTube long term. This account's like just under 17,000 now. But now we have 40 shares of Pfizer total. Not too bad, but we added a little bit more there. Again, last time we added shares, it was very good, but we got to raise our dividend just a little bit. Pfizer over BABA. For now, I mean, again, I think BABA is a good deal with how low it's been, but at the same time, I do like my dividend. I think Pfizer would be safer, essentially. You know, again, I don't think BABA is a dividend stock, so at least Pfizer, I get to grow my dividend, and then I think it could hold up a little bit better. Whereas BABA, you'll get a dividend, but I mean, actually, what's it yielding at this price? Maybe it starts yielding. Maybe once BABA starts yielding like 3%, it's at 1.5%, but it's just still a little too low for me. That BABA, you're just paying for the growth. Pray for your mom. She's in the hospital. I got you, man. I will. Don't worry, man. You pray too, man. Amen. Keep the faith. Don't worry. If not, no matter what. Let's see. Yeah, save's kind of all over the place. The Russell is killing it. I mean, again, you guys know the Russell's been down 4 weeks in a row. So if everything is starting to wake up here, I mean, let it do its thing. I'm doing shares, no leaps on Pfizer. I don't like the leaps. Again, even bro, leaps are kind of a scam. You guys I just sold out of Airbnb leaps for a loss that were $20 in the money from 2 years ago. So especially if the stock is paying just under 6% yield, I'm gonna take that 6% and just at least get paid on it. You know, you could have got paid. You buy a leap 2 year, 3 years out at 6%, you could get back 12 to 18% of your money, depending on how long you're going to hold. So why not get paid for that and then just get a little less leverage? Or you could even lever up on the shares if you really insist, and can't actually hold it. But I do think that shares on a high yielder just take you so much further than a leap. Small caps, I think, because everyone's getting optimistic and running here with earnings. And then again, small caps were the laggers for the last month, literally last 4 weeks of as we started the year. We're talking about leaps on Pfizer versus just buying the shares, where I think you're better off buying shares than a leap on it because of yield. And then we just added Pfizer to the long term. Kev Dog here. Welcome to the doghouse. Who got that dog in them, baby? Kev Dog, how you living, baby? Good morning. Did you explain in your long-term video from a couple weeks ago as to why you're targeting dividends? We did briefly. I talked about the goal briefly, and then recently, I believe last week or a week and a half ago, I posted a video going over the dividends, and I explained my goal for dividends this year and why I'm going about it. So in general, it's because I feel like whether yields get lower from now or things change and we have to deal with a back and forth with volatility, I do want to increase my dividends early, and I want to increase them now. And some of these companies, I don't know if we'll ever see some of these yields again, but I'm going for high quality, appropriate yield, and I'm hoping that, you know, if we still got 7 more years till we hit the 10-year mark, I do want to grow my dividends, and I like where they're at now because, you know, if I could complete my goal this year and if I could increase my dividend yield to the point that I want it to, I will be able to have 2 free deposits a year, which is, you know, I'm turning my 12-month work year into 14 months of dividends or 14 months of deposits, and 2 of them are going to be off dividends. That will be nice. And then again, you know, if we're compounding, you know, think about it. After, you know, if I'm getting 5 to 6% average on my portfolio, that means after that 10-year mark, we will be yielding back 50% of all of our investments on dividends by the 10-year mark. Not to mention wherever the growth is and anything else. And, you know, that's, imagine 10 more years of some other names in here. It could be very nice. So that's kind of my objective, but I have a lot of growth as well too. So I'm leaning more dividends now, but if this year goes crazy with there, then we will be good. Well, I like JEPI, but with that logic, the JEPI thing is that it's an ETF and it's not really ownership into these companies. So I'd rather own the company than an ETF that, you know, changes ownership, you know, throughout the years and 10 years and paying fees and all that. But I'm not too opposed to JEPI, but I would prefer owning a equity, and I'm willing to take the risk on the equity at that too. How many shares of Pfizer? No idea. Because it's not adding them up for me. So I got 137 and 233. So that's like what? 370? I think 370 shares in the big account. And then in the small account, we have 400. Yeah, do the math. Verizon, I have liked Verizon, and I do think that yield is attractive, but I don't know about, like, after AT&T, some of the telecom, I think they're always going to be around, but they all got a lot of debt. In a weird way, I kind of like T-Mobile, but T-Mobile's too high. That's the only telecom that's actually doing good. Is it worth it to sell Bill and put it into Pfizer since the divvy's higher? Well, that's the thing. Bill, you're never going to go down. Pfizer, we're up 8% on our last purchase. You could drop 7-8% on Pfizer pretty quickly. So there's a risk of equity value, but I do think in the long run Pfizer's good. But look at the rest of your portfolio. Look at your balances. You know, how much cash would you have? If you have too much cash, I wouldn't be opposed to getting some into there. So it all depends. T-Mobile is the only telecom I like, but it's high. That's it. It's literally it's hitting all-time highs. Not too many telecoms could say that right now. Palantir, I have no idea. I don't know if it's like AI hype or not, but they've been taking off from the morning here. Nike. I wanted Nike. I've been considering it, but I've never really played it. But Nike is definitely there. A little lower, because that one's just going to be more stable. You do get the upside and the growth. And then it's Nike. It's not going anywhere. I doing any short trades? Not yet. I'm not really considering anything too crazy. And then my bond play is help easing the pain because I was getting murdered on those the last couple of days. We made half the loss back in fucking one day, which is insanity. Nike over PayPal? Well, yeah, Nike pays a dividend. And then PayPal, I'd be down to add more, but like we're up on PayPal now. So I'm just going to let that one sit. I have considered Hershey's, yeah. So again, my whole logic was like Nike, Hershey's, and then some of the other plays people brought up. There's one more Chad brought up that was great. I think they brought up Hershey's, and what was the other one? Oh, I'm blanking. But like Starbucks and Nike, it's like there's quality names I'd want, but that's only if like Pfizer kind of takes off for the dividends because Pfizer's right at the sweet spot. It's not yielding too much. It's not yielding too little. So that's why I'm kind of attracted to it, and then it has the upside growth. So still kind of waiting, but then if other plays, depending on how things move, I will be looking. But for now, I'm just trying to increase that. I don't know. How much does that increase our dividend? Let's see. Dividend view. So I got like an extra, what, like $300 a year, I think, off of that? No shit. What was I at in the video? I got to take a look. Yeah, Pfizer's showing me pending. No, yeah, I got an extra $200 off that in divvies. So I was getting up there. Pfizer's going to be paying us about $4,700 now is where we're at. Diagonal resistance. SPY just keeps running. High ticker is gassing, and again, Russell, NASDAQ's trying to catch up there to the Russell, but again, everything's up. And then Dow is outpacing the NASDAQ or the SPY. Oh, that was kind of weird. I haven't heard Peloton in a while. I feel you. They're above that $6 too. Again, CART is still going. CART's at the high, still up 7. And there's Tessie. Yeah, 3M could be a good one. 3M could also die too, but then again, 3M's been quietly like killing it here and just holding this pin. I do like 3M. I'm not adding to it, but that one is definitely interesting there. What does Pfizer do besides vaccine? They got a pretty extensive cancer drug portfolio, and that's where some of the future lies for them. Redfin's up 12. Let's see. They have GLP-1s too, but like they kind of suck at it. I am waiting for them to get more involved in that. I'm still going to wait on Redfin, but good for you, Redfin. Disney. I mean, Disney's getting back up to that. Disney's just kind of moving like PayPal. All these companies that were kind of dead earlier, they just like ramped up here after the option expiration. So we'll see, but we already got a decent amount in Disney, and I think we're up on it. So we'll see. Yeah, where's Disney? Yeah, Disney, we got like 4%. Not anything too crazy. But then PayPal's already, that went up 5% real quick. What is it? Snap and Airbnb are doing some work. No, where's young Meta? Mara kind of die. IWM going. Watch 197. ADMA on the high. Dude, Meta, I can't believe that one too, though. That was another all-time high this morning. Would you be upset if I bought MO instead of Pfizer? Not at all. MO is the number 2 on my list. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not, believe me, every time I'd like, MO is always going to be a good one. Again, it's a high yield. It's stable. I would like to grow the dividend portfolio more. I'm not opposed to it at all. I'm not going to be playing Netflix, no. We have it in the long term. We have a nice gain on Netflix in the long term, but I don't like what I'm seeing on the option chain for earnings. I'm in Tesla, and our Tesla plays are up now 50%, a little bit more, I believe. Or no, they were earlier. My contract's not at 200 anymore. That ON went up. I don't like that play, but it went up 30%. Redfin says pending home sales rose 5.9 from year earlier. Biggest gain since June 2021. Baba, China just got pummeled. We're gonna hopefully China, their new year helps them out. But like people are even talking about China stocks are getting so low, it's triggering a huge wave of selling because of like derivatives. And there's like some assets at certain points that the China stocks are getting so low. People that are even on like hold till maturity will be suffering losses now. So in a weird way, they're kind of having another element of our banking crisis there, and it's causing just a lot of flushery. I'm in Intel. That's one. We made that play early. So you got to watch the watch list for that one. We talked about it yesterday, but that play, we did it on Friday, and I'm in both ways. They were up a little bit more, but I do think they're still holding a gain for now. Now 133 shares. I love MO. MO is great. I'm down. I'm definitely down with that. If Pfizer was back up in the 30s, I probably would have grabbed MO or BABA. But BABA doesn't pay the dividend. That's why I am trying to accomplish the goal of increasing the divvy. And then Microsoft on the low. I went both. I did a $90 upside on Intel, $100 to the downside. Divvy, I always reinvest. So this time, because I still had shares transferring over from E-Trade, my MPW came in late. So I had that cash, and I bought Pfizer with part of it instead of reinvesting. But for the most part, I do reinvest all of them. How low does the dollar have to come down? It depends. If in a weird way, as long as the dollar stops going up and like could stabilize or like gently come down, that could even help gold. And then gold needs a little bit more of the things pushing it. My mom pointed out Pfizer makes sink faucets. Is that Pfister faucets, not Pfizer? I didn't know that. Divvies in general are nice. They are. And like I'm saying, at the end of the day, even if we raise our deposits, even on the small account, you're getting back one free month of investment just by dividends. So, and now it's like if we could get it higher up there, even better, but just free money. And no matter what, even like if I dropped dead today and I never added to my long term, money would still be getting deposited and then compounding and then returning. So it's what you want, man. It's what you want. The next ex-divvy for Pfizer is January 25th. So I went early today. The stock might drop, but remember, Abivi didn't go down. So it's like they got ex-dividend coming up here. So if they run up here after ex-divvy, we'll be able to secure our 2%, I think. 2, 4, 6, 8. No, it's like 1.5, 4, 5. Yeah, 1.5%. Divvy stocks grow less, though. It's not free money. Typically, but it all depends on the company itself. So that's why it's like Abivi, we're up 60% on that one, and we're getting paid 7% a year. So there is instances where it does, but then there's like MO, that stock we're down 2% on it after 3 years, but we've gotten 8% back a year. So it just all depends, but it really depends, but it is free money. I mean, when it's all said and done. It is money that you are getting. You're getting back a dividend. You're getting back some of the profits for investing in a company. It's not as if you, again, you did take risk for that money by holding in depending on how long, but I do like to see it as free money. There is taxes, too. I'm waiting for that next guy. Oh, yeah, there. Can you explain how taxes? So you just got to pay. I mean, if it's already qualified or not, you have to pay your ordinary tax rate on it. I don't think it's capital gains, but it's just ordinary tax rate, which is still pretty high. Stock buybacks are more tax efficient. They are, but for you, because you don't get taxed on it, but at the end of the day, stock buybacks, really, that the money, all of the profits the companies make, this is my problem with Wall Street, is that a lot of the money doesn't get returned back to investors. So like Warren Buffett, Benjamin Graham, they don't like buybacks. Why? Because most of the time a stock gets bought back, it's just buying back these excessive compensation plans, and it's going right back to the CEOs who have their sales ready to that they already plan to sell. So it depends on who you ask, but as me, like even in the private world, I prefer a dividend. I prefer a share of the profits rather than you taking the company or buying back something of the company. Even though, again, if you are making a better margin on the shares, that's a better investment. But a lot of times if you're diluting 20% and buying back shares that outperform by 20%, what's the thing? It does make your shares more valuable. Yeah, but what else could make your shares valuable is the company not spending the money as excessively and then returning money back to shareholders. So this is where I become a boomer. This is where I'm an old guy. But I do like it. And it's great worth mentioning. This is the debate of dividends versus buybacks and all of that. So it's definitely a worthy discussion to have. I'm not against it at all, but it's just, I love my divvies. I love my divvies. I do think it is free money, but there is different approaches, and that's why we're 50% growth, 50% divvy. Actually, now I think I'm at like 62%. I think I'm 62% dividend, so we need Airbnb and Snapchat and other names to run back up. Baba's on the high. And then SPY 2 at VWAP. Baba's still dead. I moved up the deposit, because I didn't want to miss out on the Pfizer X divvy. I want to take a little bit of that risk. So I did move up the deposit. Your girl wants to take custody of her TIAA and invest in it. What would you suggest? I mean, what's it invested in now? Because if she could do it passively, why take? As long as she don't, just make sure she don't do no damn options in there. And then at the same time too, if it's working now without her doing anything, why does she want to take over? Especially if the fees aren't that bad. L on the high, L 52-week high, Microsoft 52-week low. Or no, excuse me, just low? What am I saying? A lot of things on the low. Tesla coming back down. SMCI about to go red. Good. That thing was up another 12% this morning. At an MO, I'm hyped about this one. Let's get it, baby. I'm just hyped about the long term. Even this year, too, we're going to see how divvies and growth stack up and underperformance and outperformance. It's going to be exciting, man. Going to be exciting. So I'm glad to long term still growing. NVIDIA flushing now. All these chip makers are coming down. NVIDIA just went red. SMCI about to go red. AMD's already down. Microsoft still coming down here. Where's Meta? Meta might even come down. They had another 52-week high. I think it's a lot of names. Some names running better than others, though. Is Cart still running up, man? So we're green on Cart now, finally. Well, I don't know. When is Cart's earnings? March 6th? What? I guess their last earnings was November 8th. They had the run-up in the earn. That's interesting. Damn, why do they... November, December, January, February... Why is that? It's like 4 months? Not 3? Cart is on March. So he still got a lot of time on that. It's funny that JPM has been one of the best performing growth stocks. Well, it pays a dividend. So we locked in JP Morgan at 4%. A little bit more. So it was a growth and a dividend, kind of like BABA or even like a Pfizer, but like our JP, and we went big on JPM. We're getting paid 4% a year to hold JP Morgan. That's insane. So I think right now it's at like 2.2 or something, maybe a little less. Yeah, 2.4. So, but it's surprisingly it met the threshold of above 3%. So you're getting a little bit higher than a safe yield. Oh, yeah, where is PayPal from the morning? SPY coming down here. Couple of reds. Again, more of your tech stocks and chips are just giving it up. So it's not necessarily everything dumping, and Russell's still killing it. Remember, everyone's asking why the Russell is up today. Just remember, Russell has been down 4 weeks in a row. So I don't know. Last week shouldn't even have counted as a green, but it's been down for quite a bit here. So I think they're just getting some of that underperformance run, kind of like the bonds. Did I get your super chat? No, did I? Oh, there it is. Could you explain why oil is going crazy? I can't. I could tell you what happened, but it doesn't make sense why oil went up. Maybe it's some Trump bullshit. That could be part of it, but at the same time, Libya restarted their oil field. Libya, OPEC member, and it started to come up there, but last time Libya shut down, it raised the oil, so I don't know why it's up. And then even natural gas is getting murdered. I'm down on that play, but I have no idea what is going on. It could be seasonality, but I don't know if it's there. Again, Red Sea escalations. I think Red Sea escalations have been calm comparatively, so I think it's hard to say to put your finger on it. I'm up 45% on JPM, yielding closest to 4. Shout out JPM. Shout out Abby. Let's go, baby. See, those are the best, man. Nothing I hope Pfizer does that for us, where you get growth on a high yielder, because those just take care of you. And then you love it. PayPal on the low now. Again, PayPal was up 3%, so finally PayPal did it where they run up and sell off. I was waiting for that all last week. It didn't do it. No Netflix. I think I'm avoiding Netflix for earnings. Every time I'll take a look though the day before, which will be tomorrow. But man, Netflix has been just expensive every time I've looked at it. Tesla's starting to drop now. Again, any of these runners, BFRG, wasn't that have something in the morning? They're at 42%. Rumble is still up. Where's the Trump DeWalk? That's still holding. Again, Airbnb was still holding up on the highs. They're giving back a little bit now. Yeah, Snap, Redfin. Some names still up a lot. Today is one day before Netflix. No, like the day of. So like the morning. So for today, if we are going to look at earnings, we're going to look at the ones that report pre-market and after hours today. And then tomorrow we'll look at the ones like the day of. Maybe I said day before. My bad. But that's kind of what I was implying. So like we'll look at like Netflix. We're going to look at tomorrow towards close. Today we could look at Verizon, 3M, GE, RTX. We could do all of these because they report in the morning. And then we'll do Tesla. We're going to do Wednesday intraday. And then Intel we'll do Thursday intraday. I'm already in that one though because that one we shot early. Palantir, I have no idea. A lot of people are asking. I could double check, but I read it in the morning, and it said Palantir up. Where is it? Yeah, bro. Palantir, I don't see any. It just shows up as a pre-market mover. Just hit new 52-week high. Reclaiming 50-day moving average. Wall Street Journal published on Monday an article noting slowing government sales. So while we think the U.S. commercial business is showing momentum, sluggish international commerce coupled with a now mature government business may make it difficult for the company to meet consensus expectations, which call for growth to accelerate in 24 to 19 from 16.5, said Morgan Stanley analyst Sanjit Singh. So that's what came out this morning. But so again, I don't know why it's hitting 52-week highs on that. But then again, I think a lot of names that were kind of not as hyped as last week, they got to wake up. Again, the Russell is killing it, and Apple's is doing its thing too. Tesla, we had 50% on those options, and they're like, nah, man. Nah, and then ON came down. We had another 30 on that. Even shit like GameStop and AMC are up. I'm going to watch the GameStop movie. It's on Netflix now. I saw that. I said, oh. I got to save me some money and watch it, so we'll see. Procter Gamble going up. Procter Gambling, yalla. Again, they have earnings, J&J as well, too. Ford and Omni have settled their case. No details yet. You thought the movie was pretty stupid? I thought real life was pretty stupid when it happened, so I don't know. But I do like movies more than real life sometimes. So we'll see. We'll see. Who do you want to win the Super Bowl? I don't know. Honestly, it's a very contentious issue. But as long, I don't have any local teams. Too bad San Diego sucks, and then they all moved to L.A. I want the Padres to win. Is that... It's the best I could give you, man. I want the Padres to win or the Lakers. I don't know if that could apply, but that is who I'm rooting for. Boeing, LIVN. Apple's still going up, and then SPY just dancing here at the lows. Did we hit the 50 points higher mark? Literally, we hit 50 points higher than all-time highs at 703, 701. And then now we're getting to the lower candle of the day, still holding a massive gap up. AbbVie's going up. Walgreens, nah, I like them at 8% yield. That made me want to average down on them, but after they cut, I'll just sit and cry at 4.5%. But I don't. I'd rather get Pfizer and then Walgreens, higher yield and I think more upside, better chance of recovery. What's the all-time high for inflation adjusted? Oh, I have no idea. I mean, again, in that 2 years, inflation is probably up like what, 18%. So maybe subtract 18% of the value. I don't know, because you're saying 4,000 or 4,800 on the SPY. $4,800 gets you a lot less items now, probably 18% less. But I don't know. I've not looked at it inflation adjusted. Tesla's red now? No way. That's funny, hilarious. Tesla can't get no love. Yeah, bro. Didn't it just go up like 2.5%? But again, SMCI was just up 12 and went red. So again, you are getting a lot of moves, and then maybe we're broadening out here. Russell's even giving some. AMD, NVIDIA, those chip makers are not holding up as good right now. Palantir, they're still up 6, but again, there's not really news. People talking about government slowing down and the other stuff going up. Cart even gave back up a little bit. Still hold. PayPal's red too. That was up 3.5%. Now PayPal's down 1. Where's Disney? Disney even dropped a decent amount. Still up 93 though. And then Airbnb, they were almost at 144. And SPY trying to bounce from here. Airbnb, bro. This is your moment, Habibi. And then Pfizer. What about Walmart? And the other ones. Double dip on Tesla. I don't know where the options are at, though. Tesla options are back to break even. Again, they were up 50% just, 30 minutes ago? And then Apple keeps climbing. I think that's what's kind of holding the SPY up here, because like Microsoft, some of these names gave up some of that hype. Microsoft's down 1% here. And then Dow is outperforming the SPY, which Dow was started off the week as. Dow's outperforming the NASDAQ. Maybe that's probably the Russell effect. Yeah, Meta is buying $18 billion from NVIDIA. I get terrified anytime Mark Zuckerberg spends money. We'll see. This earnings, though, again, we have to what? We got one more week. So next week we're going to get Meta. So that's going to be a big one, again, for all of the advertising companies. Yeah, February 1st, you get your boy. So literally next Thursday we get Meta. That one's going to be, I can't wait to see what they do. Hear about spending, and then again, we're going to hear from Google, and then all of that will affect your boy Snap. LMT on the high. Again, they have earnings tomorrow morning, right? Or what, Tuesday morning? Or Wednesday morning, one or the other. Save Chicle. Have you heard about fake Pokemon game? Paul World? My wife bought 10-cent shares after reading they were backing it up. No, what's Paul World? I've never heard of this. Fake poke. Anybody? Anybody else in the chat? D-Walk 52-week high? Paul World is nuts. What? It's the hottest game out? What? It's Pokemon with guns? You mean Texas? What do you mean? That's what I picture Texas. You just like wander around with guns and you encounter all sorts of things. What are you talking about? Pokemon with guns? Paul World? Who made it? Is it made by them? Paul World just passed Dota 2 as the third biggest game ever. Steam? No way. What? Low budget game blowing up. And it's not an NFT? Fastest game to sell 1 million copies? Why haven't I heard of this? I've been playing too much 2K then. I'm just like, NBA game. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Paul, literally the #1 game on Twitch right now. It looks like Fortnite mixed with Pokemon. What is this? Let's look at a Twitch stream. What is this?
It's up there.
Love them. Love them. It's wild. You shoot Pokemons. That's so crazy. I've never heard of this game. Interesting. So who is it? Low budget game, you said? No one's behind it? 10 cents is starting to invest in it? It's legit besides. So they like straight rip the Pokemon? Like do they copy the names or are they just like is it called something else than Jigglypuff? Because I saw that in the picture. It looked like a Jigglypuff. But I didn't know. Maybe Janet Yellen's to him or something. But other than that, like do they like copy the name? They're ripoffs. Power World Dev says they received death threats amid Pokemon. Well, who owns it? That's the honestly. If this is the Ozempic of gaming, maybe. Who knows? Your local radio, the Ozempic of gaming. Yeah, why? I mean, again, if you could get a game that gets it'll at least get you $1 billion probably. So it just depends on when you're investing. But again, Tencent, I don't know because like China is banning how much you could play games. Like that's part of the whole. Again, even recently there was another gaming crackdown in the last month. So other than that, though, I wonder who owns it or who's gonna buy them. Power Japanese company Pocket Pair. So it's Japanese. It's the most second game ever behind PUBG. Let me see. And Spy right below VWAP. Yeah, I don't think they're publicly traded. It's a Japanese company though. Very interesting. Raul's lurking. You got Raul across the board right now. It doesn't feel that aggressive because you've ramped up another 50 points above the high. But again, a lot of names. NVIDIA gave up a couple of percentage points. AMD's in the red. SMCI went positive 12 to negative. Tesla was up by 2.5 to negative. Again, even Palantir, I think that one might revert. No, they still got a little bit more. But a lot of names. Again, Microsoft's negative. Airbnb's still holding up. Amazonian. Pfizer's starting to slip a little bit. Yeah, Microsoft been selling all day. And then Russell just gave up 0.5% from the high, too. But then NASDAQ lost half of its gains. And now the Dow's doing better than the NASDAQ. BA, yeah. BA was down a lot in the morning. It was down 2.5%, then popped up. General Mills on the high. Again, value plays, depending on which ones they are. I mean, Pfizer's still holding a green, but, like, Abivai keeps running. Remember, 167 on Abivai, bro. We get crazy. I think 167, 168, that's a price point we want to see. I think, like, 167, 168, 16. That's where Abivai could get nuts. And then, again, they already have their divvy. That's the crazy. Remember, they didn't go down on ex-dividend. Tesla is crazy. I mean, watch, if Apple goes down, now Meta's red, or about to go red. Again, that hit another all-time high by 2%. So that already sold off. I think we do have data. I think we have the leading indicator, or the leading index, but I mean, compared with everything else this week, I don't think it's going to be the big one. Yeah, CB leading index. No, we already had that. That came in 45 minutes ago. Negative 0.1. Forecast was negative 0.3. No one really cared. You got 3-month and 6-month bond auction, but nothing too crazy. Back in a GC. I want to wait till the dollar calms down. I'm still in MGC. I'm like break even, or I'm down $20 on it. So I'm in 2 of the micros, but I'm not really eyeing a bigger one just yet. Earning expansion is going to lead the market higher, and the Fed won't matter in any way. Your thoughts? I could understand that, but I do think the Fed is going to be the most important thing. So I'd say 70% of the market will be the Fed. That other 30% could happen from earnings, but kind of just like we saw last year, you know, at any given moment, like everything is very fickle. So, you know, earnings may expand and we get happy and excited, but one little speed bump, and then depending on Fed bullish or bearish, it'll be there. But that's what everyone was saying this morning. You know, they're pretty much saying, what's it called? They're saying either, you know, if earnings goes up, that means the economy's good. Why would you sell stocks? And then at the same time, it's like if it goes up, or if the economy gets bad and earnings go down, we're going to get rate cuts. So it's kind of how the market does it every time, where they're going to say we're going to win no matter what. But at the end of the day, I don't necessarily think that's more important than the Fed. So I'd say 70-30. That's just my view on it. Raul. Intel even, that was another one that was green. Intel was up 2.5%, bro. So you might fill the gap here, get back. Again, we have a long way. It's crazy that even if we sell off, you're selling off to the previous all-time high. I don't even know how to comprehend that. Like, does that make sense? I don't know. We just gapped up another 30, 40 points. Turkish parliament set to vote on Sweden's NATO bid this week. Disney strong. Disney could be up a little bit more, though, but it actually did kind of move up. Again, PayPal was one of the other ones. Airbnb not doing too bad. Intel was weird. My wife read Tencent somewhere. I found out Palworld runs an Unreal Engine that's owned by Epic Games that Tencent owns 40% of. That's it. I like it. It's good info. Honestly, I think someone's probably going to buy him out, but Tencent, I think someone in the chat said they're trying to take Palworld mobile, and then Epic in Unreal. Maybe you could get a move off of that, but in general, whoever gets a piece of that ownership, that'll probably make him $1 billion down the line. We'll see. How do you feel about the yen? Do you guys have 1,000 likes? Almost. We're like 30 likes short. I'd love to share with you a theory. But again, I think yen, it might get clobbered, and people want it to get clobbered now. There's something weird going on with it, but above all else, I don't think we're going to get anything tonight. Maybe we get a surpriser. That'd be nice, but otherwise until March and April. But if this kind of all plays out, again, Japan's inflation really just got murdered there. No likes? No, you want 1,250? 2,500? I was going to share a very big macroeconomic theory. The yen kind of reminded me of it, but I don't know. Now Carissa says we need 2,500, so yeah, you warned them? All right, mate. I don't know. Y'all could like the video, man. I don't know. You could sway the tide now, act now, limited time only, get free shipping and handling. All you got to do is we need like a couple of souls out there to like the video. Where you at, man? How much they're pricing in for earnings? I see 15. I think it's around there. I think 2 standard deviations was like 20% last time I checked, a little higher, and I was not down with it. Had to play the plug with the dub, baby. Shout out to Stream Alert Club. Josh, drop a text. My eyes flex. You already know what's that, man. I remember the Tiga freestyle. Stop it, baby. Hard. I realized halfway through that was all flowing. Amen. God bless you, my brother. Had to drop the plug with the dub. What's up? Oh, my goodness. God bless you. Any plays for earnings tomorrow? I'd have to double check. I don't think so. But we will be looking here later. Great birthday weekend. Nothing like being able to be in the market with that call, baby. Good. God bless you, Habibi. God bless you, man. Happy birthday. Oh, you got another year for the long term, baby. Happy belated. Happy birthday to anybody else out there today, too, man. The January birthdays. What are you guys? Are you Capricorns? That's what everybody says. They're like, I'm a Capricorn. I'm a Capricorn. IWM pop. But you can't stop. Now you like this dirty pop. This must be. Capricorn. Well, happy Capricorn, if that's what y'all into. I've never seen a Capricorn in my life. What is a Capricorn? Is it corn? Yeah, what is it? It's a goat? What is it, Capricorn? It just says it's a symbol. It's a fish goat? Nah, y'all got me fucked up. You good luck with that, fish goats. I'm not. That sounds terrifying. Just sea goat. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I can't. Fuck that. That already sounds. Oh, dude. Man, I had the most disgustingest thing this weekend. I posted it. I love them Japanese sodas, bro. I'll tell you where to get them, bro. Literally, we went on a world market run. If I don't know if y'all got a world market, it's a store, and it's literally just shit from all over the world. My girlfriend goes there so she could get certain, like, German things. Bro. They have, I love it, bro. I love it. They got so many things there. No, the drinks were amazing. I love the Japanese drinks. I love them. My girlfriend don't like them. Yeah, it's the one with the little marble in them. And the Chad gave me a cool fun fact. They were like, it's because it was for the sailors at sea. That's how the drink is designed. So it's like, that's why it has like a weird cap on it. Because it's to, like, so when they had like turbulence at sea, I don't know if that's the right word, it wouldn't fizz up too crazy. I was like, damn, that's hype. I love a good fun fact, right? But here's the deal. They had like all these other things there, and like I saw this bag of chips. And this is my problem with being bougie, because they had a caviar chip. And it was caviar chips. And I was like, wow, maybe that tastes really good. You know, I like caviar. That's a new acquired taste of mine. You know what I'm saying? My long-term been growing. I started eating caviar. Oh, bro, and I thought this thing was going to taste amazing. It was the most disgustingest thing I've ever had in my life. I almost threw up. My girlfriend's like, it's not that bad. I was like, you're fucking insane. Dude, it tasted like just a raw, it was like I was eating a crunchy raw chip, or like a crunchy raw fish, bro. It was the most disgustingest thing I've ever had in my life. I was tripping out, bro. It wasn't that expensive. It was like $7 for a bag of chips, but then like with inflation, I feel like that's kind of normal nowadays. It was it was hideous, bro. It wasn't even an Asian snack or anything like that. It wasn't like, it was just like marketed as like a bougie caviar chip, dude. And it was disgusting. It tastes like a dried fish. And I was like, ugh. I couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't do it. It was awful. Someone just said disgusting, and my mind I almost vomited right now thinking about it. I'm confused. I thought it would taste like caviar. I don't know what it would taste like. Like caviar, I thought it would taste like, you know, because caviar, people put caviar on potato chips, and like it's like sweet and it's like salty and like it's good, man. Yeah, I know. I've had caviar in a Pringle, bro. That shit hit. But like this, just a caviar flavored chip though is not the business. No. Worst decision I made in a while. Apple's starting to sell off there, so watch out. Again, Apple is holding us up for a little bit. Yeah, Pringle on a caviar. Yeah, no, you take a Pringle and you do everything else, though. You put the sour cream, you know what I'm saying? Get you some little onions on there and cheese. You'll be good. It tastes fire. Airbnb is holding. Again, a lot of contracts expired, and now they're coming into their best earnings, I think. So that's it. I hope with all the dividends we have, I hope we get an Airbnb ripper for earnings, and then that'll take care of our long term, man. Because then it'll lift up the growth. Even Snap, too. We even just we get a good meta earnings. Bonds even sold off there. Remember, bonds are outperforming, but they've given back up now. They send me salmon skin chips. They carry it in Costco. Maybe, man. I just got scarred. Any fish type chips, I've been scarred. I'm worried. What index do I check to see the equivalent of S&P for China? Shanghai Composite. That'll be what you Google. I think it's CSX is what it's called. China's down just because, again, their growth isn't coming up. The government's not stimulating, and then people are still selling off. And then yesterday, last night, it hit like a barrier level where like held to maturity assets would go negative. And then people started, it would trigger a wave of selling, and that's what happened. There was a little bit of a government stepping in, but as of now, that is the thing that is hurting them. Those Asian shrimp cracker. Oh yeah, from Costco. I got me some of those. Nah, those hit. Baba Low 65 all time. Yeah, they made a decision, no chance of rate hikes. Yeah, and everybody wants it. But then again, China's trying to like settle into like a lower growth rate that's organic. So that's like in a weird way, like Xi Jinping is loving it. So the rest of the world is like, this is fucking awful. But Xi Jinping is like, look, we're still holding up 2.5% growth, even though it's lower, but we're not doing it with excess stimulus. So, or again, taking any longer term risks associated with debt while they have their prior debt risks crashing right in front of them. So that is kind of the paradox right there. All-time low is 58 on BABA. Again, if BABA does slip up a little bit more, I think BABA going to 50. If BABA starts hitting a 3% divvy, though, that might be nice. Meta has a gap to fill. I also think, though, too, again, even earlier today, Meta is going to start knocking. Meta loves the psychological levels, man. So, again, when Meta broke above 100 and went up to like 115, again, at 200, it actually chilled out a little bit and then came down, and then 200 took you to, it usually moves $20 above the next level. Again, the first time at 300, it'll come back down, and then when it finally breaks, I mean, that other time it ran up $80. So I do think, kind of like NVIDIA, though, a psychological break of 400 on Meta is going to be, at least, I think it'll take us up to 420. Yo, I used to listen to you. That's good, man. You got a long term? That's all you needed. That's all you needed, baby. You still send out long-term alerts? Yeah, you should have got one today if you were signed up. I got one on my phone. I see them. I send my long-terms to my other phone. Used to. Says used to, but that's his first chat message, and he's had that account for 5 years, though. So I don't know. Awkward. You don't get them anymore. You might have to turn on short codes if you switch numbers or switch carriers. I think that's the biggest issues that happen. How are my Airbnb bookings? They're doing great, actually. So, again, I did tell you they were hot, and then they kind of slowed down a little bit. People were getting, again, I told you I was getting a little worried in some areas, but everything kind of rebounded pretty strong. But, yeah, Airbnb has been fire. You go to the first link to sign up for the alerts. You have the paid alerts. That's the stream alerts. But if you're here all day, you may not need them. Or you could just be a doll and support. You're like, I'm not a doll. I'm a Republican. Don't say that. Well, okay, I'm sorry. But or you could get the free long-term alerts. Those are free $99. And anytime we add to the long-term, you'll get a text. You don't see the energy. I mean, dude, we just gapped up 40 extra points. That's the only thing that sucks. So, again, you're back to 48.40. This is higher than any point on Friday. So, whatever we're doing now, I mean, everything's up. SPY, NASDAQ. Again, Russell's holding up. But we'll see. Long-term alerts free. First link in the description. So, we've had it for years now. So, again, I hope you guys go through the links there. Just click that first link in the description. Play around with it a little bit. You'll find it. I think Pfizer should run into divvy, but you never know. I hope Pfizer just holds up, man. I already gave up 0.5%. Could have waited a little bit. Baby Raul looks healthy. I mean, you could do a lot more of everything. Rotation back in healthcare. 4,900 will be the next pump it up, yeah. Xella on the high, all right. Daily 10. I got some good macro for you today. Once the likes get hit, but you know, we had to raise the bar a little bit, which is good. Okay. Start a rotation from growth to value. I'd wait till earnings. That's going to probably tell us a little bit more. But give me a second. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I hope your guys' morning is good so far, but I will see you in a little bit. Please hold.
This merged entity had it been closed?
Yes, that's very much at the core of the issue. The CEO of Z, who is the son of the founder, he has been caught up in a regulatory investigation, you can word this very carefully, for allegedly faking the recovery of loans to cover private financing deals by its founder. These are allegations, of course, that he denies. Initially, there was an interim ruling saying he was not allowed to hold directorships. That was then subsequently reprieved, he was still allowed to hold this CEO position. But the investigation is ongoing. Sony appears to think that this regulatory overhang is a risk. They would only happy, according to the reporting, to close the deal if he was not leading the new company. The family would have owned about 4% of the new company. Sony would own close to 51%. So Sony very much is the bigger fish here, and they weren't able to reach an agreement. The deal has fallen apart.
A lot of our audience around the world, Alex, are going to say, why is Sony interested in doing a media deal in India with Z? And the reality is that it's just a battleground for eyeballs in the world's most populous country. Just explain what Z is. My understanding is it has a pretty decent catalogue of content, but financially it's a bit shaky.
Yeah, it is in slightly... I suppose the challenge is in India, it's just one of scale because of price sensitivity. So Z, in this deal with Sony, they would have ended up with 75 channels, as you say, a huge back catalogue. But without that scale, it is quite hard to make the economics add up. You hear plenty of people say, not least Tim Cook, that India is where China was maybe 6, 8, even 10 years ago. That means that it could be quite attractive in a few years' time. Right now, it isn't necessarily hyper attractive, but people are trying to get in on the ground floor, ensure they have a decent market position so that if the wealth that many expect to arrive does finally arrive in India, then you have quite a big market share. They would have had the combined Sony Z 37% market share by some estimates. Disney, which is merging its local business with Reliance, a local company, Reliance will actually be the biggest shareholder in that new entity, would have had 24, is going to have 24% market share. So having gone from potentially a more dominant position of that 37%, now the separate Sony and Z are actually likely to be smaller than this new Disney Reliance entity.
The streaming market in India was a story in 2023, and it seems like it's going to be a story in 2024 as well. Bloomberg's Alex Webb out of London. Thank you very much. Now, coming up here on the program, we're going to push ahead to big tech earnings as they kick off.
Tech earnings. EOTX, Texas. Edgewise Therapeutics up 11. That's moving. RIP Tesla. That was fun while it lasted. I was like, yeah, it's going to run up earnings. Woo! A lot of things, though. Again, even those ONs were getting hyped up there, and the Intel, and then they all flip. So we'll see just a little bit of a extra steam from Friday to open up and then kind of pull back. But it's still mad early. What is the volume, actually? It's 8:08. We got 22 minutes till Euro close. Today is flying by. 25 million, almost at hour number 2, a little bit above average. So not too bad. Still, look at the market. Just look at the little PRGS progress. My goodness. Tesla, Airbnb, Pfizer's gone negative now. So we shot a little too high on that early one. What's the other one? Abivai. Humana's on the high. Oracle, some people are bringing, Oracle moves a lot too. If you even go for earnings, the gaps on this chart, I'm sure this is going to be a magnificent one. I think we got 2 weeks till that earnings? Powell is not going to speak. You're not going to get any Fed speakers. You may get stuff like randomly, but it shouldn't be about policy because there is a Fed blackout. Because again, I mean, you guys, I hope you are ready, but literally by next Wednesday, you get Jerome Powell. So 1 week from now, you are going to get Jerome Powell in the Fed. So no matter even like how the market's moving up, and if some of you are waiting, you're like puts. Well, wait till the Fed. If you're like call, you got earnings and the other overall momentum, but literally by Powell. EYPT keeps running. That one I switched it out for did not work out. RVNC. Which one was it? RGNX. Down $1 a share on that one. Fed minutes. I think didn't we already have them? I think we're just getting the Fed, not the minutes, the actual Fed on January 31st. Japanese minutes. I thought Japanese minutes were end of the week. I think today's Bank of Japan. I think tonight you're going to get a rate decision in Japan, but it's already expected to be underwhelming. How much election political motivation will be behind the Fed's decision? Well, we'll see. They're all pushing back on rate. They're not going to cut rates this time. They're going to signal, and there's no dot plot, but we'll see how Powell responds to the rate cut odds for March. But at this point, as long as they calm and they could get the rate cuts before like end of the year, people will assume it's less political. But I mean, again, they've already signaled rate cuts to start off an election year. So we'll see. Yeah, BOR, we got out of that one a while ago, I think. SMCI revving up again. It's up 1.4. Dude, it was up 12.5 in the morning. Absolutely insane. I have looked at BTI. They're not bad. BTI, Philip Morris. I like Philip Morris and MO the most, but any of the tobacco plays, the OGs that have been around for 50 years or so, I think they're all pretty legit. Are we going up? Rate cuts priced. I mean, still that earnings hype and momentum from last week. Somebody brought it up on the watch list. Some people are talking about that rate cut rates may be peaking out, and that's why people are even getting bullish. So earnings are good. Rates sold off to near 4.2 on the 10-year, and they're thinking that'll be the peak and then come down. But for the most part, I'd say just earnings and the hype that we had from last week. Rate cut odds have dropped, but it's not getting in anybody's way. I do think we are in full-blown earnings mode. Where is it? March. Actually, damn, even then. So December odds are kind of chilling out, the 6 rate cuts. But even then today, you got a little bit more odds of no rate cut in March now. Now it's at 59%. So if the Fed meeting was today, for March was today, you wouldn't get a rate cut for March, believe it or not. Dividends are only for old millionaires. Well, let me ask you this. Do you want to be an old millionaire when you're old? So start now. That's like the whole, I understand, like if you are old and you have a lot of money, go put it into fixed income and get the money. But at the same time, it's like if you are in your 20s and have this opportunity to stack something up for 20 years that will be paying you back, then that's the idea. It's you want to get in early. It's like buying Bitcoin in a weird way back in the day before. It's just like saying Bitcoin's only for rich people because it's 60,000, 50,000 a coin or whatever. It's like, no, like imagine if you got Bitcoin at $200, right? It's like some of these dividends and building it up now, you could start now. So one day you'll be old and hopefully you become a millionaire, and you could do that by owning some things. Houston versus Baltimore game was ESPN's most watched NFL game ever with 31.8 million viewers. No way. What if you're old and poor already? You don't look old. Bro, I'm looking at your profile picture. You got a better hairline than me. So honestly, I'd maybe reevaluate. But if you got another 10, 20 years left in the tank, I mean, it's still not too late to build. But I mean, I don't know. I look older than you, based on the profile pic. So I don't know, unless you took that one like how many years ago? I'm looking at your profile now. Yeah, bro, your hairline killer. $15 years ago? Really? No. Even then, though. But realistically, I mean, you still have a pretty decent amount of time. But then again, too, if you have, like, it's all about building. I mean, at the end of the day, when we made the small account, and this one has dividends, we're trying to build it up. I mean, it only brings us in like $400 a year, but, you know, like this account is based off of a salary of $36,000 a year, which is kind of impressive. But it's just like, it takes 3 years to build, and then little by little, if you start today, build the foundation. You may be old, you may be young, but whatever this turns into with a small amount of money, it's literally increasing the base from which you are going to grow it. This one's $300 a month, but we started it at $200 and we raised it by 10% every year. So that's how we got here near $300. But at one point, this was based off if you made $24,000 a year. I mean, inflation and a lot of things happen. Now it's based off if you made $36,000 a year, a little bit less, and saved 10% of that income. So if you did that for a couple years, you'd just have under $1,700, 21% gain, which isn't bad. And then again, you were up a lot more when the growth works too. So, but this is a small amount of money. If you told me you made $36,000 a year, you give me a couple years, I got you a down payment on a house right now. So, and then again, now it gets to work from there too. Imagine you make another 5% off of way more money. That's going to start adding up. 10%, 20%, 30% starts to work its way up there. You make $30K, started 2020. Now I'm just over $9K. Feels great. Fuck yeah, bro. That's what I'm talking about. And then it's just like now you have, with the next opportunity that comes your way, it's going to be there. So that's what you got to do. Keep saving it, baby. Keep saving it. And then put it to work and let it work for you. Before you know it, you'll have a yearly salary. Regardless of what your salary is, it'll be sitting there. Any one stock you're most excited about? I'm excited just for time. I'm excited that I own stocks, if that makes any sense. Right? It's like you go look at the portfolio. We could go through. I just showed you one of them. We go through any of them. It's just like I'm just excited that I have a lot of different stocks, and I'm excited that we have time. God willing, I hope nothing bad happens. I hope I'm still alive for all of it, and I hope you are too. But it's just like nothing beats having time and having an investment. That's where I'm so it's like a kind of a mix of all. I'm excited for growth to come back in my portfolio, and then I'm also excited to see which one of the dividend names grow and then, lock in a nice yield for us. You're bummed you have cash? I wouldn't be. Again, if you have cash right now, you have more of an incentive to go buy these value names that are cheap. Again, there's still names that are trading very, very low, man. TLT a little bit off the bottom. Again, it's just holding up, but in general, them and the Russell are holding decent today. SPY got the bounce before it. Need help with short codes? They said they're not going through. Really? Let me see. You'll have to wait till I send the next. I am going to send one in a couple of days, so that'll be our test. So if you already did the short code stuff, because once I get because I couldn't add to Colt's sister because she had her deposit. She didn't put her deposit early, and she doesn't have margin to front run it. So I'm going to have to wait a little bit. The dollar went green. It's the story of the year. You know, dollar is the #1 asset on the year right now, up 2.2%. So even like equities hitting all-time high, they're not even at that level yet. Maybe we'll see by the end of the week. I do have some small caps. I think I have it when I go on the portfolio break. Redfin is a small cap. So we have Redfin. I mean, there's certain names. I don't really like care if it's like a small cap or not. I go off of stuff that I know and use. But I do have a majority of bigger cap, mega cap. Not mega cap, but like big cap companies. But Redfin, technically, I think that's a small cap, and you know, I'm really glad we have that one. I like the real estate exposure. I mean, MPW is a small cap. I think I'm still in the 6J long. I'm getting wrecked on that one, but I plan on holding that for a while. Redfin has insane debt. Not anymore. So again, they had more insane debt when we bought the stock, but they paid off, I think, half of it at that moment. So I don't think Redfin is that bad. When you said that on the watch list, you could barely believe it. What? Oh, the dollar? Yeah, isn't that nuts? But it is. It's up like 2.1%. It's massive. Again, only a couple years in history we started off the year with that type of dollar move. Oil's going up and DWOC. Again, though, I do think Trump is kind of having the dollar effect, or the Trump effect is playing out on the dollar a little bit. But then again, everything. And then there's all the other stuff overseas. That's what makes it a little crazy. Let me see. We picked up Pfizer. And I picked it up literally. I think you could get Pfizer 1% cheaper than where I bought it, because they were up by 0.4 when I bought it, and now they just sold off. Trying to see the small cap breakdown. I still got to learn how to play with Fidelity. Where is it? I switched to Fidelity. I was on E-Trade, but just like things weren't working good because I have too many accounts there, and then I had an issue transferring, and then it just did not end up working out, and then it was slowing me down. So I said I might as well try Fidelity, and they got good cash management. So I put it there, and then I still have 2 of the accounts on Schwab. Yeah. So here's the Fidelity thing. So small caps, out of the $159,000, we have $8,000 in small caps. Medium caps are like what? Is it total? No value. Medium caps, we have what, 4,000? I don't know if I'm reading this right. And then the other 50, there's a lot of numbers here. But small caps, there's only like 8,000. Value blend growth. So yeah, it's telling you value blend growth. So not too bad. But yeah, only MPW and Redfin. Those are only small caps in the long term. Eating up all the bonus transfers. No, but they charge you when you leave. So like E-Trade charge, like all my bonus transfers just pay the fee of the last one. How do you make sure your cash? They have an it says go to cash management, and then it'll say like where do you want your money, and then it's like SPAX or SPXX or something. But you have to click a box and enroll in it. SPAX core account. But it's going to ask you where you want the money, and that's what you want to designate it as. Fidelity automatically does it as long as you sign up for it. Let me see. Where is it? What orange has cash and F cash? What is it? I think SPAX is the one that's like it just puts it in a money market and gets you the good yield. I think it's core position. I think that's what you want to look up on Fidelity. Starbucks for the divvy. It does look enticing. I think the divvy's low, but the company itself is good. Let me see. No dividends and capital gains. I forgot. It's like right when you make the account, but I'm trying to find it to like see how to turn it on. But even when I Google it, it's still like, or not like go on their search thing. It's hard to find. I don't know. Some of you have used Fidelity a little bit more. How do you go and check where your core position or like if you're enrolled in SPACs or not? Euro pump or dump? Honestly, it's a good question. 3 more minutes. Again, the other day it was a little bit of a dump and then it went to craziness. It should be in your tickers. Yeah, but how do you do it where automatically all cash? Because that's what happens to mine. Select cash from your positions tab. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah. So, like, go to your positions, and then it'll say cash, and then click it, and then it'll say change core position right there. And then you could go, and then once you click that, it'll take you there. So, literally just go to your positions, go to portfolio, then click on positions, and then click on cash, because it'll just say cash, and then it'll say change core position. And then it'll say you could either do F cash, taxable interest bearing cash, or Fidelity Treasury Money Market Fund, or SPACs. That's the Fidelity Government Money Market. Need to put everything in T-bill. Well, again, I think SPACs, the money market fund pays a lot better. It's tied to government rates. It's still high, and then your liquidity there is just it's a lot more accessible. And then again, you let what's it called? You let Fidelity do it for you than not. That's the only thing I like. I have the active trader, but I don't use it. I just have it as like a portfolio view. So like intraday, again, you could see it, but I haven't really like used it as a platform, if that makes any sense. I think that's, if you have Fidelity, I think that's way better than Bill, just because it's easier. And then you don't have to deal with any, like, they don't pay a dividend or not. Anytime you want the money, you could literally just use it. So it's not, you don't even have to sell anything or do nothing. It just sits in your account, and then you'll get whatever yield on if you hold till day of that close. So it's nice. It gets you good 4 or 5% yield without having to do much. So it does what Bill does, but with less work, and then all of the money's there, and then it still gets a very, very competitive yield. What yield? I want to say SPACs. I think SPACs is at like, what, 4.99 right now? And then you got Bill at 4.91 with like a small fee. And then again, you don't have to like sell out. That's like the only advantage with like Fidelity versus not, is like you don't have to even sell out. So you don't have to go and like buy Bill, sell Bill. You just deposit money and it sits there. Your tax form for stocks, I think you have to go and like go to the tax. Every brokerage has like a tax center. Bill is disgusting. Bill's always great. It's just good to have yield. And that's the crazy part, is that, like, again, there's people buying stocks right now. Again, I'm one of them for the long term, but it's nuts to think that Bill is still yielding a lot. Like, Bill is still paying, that 4.9. That's still great yield. Another whole year, if you lock that in for another year, I mean, that's 10% in the last 2 years. I mean, obviously, equities went up that in 1 year, a little bit more on the S&P, but it's great. Am I using mark to market? I think so. I'd have to double check with my tax guy or go to my settings. Yeah, I think updated tax documents won't be available till like March or April maybe, or February. I think end of February you'll start to get tax documents. Three-month, 6-month bond auction coming out now. DWAC on the high. 52-week high. DWAC back to $36. Jeez, bro. Again, New Hampshire's on Tuesday. Not one green. I thought Friday was green, no? Didn't Friday barely eke out a green? Bro, we were up 50% on that contract this morning. It's crazy. I'm getting excited. Literally, you got like 1 or 2 bullshit green days on there. And then SPY right at VWAP. Euro close already in play 2 minutes ago. 48.56, bro. Still 40 points above the last all-time high. I'll never de-SPAC, Jack. I'll never de-SPAC. Would you trust more than the FDIC insured amount in SPACs? Not really. I mean, I haven't really been. That's what sucks. The long term's growing, so we're almost above the 250. But we still got some time. But at the end of ever since the banking stuff, I've been keep everything below 250 if possible. I mean, I do have some accounts that I can't control that. They are above. So, but for if it's possible and it doesn't take you a lot of work or effort, I mean, I like to have multiple below the limit. Have all the black swans passed? No, not at all. That's why it'd be a black swan. We have no idea. Again, you have a year of potential policy changes as well as an election and economy both slowing and growing at the same time, either soft landing or not. So, nope, it's like a weird continuation of last year. And then again, you have the bank liquidity programs expiring in March. You still got multiple summary of economic projections on the way. Yeah, you got wars going on. There's a lot that could happen. But for the most part, again, people are feeling a certain way about markets and where they could go from here. Definitely going to be another, but when? Even then, what would be the what? I don't even think we know the what. Who knows what the black swan could be? That's the next time we face a true black swan, imagine how many things we already know about and have been surprised with, It's going to be one for the books. Like, really, if you think about it, like, the next unexpected event, I'm sure is going to be really unexpected. A Trump pump. Well, people were talking you won't get any, like, election pump or dump on policy, quote-unquote, till, like, August. Some people are also bringing up the dollar moves with Trump, which I could kind of see. But for now, I mean, even with the rate cuts and everything, the election isn't at the it's not at the forefront yet. Not quite yet. We're still talking up. And, again, we'll see after New Hampshire. I mean, that is a... they say New Hampshire picks presidents, and then again you have big dropouts in the Republican Party. Now it really looks like it's going to be Biden versus Trump. Some people were hoping that other Republican candidates could get in the way of Trump. I mean, Nikki Haley, she's a woman. She appeals to the moderate Republicans. If you don't have a Harley Davidson, maybe you'd like Nikki Haley, assuming you like wars too, but at the end of the day, it's like she's like I'm not Trump and I'm a woman candidate, so they have a little bit going there, but for the most part, it does look like we are going to be getting a Trump versus Biden ticket again, round 2. Ding ding. Yeah, she did. So was that recent? I saw the video. She said with the new like cost of living or like wages going up, she does think Americans, the retirement age, she does think it should be higher. But then again, like I'm saying, she is the only Republican that is a moderate, quote unquote. Again, Democrats even like her to the point they switch on the Iowa votes. We'll see. New Hampshire has a different switching policy, so we'll see how she fares there, but she's not a moderate. Well, she likes war, but besides that, I mean, compared to Trump, she is being displayed as the like literally the only, again, compare her to like Vivek or anybody else, she is there in terms of like, she's not as hardliner. She did say she wants to complete the wall, which I thought was interesting. Tim Scott dropped out, Vivek dropped out, and then DeSantis just dropped out too. Who's Trump's VP? I don't know yet, right? He hasn't picked, has he? Trump retired the term de sanctimonious. He did. He said he's no longer going to call him Ron what is it? De sanctimonious? He said he's picked but not told yet. She also has some lovers that sign sworn statements about her cheating on her husband. I don't know, man. I'm going to go out on a limb and just say that, ironically enough, infidelity is kind of a Republican thing. I mean, same thing with Democrats, but like, y'all, like, don't forget about Trump, bro. He's literally banging porn stars. Like, ain't nobody. That's funny because everybody's like, he banged a porn star. But like nobody was like he was also married to at the time. I don't know. We don't bring that one up. And yeah, JFK, all of them, bro. I don't know. It may be a Republican thing. I think Democrats are like, hey, as long as it's same sex, it's not cheating. What? What? I don't know. But hey, I'm just trying to throw shade around equally to Republicans and Democrats, okay? Just everybody could get it. Yeah, your boy Bill Clinton in the White House, that's the best. I mean, I remember I was a kid when that happened. They're all psychopaths, really? I think so. I mean, again, it's lonely in politics, I guess. It's lonely. It's a lonely lifestyle. I'm still going to vote. Yeah, but I'm kind of getting sad. Because I'm literally, it's going to be Trump versus Biden again. But yeah, I have made a plan to vote this year. First time in my life. I've done a lot of things in life before voting. So now, I don't know. I think it may be time, though, this year. I'm excited to participate. But I am in a state where I don't think it matters. Again, that's what my education taught me, no matter what. But I encourage all of you to do it, I don't think Biden will be running. I think Biden is running. There's a lot of people don't want Biden to leave. I mean, again, especially, some of you don't like Biden and clearly you like really don't like it. But like, imagine the people who like Biden and like who have benefited off of the last 4 years. You've gotten, there's people everywhere, again, even from the clean energy to any of those other industries. There's a lot of people who also, they wouldn't mind another 4 years of this, depending if you were a winner at the end of the 4 years. People have benefited. I mean, in a weird way, you all have benefited. Again, this is the point why I say I don't give a shit no matter what, because your long-term stock market, woo! You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still, and again, they could talk about raising taxes, but it's not like taxes went too crazy in some instances. Again, it just depends. But it's still like, inflation is through the roof, but don't forget, there's always a group of people who like inflation. Again, I mean, this is go look at all the other countries that have inflation and their stock market went up. Depending on if you are a producer, an exporter, or an importer, you like certain policies more so than not. So it would be foolish to say there hasn't been any winners in a Biden presidency, because there has been. So, like I'm saying, there is still people who do like the current way of things, and they wouldn't mind another 4 years of it. But yeah, there's a lot. Like big banks, Jamie Dimon. Oh yeah, right. Some banks got the deal of a life. That was the best deal J.P. Morgan has ever made. Did you realize what did they buy? Was it Signature, or who was it they got? They even got First Republic, I think. I think it was the Signature. Or no, it was like NYBC or something. Which one was it? That was literally the best deal that J.P. Morgan has gotten in at least 50 years. They got SVB and First Republic. Bro, they got so much, bro. I'm telling you, the assets, dude, that was one of no deal could compare to that. They just got free assets. And then they got government loans and just backing up of all of the collateral. Yeah, they got Bear Stearns and all, but they had to pay for that shit. Like, it was a bumpy acquisition. These ones, they instantly doubled up, tripled up assets, or they got assets for pennies on the dollar that they couldn't have gotten anywhere else. Yeah, they got the assets. The government got the liabilities. I mean, again, they did a collateral swap, but the collateral was worthless at the time. And then now, as the rates come back, then once the collateral will come back up to level. But my goodness. Oh, we should do push-ups. Amen. I need to do a little leg balance, baby. My bad. We're only 15 minutes behind. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome to Monday, another all-time high. Market going crazy. We have a lot this week, even more earnings, but we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the arm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, that felt good. Relax those eyeballs. Then drop your shoulders. Come on, don't hold that trauma in your shoulders. Fix those trauma traps, baby. Come on, drop the shoulders, then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby, legs in front of you. Sit good. You are not a dolphin. You are not riding a dolphin. Okay? You are not galloping in your chair. You're not doing a lot of things. Stop kicking your nuts, man. Come on. It's okay. You'll be good. Chest to the sun. Get some good posture. Then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There it is. All right, man. Let's get the body moving. I got to get my resistances popping. Resistances, then balances. Let's go Niners. Bro, I was watching the Green Bay game, and I was with my girlfriend. We were eating, and they had the game on. And, like, it sucks because, like, the last possession, I called it out. I was telling my girlfriend, I was like, watch, they're going to throw an interception. I was like, this is how it always works, right? They lose the lead, then they get one shot, and they always throw an interception. And I told my girlfriend, and it happened, and I was hyped. And then when it happened, she was like, wait, what's an interception? I got bullshit, man. You know, all my friends, I'd watch it. I have a friend who's a big Packer fan, but he's not even here right now. That's why I was like, man, this is bullshit. And then I'm like, I called it. She couldn't even understand how I called it, and I had to explain the interception, man. It was stupid. How's the puppy doing? Oh, I don't want to fucking talk about it. Fuck him. I hate that little terrorist. You know what he did? I'd probably have like a 1-inch gash on my finger. He bit me. Little prick. He had one of those like little bones, and he looked all cute and shit. Yeah, bro. Little demon. And like he was chewing on the bone, and he was getting hella defensive about it. And I knew I wouldn't like bother him, and I forgot about it. And I like moved him on accident, and he fucking bit the shit out of my finger, bro. It's messed up. It's probably like 1 inch. It's like half of my finger. I got small fingers. So he thought it was like a little baby sausage or something. But yeah, bro. Food agree. No, he don't really trip out, but like this bone, he really got into it. Nah, bro, he attacked me. Take the bone away? Oh, I took that shit away from him right away. I went off on him. I took the bone. I smacked him. I grabbed his ass. I threw him in the room. I turned the light off. I said, nah, bro. I said, nope. I said, I ain't doing shit, bro. He felt bad. He did. Once he realized what was happening, I felt really bad though. He did the puppy look. He was like, oh. I was like, man. Good parent. What do you think? You think I took him out for ice cream or something? Yeah, he got solitary confinement. Fuck him. I'm trying to picture my 2-inch fingers. I don't even know. It's crazy. I've showed you before. I have a huge palm and then small fingers. It's trippy. So, like, I could palm a basketball even with my small hands, but it's the weirdest thing. Like, my palm, I have, like, a grown man palm and then little kid fingers. It's the craziest shit. I don't know if it's the video games or if it's being on the computer or whatever. It's the weirdest thing ever. I show people. It's kind of like a party trick. Because, like, bro, you could be, like, 6 foot something. We'll have the same size palm, but then my fingers are just, like, it's the weirdest thing ever. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. That's dwarfism? Well, shit, it may be, man. Maybe. I don't know. Oh. All right, one more stretch. Hold on, I'm in the echo room. Echo! Oh, man. Can you hear me now? The rain is gone. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. There it is. Okay, now we got to balance. Am I under 5'8"? Yeah, I'm 5'6". You know, sometimes I'm 5'7". Sometimes I feel like I'm 5'4". You know, it just depends that day. You know, gravity is insane. But yeah. You at the job site. Good to be back. Good to have you back, baby. How was it, though? Yeah, good working? I started investing at 14 years old. So that's how I made up for the lack of height. Really, I'm literally Benny Blanco's twin. It's fucked up, bro. I didn't like it I told you, man. I saw that ESPN post of him and Selena, and then the whole comments just roasting him. I was like, damn, bro. Damn, I got offended halfway through. I was like, this is personal now. Like, it's crazy too. Like, imagine, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even show my face. Some of y'all just get like hella crazy with me. And, like, you just talk a bunch of shit sometimes. But it's like, dude, imagine if you saw me, though. It would be easier because y'all wouldn't even talk shit anymore. You wouldn't even, like, call me stupid or nothing. You would just be like, you ugly. You look like Benny Blanc. That's all you would say. So it's good. It's good, though. It's, like, good and bad. But, like, I kind of wish, though, because then that people wouldn't, like, you don't see me. So some of y'all have to make, like, really deep attacks on my character. Because that's all you could work with, you know, I feel. But, man, it's insane. Should you short Ronald 2 weeks before earnings? Oh, McDonald's? Maybe. It's not, you look Italian. I literally look like Benny Blanco. So if you like Benny Blanco, if you're like, wow, that's a good looking dude, then yeah. Then maybe you'd like me. If not, then that's it, man. At least you embrace who you are. I do, man. I do. I love who I am. I love God, too. I'm very blessed. So I think it's good, man. That's just life. It's good. And it's funny. Thank God. I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd rather want to, like, look like Channing Tatum or be funny. That's a hard decision. It's a hard decision. I'm balancing on one foot while I'm telling you all this. Bro, my balance is getting good, though. I'm telling you. It's amazing. Okay, one more. You think stretching increases height? It does. It helps. Stretching and then, hanging like upside down or like hanging from a pull-up bar. That'll go a long way. We're going fishing this summer, no doubt. Let's go. I want to go on a boat, man. Let's get a boat in San Diego. Let's do it. Still haven't caught a fish. What convinced you to invest at 14? I wanted to be rich, and I had a friend who's like, he was really rich, and like he was the first rich person that like I ever encountered, and his dad was a stockbroker. And then again, my brother, he got involved with like Jim Cramer Mad Money, and he was like, come here. He's like, everybody just watches this show, and then he says something, and then they all get rich. And I was very intrigued. And then I started looking into it, and I realized, rich people own stocks. That's it. It's funny because like real estate I got exposed to early too. My parents lost everything. But then it was like, it was still, it was very interesting because like stocks always, I just knew it. That was the new thing to me. Like Middle Easterns and my family and real estate, we knew about that. But like I never understood the scope of real estate till later. But yeah, it was insane. Just stocks from a young age. I knew there was money there and people made money, and I just started learning. And I'm very glad I did. I'm very blessed to have learned about it early. That's why I tell all of you, man, no matter what, just, the moment you understand this shit, and when I say understand, it's not just understand that, oh, you could trade and do this. It's like, no, like the first thing I understood was people buy and hold this shit for their life. And that by buying and holding and seeing what it is to invest in a company and have access to it and own it, man, it goes crazy. It goes crazy. So definitely big fan in that instance. But that's what started it. BP trying to break out. NVIDIA came up. We had D-Walk up this whole time. Where's the other one? It was like fun or something. Where's Meta? Was Tesla still clapped? That was sad. ON's coming up. Cart's still holding. Did you ever struggle with real estate your first time around? I mean, yes and no. I mean, the only struggle of like real estate, I never had a problem like fucking knowing what a deal was. That's the thing. That's why like I hope I could always teach you guys that and have you be confident in it. But like it's like the struggle with real estate was finding a deal. Like, like the first time cold calling, knocking on doors, spending months without finding a deal, until like you really get the ball rolling and doing stuff. And real estate used to be a lot harder in that instance. Nowadays, I think it's gotten a lot easier. There's a lot better resources. Shout out Call Real Estate, but definitely there. You having that mindset at 14 is crazy. Definitely wasn't me, but I'm here now. I mean, hey, man, just all depends. I don't know. My mindset, I was still very immature. I think I've always been immature my whole life, but it did come down. Like, I wanted money. Like, that's it. Like, I don't know. Like, we didn't grow up. I grew up seeing people have a lot of things, and then we didn't, like, again, we were just very different. We had a lot of people in our household, and, it was a different mentality where I was just like, I was trying to get rich. So it's not like I was, like, trying to, I don't know. I don't think I was the most mature about it, but it was, like, I wanted money. So, and that's where what got me there. It drew me in. The money, the greed. What's the dumbest purchase? Cars instead of houses when houses were still fucking crazily cheap. Hands down. Hands down. And then clothes, too. I had a phase where I liked nice clothes. I thought I was Lil Wayne. But other than that. You were scared at 19. I put my savings at 3.4 and I felt smart. I mean, can't complain. Like 500 shirts. Like, no, like I had a Louis Vuitton belt at one point in my life. If that doesn't sum up all of it, then I don't think you'll get it. I say at one point I had a Louis Vuitton belt. You know what I'm saying? And I took pride in it. I took pride in my Louis Vuitton belt. I can't imagine. I just look goofy. Like, you know, I'm already telling you how I look goofy naturally. And I just throw I had LV, you know, all of this shit. But then again, I got out of it pretty quickly. I did grow away from it. Thank God. I'm debating if you have a man bag or not. I never got into it. I never got one of those. Wasn't that the wave in 2020 to 2022 where everybody was wearing the what was it, the cross-body things, the fanny packs? That's it. The only thing I would ever do is get a Birkin bag to put money in it and then tell my girlfriend it's hers, but it's mine. That's it. And then it's an investment. The Birkins have still outpaced the S&P 500. That's all. But I don't have any of that. No, I still have yet to do that. I'm not gonna lie though. I saw a dude walk through the airport with a Birkin bag, and I was like, that kind of goes hard. I was tripping out. I was like, it's pretty fly. It's pretty fly. Was it full of money? I didn't check. I wasn't, but I imagined it was. You ever buy the watches? No, I let that one go. Everyone was like, I don't want it. And then right when I said, okay, I can't get it anymore, everyone's like, I want it. When did they halt DWALK? Did they earlier? But I don't know. DWALK is still in. No, they didn't. It's at 45% right now. That's crazy. Ron Dane sanctimonious. Dropping out. DWALK up 45. This is the weirdest thing ever. You say Fidelity SPACs core gives you interest? Yes. Gives you interest, and then it's easy to use. So you don't have to buy or sell anything. Your just cash goes in there, and whenever you use it, it automatically gets moved. And it compounds daily. So even if you hold it, I think for 10 days, you'll get 10 days of interest. So you'll still make the money even if you end up buying something. I don't think you have to hold it till the end of the month. So literally, it's just like Bill, because again, it goes up every day, and then you could sell off whenever you want. So it's good. And then TLT still near the low of the day, but green. Anybody get the Applebee's $200 date night pass? What the hell is that? You got Applebee's membership? I'm Googling this. You can enjoy date night at Applebee's all day, all year long. I don't think I've ever taken a girl to Applebee's in my life. This service is on it. My girlfriend wants to go, though. She's never been to an Applebee's. What is it? That includes $30 in food per week for a year. It's a good deal. There's only a limited number available. Up to a $30 discount on food and non-alcoholic drinks 52 times between February 1st and January 2025. There's a value of $1,500 for $200. Why not? Kind of down. It's sold out. Yeah, bro. We used to love Applebee's back in the day. I used to love me a good sampler. Some buffalo wings, mozzarella sticks. They don't feel me. Sold out already. Can you use it if you're single? I don't know, actually. It's a good question. It's because you can't buy anything decent for 30. No, the sampler? I don't know. That's crazy. It is. Do you guys know? So, like, the average price of a burrito in 2020 or, like, 2021, the average price of a burrito in San Diego was, like, $9.25 or something like that. And now today, the average price of a burrito in San Diego is $15. Isn't that crazy? Burrito inflation, bro. You go to San Diego for a burrito. It's up almost double in 2 years, 3 years. That's a lot. Yeah, man. Baba's on the high. About 100 shares of Baidu this morning, only China play. Let's go, man. Good price. And they justify food prices. We're screwed. Can't not eat. I mean, sadly, it's a little too late. That's the thing. At this point, people have already justified it, and it's been going on like this for a while now. That's the crazy part. So, again, society and what is accepted goes a long way. I do have Baba in the long term. We added that last month, or the beginning of this month, and then I added Pfizer here today. We got a little bit of extra on there, but it did come down. Till the sun comes down. Whoa. How much rolled tacos? I don't know. You haven't had a burrito in a while? Well, you wouldn't spend more than a couple dollars on it? Where do you get a couple dollar burrito? Maybe Texas? I don't know. I feel like I've had a cheap breakfast. Where's that place? Or Peppermill in Vegas? You got the pony, baby. You made it. You made it. Peppermill, they got cheap. Dude, Peppermill's still cheap? I used to love Peppermill. I used to remember, bro, you could be in Vegas, and then you could go to Peppermill, and you could have got like a fire-ass gigantic meal for like $10. That was a good one. You get a Taco Bell burrito for pretty cheap, but still, Taco Bell's kind of expensive. And SPY coming down, bonds hit a new low of the day. So again, we spent today gapping up full 50 points from the last all-time high, slowly working our way down. Even Euro close. I mean, you were actually running up into Euro, and then we've sold off since then. So we're kind of coming near the lows. Russell's still the leader on the day. And then SPY, NASDAQ, and the Dow are pretty much all matched up. Dow and NASDAQ are kind of matched up, give or take 0.02%. And then the S&P 500 is up by a quarter. And then new low on bonds. DWAC's still going up. Dollar is hovering break even to go green. At least it's not super green today, but man, even after hitting more highs, it's kind of surprising that the dollar's still up. Japan's running because of the inflation. And then again, anywhere but China. ABC. So like, that's why I showed yesterday, there's so many things going on with Asia right now. And it's creating, different dynamics. But this is what we brought up on the watch list. The blue line is China, and then that got even lower yesterday. And take a look. This is like a multi-decade chart. This is at least 2 decades, 20 years. But like Japan's running up. So as like literally as China starts dying, Japan's holding. It's a kind of a new philosophy going on. If China doesn't add stimulus, if China can't recover, ABC, anywhere but China. So it's kind of bringing money into other places, literally Vietnam, Japan, where else? Malaysia, any of these places that aren't China, all of that money that used to go to China, if people are trying to pull out and they don't want to go near there, they're going, to the neighbors, but they're going anywhere but China. And Japan and other countries are benefiting off of that. Philippines, yeah. Still think China for the long term is a good play. I think in the long run it'll eventually bounce back, but I'm surprised it's still been getting ugly. But we'll see by their Lunar New Year. Usually people get hyped on that. Yeah, Bank of Japan today too. So okay, we need one more like, and I'll tell you the macro play, because it's very simple what's going on there. There's something related to it. I just need one. Just one like. Is there one person out there who could like the video? If you haven't liked it, like it. We'll hit 1250. We'll hit 1250, baby. There it is. Yeah, we took it there, Carissa. We said, we charged the Carissa premium. We said they got their warning, man. We tried. Can't say we didn't try. There it is, baby. Okay, here it is. Here is your long-term macro play. You already know I like the yen, right? So what I want to do is buy the yen and then go buy Japanese assets. They hedge each other. So literally, that's why a lot of people are going into Japan right now, but this is the macro play. It's very simple. If Japan's currency keeps dying, their stock market is going to rip. That's all that's been going on. So, again, you're like, why is Japan ripping? Not only is there the anywhere but China effect going on as China starts dumping, but literally, if people are still even expecting a weaker currency in Japan, it's like a win-win no matter what. It's like, one, you could buy the yen. You buy the yen. If it returns back to safe haven, you make a killing on the currency. Otherwise, you just buy Japanese companies, even Japanese indexes, and it's going to rocket up just because of the inflation effect. And that's literally, again, you're at like a 35-year high in Japan in some instances. I think the Nikkei is up there, but yeah, you start to pull up the EWJ. What is the Nikkei ETF? What is it, the 1329? Where is it? No, so the idea is buy the yen and then buy the Nikkei. Even though the Nikkei's at all-time highs, because the fact is, the yen keeps dropping, they're going to go insane. But that has been going on here for a while. Is it JPXN? The one that's at the 30-year high. You might have to buy the actual foreign one. Yeah, the futures, I think that's what shows you. That's the one you want to see. Let's throw it up. Yeah, see? This is what we're looking for. Because, again, it was a little bit higher there in 2021. The Nikkei futures, NKD, this is what's showing you it. So, again, you got to go back to even like 07. You're way higher than that there. You're almost double the '07 price. But this is an all-time high, a 35, 37-year high for the Nikkei. But this is what you pretty much, you buy the yen, buy NKD. I don't know. Are we allowed to trade NKD? Would it even let us? But, like, this is what is going to be pretty much your way to get exposure to Japan. And it's kind of a win-win because, again, the Nikkei can drop a lot more from here. But then, again, if the at that point, by the time the Nikkei starts dropping, the yen is going to rocket. Save is breaking out. Working its way up. Working my way downtown. Marking fast and the yen keeps on dying. You can trade NKDH for March as long as you have access. What's the H? Oh, that's just the time? That'd be good to trade. I'm kind of down. Even then, that would have been a crazy. That was from 2020. It's been fairly stable, though. Where is safe? Oh, wow. We have a good gain on safe. It's saying 107%. Where are the covered calls? Oh, yeah, because you could buy the covered calls, get like $200 in profit, and then you'll have 330 on the shares. I didn't pick up MO. I went early on my deposit for the long term, and I went with Pfizer because they have ex-dividend this week. So, again, if we lock in the dividend, we'll get another 1.5%. And I got to stack up the play. So, like, in total now, I think I'll have, what, 38, 7, 8, 9. We'll have $10,000 in Pfizer. So, Pfizer will be like, it'll be up here. It'll be bigger than Disney now. And then bigger than Meta in the portfolio, and just below Snap and JP Morgan, and then MO. So, but yeah, it led me 6%, 5.9% yield. We get the divvy, get some decent growth, not too crazy, but not too low. And we also got the stack up, and it's a name that meets the criteria. My last long term was today. So we just added to it. And the time before that was beginning of the month. I grabbed BABA. Would you be adding O over MO? No, I'd probably be taking MO over O. Because I already have a lot of financial and re-exposure. About Seagen, the biotech company. They do cancer drugs. So it's that's where some people are excited. But I do think they spend a lot of money on it. But they were also pretty big at the time, too. It's not like, they weren't a small company. Let me see. I think it was Cancer Therapeutics. Pfizer ex-dividend is January 25th. So literally in 3 days. So by the end of this week. So they're going to have tomorrow. That'll be the 23rd. And then so you could buy up until Wednesday, the next 48 hours. And then after Wednesday, you won't get the next dividend, which again, at just under 6%, it's like 1.5% move kind of being in there. They could dump after ex-divvy. That's also the risk. But remember, we were worried about that with we were worried about the ex-divvy with Abivai, and Abivai didn't even come down. So I do hope we get double lucky. But like I said, my goal is to just increase my dividend. So it increased our dividend, I think, by like $300 or like $2 something on the year, which isn't bad. Brent at 80, it's a level. Why do we like Pfizer again? We've been talking about it for a while. I don't know how you missed it. I would go to the dividend video that I just posted, and you'll be able to see it. But yeah, you have been here every day. I see your chats, so it's kind of hard to miss it. I think you were actually here the day that we bought it too, the first time. But yeah, check out the dividend video we posted a couple days ago. I hope Disney. That'd be good. Again, Disney, like I said, Pfizer's right below Disney. Yeah, Disney's at the high, though. Remember, dude, what did it hit? 96? I always trip out. Hit 95, 92. We're getting close, though. Again, PayPal had the breakout recently. I'd be down. Brisvo is the RSV vax. Pfizer's pushing. Honestly, though, I think the vaccine element of Pfizer is one point, but like those cancer drugs and cancer therapeutics, that's what we need, man. Trading Frat will have the dividend video. So again, a lot of the videos I keep referencing, I've done them recently. So that's kind of the beauty of it. Now, if you come here, like these are the last couple of videos that'll help out a lot. Again, go to the description, click the second link. It'll take you to the watch list. This is the channel. And then go to videos, the trading fraternity. But like these are all very new. So like literally the dividend one, we talk about Pfizer. We go over the whole portfolio, the gold. That was just 10 days ago. And then this one right here, how we turned 600 into 7,000. That's the ghetto standard deviation. If you care about things being priced in, this one too, pricing in stocks explained. This was another baby tutorial, but these ones to start off the year, just, it doesn't take too long to find. These ones we go over dividends. These ones we go over earnings, plays, and options, and you'll be good to go. Hedge with Pfizer? No, hedge, I'm going with the long term, so I don't think we need a hedge. I will hedge with time and then them paying us 6% on the year. Jobless claims, don't care about it too much this week. I do think GDP and PCE will be the most important. We'll get a little surpriser of Japan too tonight, but other than that, it's probably going to be about earnings. But the only data sets that are important this week are GDP and PCE. There are the PMIs, and that could move bonds, but we'll see in the grand scope of things. But not really paying too much for the jobless claims. Good question though. Oh, I need to do the restaurant home. I have most of it shot, but like I need to go cook and film the cooking. I haven't had time to do that. So I gotta get that part. I'm missing one part of it, and then I gotta go and like edit it. But I got it. I don't know. That one might take me a minute. I don't want to spoil it either. Clarify, someone for me who doesn't have any MO or O, would you be opposed to O over MO for me? Well, it's not really a question of one or the other. It's a question of what else you're holding, right? Because like I told you in my response, I would pick MO over O because I have a lot of real estate and financial exposure already in the portfolio. You see what I'm saying? So it's like if I already own, $20,000, 10%, 20% is in REITs, I don't know if I'd want to go for more O. I have 3 or 4 different REITs from IRM to O, JP Morgan, and MPW. So that's kind of the issue there. So you don't have much REIT. What about bank stocks? Do you own any financial stocks? Do you own SoFi? Do you own JP Morgan? Anything of that nature? That's kind of, attached to yield. So then if you only got a little bit of MPW, how big is MPW in your portfolio? Now that's the final question I would have. So if assuming it's less than 5 or 10%, then you could go with O if you would like. Again, the yield is lower. It'll probably be a little bit more safer. So it doesn't matter. Well, what's the percentage? So like I'm telling you, where is it? Remember, if you watch the dividend video, this was the beauty in that dividend video I just showed you guys how to find. We just posted. You could kind of like see all of the positions and the percentages. So like I'm saying here, like I have 8% of the portfolio in MPW or MO. I have 2% in MPW. Then I have 7 in JP Morgan. So that's 9%. And then we have another 2% in O. So they're kind of equal, but I do have more REITs than not. And then is there any IRMs in the other one? I think that's the only financial exposure there. So, and then depending on how MPW moves up, that could go higher. So if it is a higher percentage, I would go for MO. But if it's a lower percentage of REITs and financials, then I would go down on that. I started this account at late 2020. or late 2019, beginning of 2020, I think. MPW 7%. So that's kind of a decent amount. I think I started it at a higher amount than it dropped, but you're at a lower one. So all depends. If you add, however much you're going to add into O, just compare it to everything else now. But once you start getting more than like 10%, 15, 20% in one industry, it starts to ramp up a little bit there. So just find a good balance. But that's so, like I'm saying, I'm not opposed on anything. I'm not opposed. Like I have O, I have MO. But if you want to understand how I go about building them, I let my portfolio speak to me of what makes the most sense at the time. If you want to be heavily concentrated or not, that's up to you. But, you going and looking at it, how much you already have stuff to do the work. You just got to figure out what it is. The long term's beta. I haven't checked. It shows it up there somewhere, though. I think it's like 0.8 or 0.83. North Dakota oil output estimated to be down 250 to 3 due to cold weather. Gas output down 0.65 to 0.8. Are we up? Are we back up on O? O is all over the place. No, we're back negative on it. We're like break even, 0.72. So it's a decent price. Remember, once we had that price, that was up like 20% at one point. You're not making any LT purchases for February because you bought Pfizer? Yeah, that's pretty much my deposit for February. So why I did it today is because I want to capture that dividend. So I think they could have a dividend run up this week. And the way I'm looking at it, I'm giving it to myself, like 4 or 5 days early. We're like right there, and then I'm using that for the February purchase. So I'm risking waiting, getting better prices on stuff, and then I'm taking average from the last deposit that we bought Pfizer. We're up on that, and then the other ones I was down on. So I figured get a good blend in there and then get me some more yield. What time do I sleep and wake up? I usually sleep around 9 or 10, and I wake up at like 5 a.m. Long-term growth stocks. PayPal before it ran up. That was just a couple days ago. I mean, Baba. I think Baba is both dividend and growth. Disney we're up on, and then I don't think I have any other growth stocks besides that I'm looking for. I mean, Airbnb, but I really wouldn't touch it here as it's starting to climb. I don't know. I'm trying to see if Fidelity, usually they have a tab where you could it'll show you the beta of the whole portfolio. That's how TD is. Is there? Let me play with this. Why don't they fucking alphabetize this? could get my dividend stuff up there. That's cool. Nice. Yeah, I can't get the beta, but I could get the estimated annual income now. So that's a win. I'm excited about that. There you go. Pfizer is really, really good. What price would I add Alpha? I would have to go a lot lower. If anything, I'd kind of just wait till Ulta comes down. But that one, we're in the other small account, we're up like 100 something on that one, I think. But Elf is doing good, but Elf is it's ran up a lot. So like although those are growth and they're doing great, I don't want growth names that are just up hundreds of percent over the last couple of years. I have more BABA. I needed more growth. I'll divvy if the price is right. Yeah, but you get a little bit of divvy on BABA, but I definitely see BABA as a growth name. 3M, we're up on it. So 3M, I like it. And again, if 3M turns around on this earnings, again, they're going to be tomorrow morning? 3M could be fire, but it's kind of at a price where we really haven't seen progress. So I don't know. It's like I think you could get it at a better price and whatnot, but then again, if it takes off after earnings tomorrow, that could change everything. I think like low 60s for PayPal. So like 61.90 I think is where we're at. O's almost 6% divvy. Yeah, O's nice at the divvy. The only thing is, I don't know. I guess it could grow 20%. We were up 20% on it at one point. Option trade. And we'll take a look at 3M. We're going to do some option previews here in a little bit. So we'll see. Maybe we could get over some of them now. We'll keep this up. So these are tomorrow morning, and then, I don't know, the ones after hours, Unite. I'm not going to play any more airlines. I'm done. We'll take our hit on it. As for Tesla cause, play the music. I feel the dance. Oh, you want to pump it up, huh? Alan looking for pump it up, baby. God bless you, my friend. Or not. Oh, man, let's go. And Spark, your mom good. Amen. I'm going to still keep the prayers up, baby. That's good news to hear. Two standard deviation, $10 each way. Really? I'll take a look. I will take a look. 3M's kind of pinned too. I have to get the preview. But again, 3M, GE, RTX, J&J. These are the ones. Even Procter & Gamble. All the value plays I think could be good for tomorrow. That's just my opinion without looking at anything. So we'll find out. Yeah, the low per, we got a good average on 3M that was a little lower, but I kind of wish I grabbed some of those 80s. When is 3M's divvy? $11.16, 12.1. So there's be February dividend. So you can wait till after earnings and then pick some up for the divvy. Yeah, Mace, remember they had a deal on Friday, I think, with Delta or United? DKS on the high. They're killing it. Just noticed the new badge, baby. 48 months, said in the Jets. Ooh. Now you feel old even on YouTube. I feel you, man. I feel you. That's it, man. Long term good, though. Long term helps the aging. Pfizer's, I don't know. But we had that. I'm glad, though. I'm glad we got to stack up a position. And I got to use some covered call money. So, again, we did get some extra income this year. We got our dividends coming in, and then we got another $700 off of DraftKings. And I'm eyeing covered calls on Redfin and Airbnb next. Actually, can I sell covered calls on Pfizer? I think I can. I don't know if it'll be worth it or not. I know everybody wants those Pfizer leaps. Those are going for 60. That would get you like 3% back. Not bad. Where are we going? 1 minute up, 1 minute down. Well, we're still very, very high. That's kind of the issue with today. We gapped up another, again, 50 points higher than the other previous all-time high. Then we've been working our way down. So even if we come down today, it's still a general optimism. And then again, earnings even today after hours, you're going to get a couple. So you're going to have stuff to chew on, overnight. And then by the time you wake up, there's going to be another round of earnings as well, too. UAL, like Bros Coffee. I know they did good last time. I didn't make a play on it. But J&J, I'm kind of interested in. We're going to do earnings previews maybe in like an hour. I say after PHILO. So get ready for that. You can even watch the video too in the meantime. The ghetto standard deviation video. That'll help out a lot. Would I recommend MPW here? Not really. I'd wait till their earnings, till they change the story. Other than that, I grabbed Pfizer for a reason, or I'd rather get MO for now. But I still hold MPW. I'm not out of it. I do hope they could turn things around, but that one, you need the earnings need to change. The earnings will be like the weather changing. So right now, they're getting rained on. The sails are up, but there's no wind, ironically, and the ship is kind of sinking. So we do need the wind to go there. Did you buy Pfizer for the long term? I did. Yeah, we added there. Now we have like 300 something shares. So it's getting large there. We got like 10 grand in the big account. I don't know how much is it in the small account. Got like 1,100 in the small account. It's up there. It's our third largest in the small account. So we have almost just as much in Pfizer as we do MO. We'll get a little yield on. My DraftKings covered call was like a 55 call for December, and I got $6.99. So I think it's down another $100. So I could have sold it for more. My average after the ups and downs, because remember I bought it early. My average on the small account is $29.89, and then on the big account, I don't know until it factors it in, because the other shares haven't settled there. That's why it's showing me two. So one at $28.45. Where the fuck's the other one? I don't know where the other one went. 28.45 and 30.83. So around like $30. Dropped to 26 on bad guidance. So again, guidance has been lowered several times, and then it just started flushing. I think they've lowered their guidance three times in the last 3 months. It's like a once a month type thing. If I'm bullish on PayPal, I'm excited. The last property I sold, I think kind of towards the end of the year, as we were just doing some stuff, I bought a few and sold a couple. But I actually haven't sold a property in a minute. I've acquired more than I've sold. China market in 2015, they got clapped. Again, their debt kind of got out of hand. Currency started weakening, and then their growth finally dropped. And again, things overseas weren't always the best. But that was like their first, and that was after they rocketed up. Their stock market went up like a couple 100% in a short amount of time, and then it got clobbered. My favorite property out of my real estate portfolio? I don't really have one. Like, I like the ones in California, and then I'd say I say geography is kind of how I broke it up. I love California. I got good prices, great appreciation, lower taxes than some areas, and then Indiana. I like all around value and yield and kind of the ease of handling them, even though they're far away. But I'd say those are my two favorite geographies. That's kind of how I break it down. We're in Indiana. There's like Greenwood, or like, what's it called? Greenwood or Greenville. And then Indianapolis. Big fans of those areas. There's another one too I bought. It's a newer area. I forgot what it's called. You didn't mention the international play. Oh, I did. You probably missed it. We were looking for like 1,200 likes. We said it like 30 minutes ago. Buffalo, yeah. People were, I think that was like Redfin or Zillow. They said that was going to be the top area for real estate this year. Buffalo's just cheap. It's been cheap for a while, and then it's still like kind of close to a lot of stuff too. 20 minutes John Kirby, will that move the market? I doubt it. We may take a listen in, but as of now, I think I think China has the ability to move us more than anything. Otherwise, just tech and earnings and chips. Have you been to Indiana? No. So I own a lot of property in Indiana. I've never fucking been there. I've never been to Chicago. Again, I own some houses in Ohio. I've never fucking been there. It's crazy. I want to go. I really do, but I haven't really had the need to go out there. So that's the beauty of just getting things. I know people out there, hence they manage them, but I've never been there myself. Can you write off a trip? Yeah, if I have to go there for a reason, for sure. But I mean, I haven't. I've had a 1% red day in so long. Really? I feel like when we started off the beginning of the year is pretty bad. Yeah, Wingstop's been killing it. I don't know if 52-week highs today. This is one of those food companies next to Chipotle that's growing. Again, I think they have been doing good. I think the introduction of the chicken sandwich was good. My total net worth and how much cash I'm sitting on. I'm a private citizen. We finished the divvy list. I added Pfizer today, but we talked about a couple. I think what I got from the chat, Hershey's, and there was one more I'm blanking on. But Hershey's and I was considering VFC, but there was one more. But the goal is the same. That's why, like, pretty much I'm going to go back to that video once Pfizer and MO are out of the question, if that makes any sense. So, like I have my goal, but we're going to see if those plays aren't, at an appropriate price. by the time we keep, because again, I won't get the deposits. You know, it's going to take me 1 month at a time. So until I get those, I can't really move on them. Why are there so many people that say dividend investing is 100% pointless? It's because they are putting themselves in a negative mindset where they believe that a little bit amount isn't good enough. They despise the days of small beginnings, and they're impatient. That's it. And I fully believe that is the truth. Why? Because there was a time in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and even 2020, but especially the years before 2020, where I would share with people my goal of real estate investing. And I would tell them how I was buying real estate and everything. And they said, why would you do all of that for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%? Why wouldn't you just go and travel? Why wouldn't you just go and buy this, buy that? And yeah, maybe if you bought Amazon, it would have been better, but maybe you couldn't have got that leverage. But the thing is, you know, a lot of people, they treated real estate like they treat dividends. The same answers I would get towards dividend investing today, people would tell me about buying real estate in 2016, 2018 even. So it just, again, it's people think it ties you down. They are impatient towards it, and they feel like you're not getting a lot of money and it's not worth it. And then they're like, I don't have enough money to even, you know, everybody wants $1 million, $2 million, $3 million to make the right move, where I'm like, nah, man, you start small. Even if you buy, again, I have videos from 2019 telling people to go buy $20,000 houses in Indiana, $40,000 houses in Indiana. Those houses are going for $300,000 and $400,000 now, some of them. And it's insanity. But it's the same thing, even with dividends. And that's the beauty. I always saw little cheap properties as cheap dividend stocks and vice versa. You know, dividends investing in real estate, they kind of go hand in hand. But it's like, I really think the impatience and people thinking just because they don't have a lot of money, they can't get involved, but that's totally the opposite of it. So, yeah, just don't be impatient towards it. And I mean, don't listen to anybody. I mean, again, just if you are listening to the majority of people, I don't know what you're expecting out of that, but I do think it's, you know, I would be keen and observant of investing in the places everybody tells you not to, if that makes any sense. Yeah, save is running up. Section 8 annoying unless you relentlessly screen your tenants. Section 8 is a double-edged sword. Right? It's not as good as everybody says it is, but it's also not like there's a reason why it gets hype. You know, so it just all depends. That's a property by property basis. Where are $20,000 houses now? They exist, but they're kind of like Flint, Michigan, and a couple. There's some in Ohio still. Last time we had this conversation, a Chad realtor started sending me some. You can find houses that are decent for $40,000. It's a lot riskier now because those houses that are going for $40,000 now, they were going for $5,000 when we were talking. But the ones like back in the day, like 2018, 2019, when I made that video, the houses that were going for like 20 or 40,000. Those ones are the ones that like there was really cheap houses in those areas. Those were quote unquote kind of expensive at the time. Even though I say that to you now, you're like, what the fuck? But at that time, those were kind of the cheap ones that still had a little bit of risk, but they were already rented out and did a lot of other things. But there is cheap houses still available. But nowadays, it's just like with some of those really cheap ones, you got to be careful. I do think like sub 100,000, sub 50,000 starts to get really risky because you might just be buying somebody's liability. Because remember, you have to pay property taxes. If the property's big and needs a lot of work, it costs money to get that thing back up there. explain it. I've seen it was the stock price drops, the amount of dividend is taxable. What do you get? Well, you get taxed on the dividend, but if the stock drop, I mean, stocks will go down. Just like, I mean, how many names have you? A lot of my portfolio that I show you is down. In 2022, bro, we were getting fucking slaughtered on the long term. The same long term I show you right now. This account was down to like $8,000, and now it's sitting right below 17,000. And then the big one, this account dropped to like $79,000, and this is just like a year, a little bit more than a year ago. You're now at 158. It's just like they go down. I had dividend names go down and then they come back up. But the whole idea is if you're collecting money on it, even when it's down, and then 5 years, 10 years later, it goes back up, you don't lose on that. You're only losing on your other one. Is it too late to buy the long term? Never too late. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. But in this market, with things being as high as they are, I would look for the names that are down. So again, what I just added to my long term, like you could just pull out the chart and you could see where we bought it at. I'm buying it at like the 2020 low, and the only other time it was this low was 2016 or 2014 in the last 10 years. So there's a lot of names out there that aren't really high, even though the whole market is high. But that's why, but make sure it's a name you know about, is quality, and that you can really get behind. Good to hear you just got on for today. Let's go, baby. What up, Javi? Good morning. Would you buy anything that's at a high right now? Amazon, AMD, ARM, Microsoft? Unfortunately, no, because I do think I will buy it eventually. I went years because again, I started this portfolio with the same logic. I do own a lot of those names in my bigger portfolio, the one I started almost 20 years ago, where everyone just says you're lucky, yibbity yabbity boo. But that's why I said let's start a new one for YouTube, and I'll show you guys day after day. But like there was a time this portfolio, I didn't have Netflix or Meta because they were all at all-time highs, and guess what happened? They came down. I was patient. It took 3 years, but then I got Meta at $90. You know what I'm saying? We got Netflix at $230. So it's like, for now, no. I'd be buying the stuff that's cheap today, and then when those big names that are quality do come down, I will buy them. I'm not opposed to buying them at all, but the whole idea is work your dollar, work what you have now while it's there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so eventually there will be a pull. In the next 5 years, NVIDIA will have a big pullback at one point. We just saw one recently, and then it went up. So, but that's when I'd be looking to buy it above all else. So again, if you're in it every day, year after year, I mean, you buy what's cheap when it's cheap, and then when the good stuff gets cheap, you buy that. When hopefully the cheap stuff gets expensive, and then you just keep switching off. I bought Pfizer for the long term. A save above 8, $7.90. We're killing it on that play now. So again, that was kind of volatile at first, but even the cover, we have over 100% on that one now. You got 36% on the shares, and then 30% on the cover calls. Boha. No, I sold out of the MOS. We got I think we got 100% or like 90% on that one. We got a good gain on those, but those they would have expired on Friday. Well, I mean, it was after ex-dividend. Doesn't the share price drop the same? It does, and remember, we were just talking about that. PayPal's on the low now. We were just talking about that with Abivai, and then that didn't happen. Somebody was like, oh, if they drop after ex-dividend, I don't want to own that stock. And I was like, newsflash, almost every stock does it. But like literally, what was it, January 19th? Take a look. Abivai didn't go down. Or no, was it January? What was Abby Vizek's dividend? Was it January 16th or 9th or 17th? But they didn't drop. It was kind of weird. So, like, and then save above 8 right now is the 12th? Yeah, but so, like, this was ex-dividend. They dropped leading into it. So they ran up into ex-dividend. They had one day the day before, so you still could have bought it and got paid. And then I guess it dropped for like 1 or 2 days, but then it bounced right back up. It barely moved off of ex-divvy. It was like, it wasn't even the amount, I think. And then it came right back up. So it was pretty wicked to think about. So it's not always the case, but usually more likely than not, stocks do drop by the dividend amount when that does happen. My save covered calls were 12.5s for January. So I still have a gain on them now. It's starting to go reverse, but again, it paid us like half of our position and then guaranteed us, like another, I think like 100% on the shares or something, a little bit more. So like right now on the ask shot up. Like literally a second ago, I could have closed out the ask for $2 and made $100 a pop on them. But even now, depending on where I get filled, I sold them for $3. The ask is higher now, but then the ask on those are higher than the $10, so it doesn't make any sense. But right now, we're up on both shares and covered calls. March rate cut odds dropped. So right now, technically, you have now priced out a March rate cut because no odds of no cut are at 60. Let me double check, though. That could have moved. Bro, why can't I load this? I just typed in the wrong website like 6 times. Yeah, it's still like that. It was like that from the morning. But pretty much we were at 52. Now you're at almost 60%, 59% saying no rate cut odds for March. The December odds pushed back a little bit, but for the most part, I mean, it was just another bearish day for rate cut expectations. But market, again, we went 50 points higher than the previous all-time high in the morning. Now we are been selling off for now. No earnings plays today. We are going to go over them after PHILO, which should be here in a little bit. To source homeowner info, it depends. I mean, what are you looking for? Because there's like white pages to Spokio and place to get like info, but like if you're trying to like create a lead list, it just depends what you're targeting. Right? You could go find expired listings, you could find taxes, you could go find the foreclosures, or you could just go find a list of people who, MLS has all of this. If you have MLS access, you could find literally homeowners with different mailing addresses, which means that they own another property. But it depends on what you're looking for. Save, dude, Save's killing it. I don't know. The covered calls, it says we're negative now. No, not yet. But again, like I said, the options don't make any sense because the option ask price on ours is more expensive than the ones closer to the money. So I still think we could close out, but now we're killing it on the shares. You got 40% on the shares again. Redfin for recently purchased homes, yeah. And Spy just dancing around here. Man, Redfin came down today. I was getting excited about that. Rad bounces back if earnings are solid. I doubt it. Rad, you need the bankruptcy proceeding. You need a good outcome there, or somebody to emerge as as a buyer and a good value for everybody, but it's going to take some time. I don't think earnings is even going to affect it. Why not do covered calls on MPW? Because they're not going to pay you a lot. And then if you're underwater on the trade, you're not going to be able to sell a strike price that pays, that is going to offer you anything worthwhile. I'd rather just take the dividend. Well, I guess you could sell the 12s. I don't know. How much would we get back on it? Sell 10 of these. You get $200, which isn't too bad, but and that could still. I thought that these wouldn't have too much of a bid, but I really think I'd rather wait until they kind of get a run up and sell them. GD and LMT. I think RTX is my favorite out of all of them. I don't think LMT doesn't move too crazy on earnings, but I do like RTX for the defense. Those docu calls, I'm still sitting on them. They're up on the ask and down on the bid, but they've been moving back and forth. I think that one, thankfully as time, we'll be able to play earnings with that. And then SPY and bonds, I just saw Meta selling off here a little bit. Again, Save has just hit a high and came down, but still holding up above 8. Yeah, Meta's selling off below all-time highs. Yeah, Russell's doing good. It's slowly slipping there, but it's definitely the outperformer by a lot today. So we'll take it. J&J can move, but I don't think it usually does. But that's why I'm kind of interested in it. If they could surprise, that would be good. D-Walk 42, 52-week high is crazy. You have a video on a covered call. Oh, we just talked about it. That was with the Mara one. That was the other tutorial we put out this year. I have old videos on it too. But I even have like a YouTube short on it. And it's just like, there is guidelines. When you sell covered calls, make sure you're getting more than 30% of your investment. So do not, or 20% minimum. So do never sell a covered call below the price of what you paid for the stock. That's where I've seen people make the biggest mistakes. Meta selling off, SPY coming down. That Disney floor, I think my girlfriend showed me a TikTok. It was like walking. It's like I think I saw it, but I didn't really understand it. Are they using it for like AI, or is that like just how they make movies? Tesla knew too. That play was up. Bro, D-Walk is still going. My goodness. Trump. When is this thing going to de-SPAC? What's some ways you can mess up covered calls? I mean, nowadays, with interest rates as high as they are, you sell a covered call, which doesn't guarantee you, a win-win with more money on the back end. And then it's literally, you just get less yield than the bonds. So like right now, you got to calculate how much money you're putting up. So let's say you want to sell a covered call or a put, and then just go look at the dollar value of a trade. If a $100 strike price or a $50 strike price, 100 shares, that's $5,000, right? So if you're getting back less than the current bond rate, why would you fucking sell a covered call when you could just go and put that money into a bond more or less? Now, granted, covered calls allows you to use the capital instead of put money up or use your current collateral. So that's the advantage, but just make sure the yield is good and make sure you guarantee your price is higher. If you guarantee that you're getting higher. Like, I just sold DraftKings calls. I was down on DraftKings at one point. I'm still down, I think, a little bit. But the thing is, like, when DraftKings, like, it's very simple. Don't sell a covered call when the stock is lower. That guarantees you a price lower than what you paid. You get what I'm... That is where you... If you could solve this problem, you're not going to have any issues with covered calls. I'm telling you. I don't think I've seen anybody mess up a covered call unless they do this. All the time. The stock will be in the gutter. They're holding it, and they're like, oh, I bought it at 40. The stock's at 12. They're like, I'll sell a $30 covered call. Why? That's not a win-win situation. No matter what. I would always just wait, and then you sell covered calls when you could guarantee higher. So, like, my price is at, like, the low 40s. I sold covered calls at 55. So, again, I think it would still give me, like, a 20%, 25% return, and I was able to collect, you know, get $700. The stock's at $3,700 for 100 shares. You know, I just got back, what is that, a 20% return? 10% would be $370, just about. I got just under 20% of my initial investment back, as well, or the current price, as well as guaranteed myself 20% on the upside, always. So as long as you just sell out higher than what you paid for by a good margin, you're going to be good. Yeah, you could still roll it, but that's the thing. Most people, if you're selling it at a lower price than what you paid, it will become harder to roll it. Any properties that are R3 zoned? Yeah, I'm interested in anything, even down to commercial right now. Just it has to be at the right price. You could send them to lending if they're not that good of a price, but a decent deal. Send it to Lending Tips, but he'll buy anything if he could flip it in a month. And he's like, yes. But I'm still the same old Jay, baby. I like my great ass margin, and I'm down to buy anything. I'll buy anything if the margin is there. If it's a good enough deal, you need cash, need to move quick on it, 100%. Brock sent me a nice one. Brock sent me, Lending Tips likes it too. I like it a lot. It's like a 25 unit in Texas. I'm actually kind of down with that one. It looks pretty good. Oh, Brock, I was going to add, Brock, are you here right now? I did have a question. Are those rents, is there a current rent roll? Because when I was looking through it, I swear everything was projected. But then the current rent roll didn't look filled out. Am I incorrect on that, or what's up with that? Otherwise, I mean, if the current rent roll is like solid, I mean, I think it'll even be easy to finance. But I'm still like kind of on the fence. I know LT likes it a lot. Yeah, DWAC is killing it. Yeah, but it's 50% vacant. Yeah, that's the only problem I have with it. If that was fully vacant, I think I would be hands down. I would take it. Looks good though. It's kind of expensive for the area, but it's a lot of doors. When you cover call, did you receive more premium than your cost on your shares? On DraftKings, no. But I received about 20% of the current value and about 15% of what I paid for the stock. My Google cover call is up. I sold a 130 call with a cost basis around 110 for February. What should I do? Well, I would just wait till you get closer there. I mean, it's in the money, but I would just roll it over. So that's what I did on my Uber shares. Some people like this strategy. Again, if you're guaranteeing yourself still a profit, but you're leaving about almost $16 a share on the table, right? So let's say it expires in February. What is it? Oh, it lowered. Oh, so your cost basis was 124 then. You didn't buy at 110. Don't hit me with that. You know what I'm telling you, what you paid for the stock, not including dividends or anything else. So now that play though, you got to think about it. So where was your mistake on that play? You buy the stock at 124 and then you sold a 130 covered call. $6. So literally 6 divided by 124. You sold it 4% higher. That's like I told you. Any covered call, you could avoid any mistakes by not selling. You sold it for pennies, right? You just wanted to collect income. You wanted it on a shorter basis. And now you're leaving $16 a share on the table, but you only got back 4.8 or 4.8% higher. If that's the case, you should have just literally put your money in the bill. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to shit you. I'm just trying to make everybody and you see it as well too. Don't offer your shares to the market for a small return. Be greedy is what I'm telling you. Be a greedy bastard when it comes down to these. These motherfuckers won't sell their houses for 4.5% higher. Why would you sell your Google stock? Especially if it's a good stock like that. You want 30% higher, 20% higher. So then that way, if you put me in a difficult position, at least we're talking about a decent amount of return. So that's where the first mistake, but let's see if we could get out of it. Right, so you bought in 124. The current February, you said it's a what? A 130 call. So simply, you need to get back. If you buy back this call, you're going to buy it back for $1,800. Should you roll to the March 130s? Nah, fuck that. Use the Josh strategy. We're going to push this shit, bro. Again, what's the point of selling premium if we're not selling time? You need $1,800 back. So unfortunately, it's still kind of, let's go to December. Fuck it. You probably think I'm insane, but look. Why not sell the 195s for $1,820? Or go sell the 190s on December 26th. Yeah, well, why not? Again, here's the benefit. You're like, damn, why would I go and do that? It's a lot of time, but you're going to get back all of the money you're leaving on the table. So right now, you're at 120. The stock, you're missing out on $18 a share. So then, boom, you sell that time. You want to keep the Google share for 10 years. All right, who cares? Best case scenario, you're getting your $15 to $18 you're leaving on the table. None of this is a recommendation. You will lose money. Yes, obviously you know. This is what I would do, and why I say it's what I would do is because you watched me do this with Uber. I just kept pushing and rolling and pushing and rolling. At the very least, they're not going to take away my money that I already earned. Right? You're already up $16, $18 a share. That's $1,800 of value. If you try to keep rolling to 130, you could get assigned at any moment. And then if you're not covering the past premium, you could put yourself in a lose. So why not roll it over? You see what I'm saying? So again, you could go between January. You could go a little sooner. But what I would do is I would go to January to December. Make sure if January it's 170, December it's going to be a 190. And now think about it. Look at what we're doing. You're going to get back all the money you lost, guaranteed your current profit now, but at least you won't be losing $1,800. If it goes back down, these contracts will die. You're going to get a little bit more than even the current contract, so you'll get an extra $100, $200 of premium that you could squeeze out of it, and then look at the guaranteed price, though. At the end of the day, you may not like what I'm saying, but I'm guaranteeing you a price of $190. So 190 minus 120, that means $70. Divide that by 120, you're getting back 58% on your shares. What's so bad of a deal about that? And that's in the next 2 years. But guess what? Even in the next 2 years, if Google rockets up to 190, and then there's going to be a January 27 contract, we'll probably still be able to roll it over and get more money. You're not making a lot of money, but guess what? Your worst case scenario, the situation you're in now, where the stock goes above what you paid for it, in this scenario right here, right now, today, you are only getting back 5% gain and then leaving $1,600. That's about 10%, a little bit more on the table. Whereas this case, it's going to make sure you don't lose any money at all, have more premium than what you are currently down, and then you are guaranteeing yourself 58% on your shares. This is a win-win, Habibi. The other one kind of win-lose. It all depends. You could do a month at a time. You could go month over month. Do what you need to do. But this one, win-win, no matter what. Big money, 50%. You see what I'm saying? That's it. And then, again, if it keeps running and it goes crazy, the stock goes to 190 in a year, you'll still be able to roll out of it most likely. And even if you don't, at the very least, the next time you'll be faced with this position of trying to roll, then you're going to at least be guaranteed a lot. You thought you could roll the CC monthly. You can, and people always ask that, but there's less premium on the short term. That's why you were selling it for pennies. That's why you were agreeing for only a 4% gain because you wanted to do it month over month. But again, even if you go to the March and you roll over the same 130, I guess you get a little bit more money because it's in the money. So you could do that until it falls out. You'll get a little $90, but you could get assigned at any moment. So again, you'll still get the premium, but you will still be leaving $10 or so on the table, no matter what, because you bought at 120, you sell at 130. Even if you got the premium, you're going to leave like $2 on the table if the premium's $1,800, but that's not what you got on the first set. But then again, it's just like, I think you'll get more return on the back end. And then if you really wanted to, you don't have to, I mean, again, maybe you could sell the in the monies there for a longer amount of time. I could only imagine what those are going for. If you even sold the same 130, you get $45 back. But like we said, with covered calls, though, the biggest issue is just making sure, I say 20% minimum of what you paid for the stock. If you could do that on a monthly, fuck yeah. But just I wouldn't be selling covered calls at a cheaper price or not that much of a premium, because these situations could happen. You never know when it's going to run, but then you don't want to be in a position where it's just not even that appetizing on both ends. Uber down. Bop. Let's see. What's Meg? Meg. And then D-Walk's still going. My gosh. In a new construction fourplex, looking at stuff now to send. You could send it over, but I mean, as long as it don't have the new build premium as much, I'm down. But I like fully rented if you are looking. But again, that first one you send, I'm interested in it, and I know LT is too. So honestly, send anything, but multi-units, I do like fully rented though. You give me fully rented out, I mean, those are just easy to buy, easy to finance. And, like, that's it. And then, again, I mean, I have some people who are in the market for, like, big ones. So if you have, like, hundreds of units available, I have somebody that I'm looking for that needs something like that. I like PayPal. It's a little higher here now than when we bought it, but it's a good one for the growth. Cheaper the better. Cheaper the better. Oh, yes. Wow, did y'all hear that? Was that clap loud? I heard that like throughout the whole. That was crazy. That's crazy. It was loud. That's a good sign. I don't know, man. This PHILO, there's a lot. And honestly, some of you missed the Friday PHILO. But I said it was just that Friday PHILO was meant to be. If you were here after hours, we gave the PHILO. So God bless y'all if you got it, man. And I really hope, man, you know, one thing I will tell you, bro, I'm just going to drop a lot of different points on you today. I had a very interesting weekend. I had a lot of good PHILO and a lot of things to share with you, man. But above all else, man, my people die for lack of knowledge. Okay, that's why and I'm starting off with that as my applause to some of you. where I've been saying, man, I'm honored to see people getting involved in PHILO, and regardless of what you believe, man, it's beautiful to see some of y'all want to get more knowledge, again, even for the long term, for finances. I'm telling you about when I'm 14 years old and desires that led me up to here, you know what I'm saying? And like, I'm telling you, bro, I say y'all got to be hungry. You got to be hungry for revelation. You can't get nothing if you are not hungry. I hope all of you always recognize that. If you do not want something, you cannot receive it. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Like, if you do not want a knowledge, if you do not want information, if you do not want to better yourself in any way, you won't get better. I hate to break it to you, but that's like, you need that hunger and that desire. That was a great PHILO we had just the other day. So I hope y'all don't forget about that. But again, my people die for lack of knowledge. It's good to see some of you who want to be alive. You know what I'm saying? Who you want to really live too. At that, it's one thing to be alive, but are you really living? Drake. You know what I'm saying? But like, for real, it's an honor, man, and congratulations. And I hope y'all keep doing it. So I have a lot of things that we're gonna talk about today, man. I got a lot of them. I'll tell you one right now. You guys remember? You guys might be shocked by this, but I want to share it with you. I really, really want to share this with you, okay? Because the reason why is, and I hope none of you ever forget, and it's going to relate to another point I'm going to talk about, man, but I hope you guys know, like, everything you go through is for somebody else. I don't know if y'all feel me. Seriously, like I told you, if you want to get wealthy, it's one thing if you start aiming like that. If you start realizing it's bigger than you, my friend, you're going to build a bigger barn. You know what I'm saying? You're going to build a bigger farm. You're going to do something bigger if you think it's for more than just you. But like, literally, bro, every single thing you go through in life, I hope you realize it's not for you. It's for somebody else. That's why sometimes, bro, we all have struggles, success. There's good and bad things that come out, but it's just like, don't ever underestimate how, like, when you share with somebody something, you may not understand. It may be for you, bro. You know what I'm saying? It may be may not be for you. It may be better for them. It's kind of crazy to think about, but, and I'm starting that by telling you, man, I remember when I told you that one day where my mom told me how she, like, doubted, and I was shocked because I'm like, dude, my mom is like, she's such an angel. You know what I'm saying? And the stuff that I've seen from her is just like, dude, I was like, what? And she told me how, like, even when she was, like, growing through stuff, even recently, she's even had her doubts. This is the lady, bro, who just be reading the Bible every day. Again, it blew my mind, and it got me thinking. But you know what? I kind of had my moment. I did, and that's why I want to share it with you. And I don't know what the conclusion is, but actually there was a couple of crazy things that came about it, but I kind of had a midlife crisis the other day, bro. I don't know what it was, man. I was really just sitting there kind of doubting, and not like, not doubting like, I don't know what you think I'd be doubting, but I just had a weird feeling of like, man, is everything worth it? I was like, maybe I should go crazy. I always told you I ain't never going back. I had a weekend thinking about going back. I was like, maybe I should go crazy again. And not the crazy you guys like. I'm not talking about going crazy on the yen. I'm talking like just like crazy. I'm like, what is it all worth it? Is everything worth it, man? I had an experience like that. Back to what? Back to just craziness. I don't even know. That's why it was just that's why I say it was like a midlife crisis in some way, or whatever it was. I was like, maybe I should go live like Dan Bilzerian. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I should just go. I was like, man, maybe I should start doing shrooms. Maybe the world is crazy. Maybe this. And it's honestly, it's a weird thought that I haven't really had in a while, but I thought I would share it with you. I know, yes. Yeah, Yash on times 10, bro. But it's funny because I just kept having these like fucked up thoughts, and to say it not sensitively, and it's just funny because everything I kept encountering, it was like I'd see one thing that supports it, one thing that doesn't. It was like devil on one shoulder, angel on the other, and it was quite beautiful. But no, I didn't want to share it with you because I'm what am I here to do? I'm here to encourage you. But at the very least, I really hope no matter where you are in life, man, you are going to encounter these thoughts. I don't care whether you think you're successful or not successful, whether things are doing good, bad, ugly, great, in between, mediocre, lukewarm, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I did really get a message where it's like, yo, if I could feel like this at sometimes, I could only imagine what other people are going through, And I really do hope that all of you understand that this is the comment that blew my mind. Are you ready? Because it's so simple. Imagine I'm going through all this. I'm feeling a type of way. And I'm telling you, like, bro, like, again, how many times have you ever heard me say, I ain't going back. I'll yell it, baby. Because I do believe it in my bones, But then again, I mean, it's crazy how certain, again, once you get a thought, and I'll tell you a little bit about it, but I kind of, in my mind, I was like, all right, I'm going to see what my girlfriend says. I'm going to tell my girl, because I didn't even want to tell my girlfriend. I didn't even want to tell you guys. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why would I? Right? And I'm picturing this in my mind that my girlfriend is going to be hella weird about it, that she's going to go crazy or like be hella weird with me about this. Or, you know what, bro, I tell my girlfriend this, right? All of this. Then you know what she says to me? Just like, she doesn't even think about it in her, like instantly. Her reaction, she goes, oh yeah, that's normal. I'm like, what? Yeah, right? You're like, I told you, you're like, I'm sure she wouldn't want you to go Dan Bilzerian, right? I tell her this and she instantly, yeah, like it's priced in, bro. She just goes, yeah, that's normal. You're going to feel like that. It's totally, she's like, I don't know why you're tripping on it. It's not that big of a deal. She said, that's very normal. She said, I go through that every now and then too. She said, everybody does. And I was like, what? But then then again, like I'm saying, it opened up my eyes a little bit because that's not what I was preparing. I thought it was going to be something. I thought I was looking to have I thought it was going to be a deeper conversation, but the simplicity of it was so deep. But you know what I'm saying? I thought it was going to be something like just insane, but nah. And I was like, huh. And that's why I said, man, I don't know, and I hope I could share it with you guys. So like I'm saying, man, everything we go through is for each other. And, yeah, it's, maybe it's for someone else sometimes, but I hope you realizing, some of those thoughts are going to be normal. And instead of making it a big deal and giving it a lot more attention than what it deserves, it's very easy to start dealing with it in another way, man. I don't know. So that helped me out a lot. And I thought I would share it with you, but it leads into a couple of other things. Because, again, I just kept thinking of so many things this weekend. And I'll tell you one, man. This one relates to it. Just like I'm telling you, man, if you take a small thought and really give it way too much attention, bro, then it will have way more power. For real. And, this applies to thoughts that whether you think it's negative or not, but even how maybe somebody say something about you. Maybe people be harassing you. I don't know what it is, man, but I'll tell you one thing, man. Are you ready? I hope this one is a good one for you. The devil does not know what to do when you don't say anything. Oh, I don't know if you feel me. SPY breaking down. Don't worry, still in the green. Russell's still holding up. And maybe if the bonds go negative or if the dollar goes ultra green. Yeah, we've talked about this before. And I think it was in the PHILO of, again, the lion seeks whom he can devour. But I want to give it to you in a very simple way, man. I really hope you get it. The devil does not know what to do when you don't say anything. Do you understand that? He knows how to respond. That's why you get certain thoughts. You be going through things. Again, you ain't never dealt with a real life devil, a demon. Have you ever dealt with somebody who literally straight up sometimes the only time people will get more attention talking about you than anything else. And then if you respond, you see what happens. Think about it. They always got something for your response. You ever dealt with anybody like that? You maybe even the cops for some of you. Yeah, for real. You should plead the fifth. It's the same thing. The devil is a trap. Sometimes you get trapped by that. There's always going to be a response. But I hope you know he is ready. That's one of the devil's tools. He knows how to rebuttal. I hope you realize that. You could come up with the best answer. That's why you be torturing yourself sometimes. Somebody said something about you. Somebody said something this, and you be thinking all day of the perfect comeback. You're already falling into the trap. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. Because guess what? They already know how to respond. That's how they get you. I get you to respond. I get you in the trap. And then the web gets tangled. And then that's it. You keep moving around. That's it. Respond. No. But listen, the devil don't know what to do when you don't say anything. He knows how to respond, but he doesn't know what to do when you ignore him. Oh, man. So Chattadonia, that's the other thing I had to tie into it. And now this one, we're going to take it to another field of the spectrum, man. Can I give you the last thing, man? The last thing I want to tell you for today is don't discount what is made in God's image. Okay? It's funny because I wish I could make a PHILO and tie it into discounted cash flows. But I don't know. Maybe you could relate it a little bit more. But I'll just say that one more time. Don't discount what is in God's image. Okay? For real. I hope you understand that. And then you could tie that in with how you deal with people or not. But do you not know what I'm saying? Yes. One, don't discount yourself. For real, you may not understand certain things, but above all else, man, I really hope you don't discount yourself and your potential and what you could go through. But, dude, it's not about you. Again, that's where we started, right? Everybody you deal with, whether you believe it or not. And again, the funny part is people, God's not real. How do you believe that? Oh, no, great. That's fine, bro. That's cool. No one cares about that. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't vibe with this. That love in your heart may be missing because this doesn't apply to you. You know why? Because if you don't believe everybody is made in God's image, then it makes sense why you wouldn't treat people a certain way. It makes sense why you'd want to attack me for a belief, why you'd want to go. Because think about it. Yeah, you don't have to. But guess what? I'm talking to the people here who actually believe in a PHILO, who believe in a God and are trying to say, oh, I believe in this, I believe in that. Great. If you are discounting and you are treating people made in God's image and you're mean and you're a nasty person, you did not read the book. Because literally, that's what God, the story of Jesus, he even said, he says, you think you love me? He said, think again. He said, if you cannot treat people a certain way, if you cannot love your neighbor as you love yourself, what are you talking about? That you love God? Because that's the whole idea. Do you realize it? Because God says everybody is in my image. So the moment if you're interacting with people made in his image and you don't have that thought in your head that you're dealing with somebody who is a descendant of God, whether you like them or not, you see what I'm saying? Whether they said something you like or not, whether you agree with them or not, it's just think about it, though. That's the difference between a love coming out and not. And like I'm saying, guess what? Some of you out here, you're like, I don't believe in that. Great. You don't have that standard. That's fine. You don't have to live up to that. But I do. I have to treat. It doesn't mean I'm not gonna treat you negative because I still see God in you, whether you don't think there's a God anywhere in this world. Unfortunately, I have to. That's that little noggin thing in the back of your spirit just knocking at the door. It's a standard. It's the minimum. So keep that in mind, man, for this year. You know, we've talked a lot of motivating PHILOs. We've talked about the hunger, the revelation, and I hope this is a revelation to you. Don't discount anything made in God's image from yourself to others. And why? Bro, there's opportunity in there. Always opportunity to learn more. You may never know. I've told you so many times. You may get exactly what you want in the gift wrapping that you hate. Don't reject the gift because you don't like the wrapping of it. But again, if you going on and making a habit this year of discounting everything, and whether you I believe this, I believe the Bible, I believe the words, I believe the Quran, I believe in this thing, I believe that we need to help the people, and you just discounting people just because they don't agree, they don't believe, where's the love in that? That doesn't make any sense. That's literally the whole point of like calling out a Pharisee. It's like, for real. You could say you love. You could say you believe. But the thing that is the image of what you believe, you treat with utter contempt? Makes no sense. Just because it didn't treat you the right way or just because it didn't act a certain... No, it don't make any sense at all. So, Chad, don't discount what's in God's image. The devil know how to respond. He don't know what to do when you don't respond. And above all else, man, you may have a doubt here and there. And whether you want to make it a big thought or not, bro, it's normal. Throughout your journey, you are going to have ups and downs. You're going to have moments where you feel unstoppable. You're going to have moments you feel doubt. And that is part of the normal experience. And I hope that gets you some more revelation or not. But that one, I hope you take it to the bank. And that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're all mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch this in main channel. First link, Scream Alert Bootcamp and Real Estate. God bless you. I love you all. Good morning. There's your PHILO. Let it sink in, baby. Let it sink in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They don't feel me. I hope they will. Somebody will. That's all, baby. Let's get it. Welcome to 2024. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Well, I'm going to play it. It comes out at the end of... Wait, that comes out on Thursday, huh? Oh, no, you get this next Wednesday. Damn, they making you wait more. Mm-hmm. That's okay. You get it again.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing then it's needed. Then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it. Let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Call. You'll get that one next Wednesday. Amen. 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 Let's go. Happy Monday. All right, you get some PHILO. Now we ready to go. Now what do we do? White House Kirby. Oh, I might make here. Actually, I have to let you guys listen to it if they're on, because then I could go prep. I could go prep it up. Remember, so you guys are going to get mad that I'm going to be playing this, but while this is playing, it's going to allow me to pull up all the earnings previews so you could get everything seamless. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So don't be a hater. It's election year. You got
We have
look
been
at
nothing but
D-Walk.
clear
I
and
don't know.
consistent with
Anthony,
members
come
of
on,
Congress
man.
since the beginning of the war about
So
what
I
we were
will
doing
go
to
and
help
get
Ukraine
these. I'll be
succeed on the
listening. I'm gonna be
battlefield
pulling
and
up
what we're
earnings
gonna
previews.
need to continue
And then
to
we'll
do.
get into that
I mean,
next.
we can get
I
caught
don't
up
want
in
to
all
do
this,
United.
the comments out here
Logitech.
on the microphones. But
We'll do
the next
Logitech
couple of months
for
are going to be
today,
critical for you.
and then I'll get
I mean, if you
Verizon,
think that
3M,
the fighting's
GE,
just gonna
whichever
stop
ones I
because
can
the
find
snow's
that are
falling,
available here.
Think again.
Sound good?
The Russians continue to fire
Sound good.
drones and missiles at Ukraine, and while the battlefront hasn't moved a lot on either side, there's still a lot of active fighting going on there. And Ukrainian commanders, I believe, can be forgiven right now from having to make some pretty difficult decisions about what weapons they're going to expend, what shells they're going to fire, what missiles they're going to use, because they don't know when the next shipment's going to come. And that's a horrible place. That's a horrible place to put the Ukrainian military in, as the Russians certainly aren't suffering under that same uncertainty as they reach out to North Korea for ballistic missiles, and, by the way, continue to fire them, and drones from Iran and producing on their own.
Thank you. My colleagues at the Wall Street Journal reported on a proposal by Arab countries, including Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Qatar, for a post-war Gaza that would create a pathway toward a Palestinian state in exchange for a Saudi recognition of Israel. Is the U.S. aware of this proposal? Does the administration support it?
I am not going to, obviously not going to try to negotiate here from the podium. So certainly seeing that reporting, all I can tell you is that we, as even on the call with Prime Minister Sunak today, we continue to be in touch with our counterparts, our allies and partners, about trying to get those hostages out, trying to get the appropriate humanitarian pause in place so that we can do that and get additional aid in, as well as making sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. But I won't get into specific negotiations one way or another.
And is there anything else that you could tell us about Brett McGurk's visit to the region, both in terms of the focus of his discussions and how, the first day of talks has gone?
Well, I don't have any readout from his first day of talks. He just got in the region. I'm sure we'll have more to say about it as he moves through this trip. As you know, he comes in and out of the region all the time. And I suspect that in all his discussions, he'll be talking to a range of partners and counterparts on a range of issues, to include, of course, the fighting in Gaza and our desire to get those hostages out.
We have to wrap it up soon because we're together soon.
Does the U.S. have any concern that the positions of the Israeli government on two-state solution or the pace or intensity of the war have more to do with Benjamin Netanyahu's domestic position as opposed to the long-term goals that the U.S. and allies would have, that there is a focus on his own needs versus what the U.S. believes is the right course?
In all our discussions, Kelly, with the War Cabinet, we're not having them from a perspective of their domestic politics, and I recognize the validity of the question, but we're not focused on what their domestic political issues are. That wouldn't be a sound place for us to have discussions with them about the war in Gaza. That's really for them to speak to the whatever pressures they might feel or might not feel from a domestic perspective. What we want to make sure is that they know they're going to continue to get our support, but that we also want to see reduction in civilian casualties, more humanitarian assistance going in, and obviously, as I said earlier, get those hostages out.
Thanks, Karen. Admiral, just a quick one on China. Over the weekend, the Chinese ambassador to the Netherlands was commenting on ASML's ban of further chip equipment to China, and he said the U.S. has stretched its idea of security far too far, even to matters that have nothing to do with military risks, and that the U.S. is putting pressure on their allies to do the same. I was wondering if you had any response to that.
We talked about this coming out of the G20. I mean, it's not just about the United States. Other countries share our concerns about certain export licenses of certain technology that can have a national security implication. And we made it very clear. We're trying to de-risk, not decouple. And our decisions in terms of these export licenses is really designed specifically to make sure that we can continue to protect U.S. national security. That's what we're focused on. And these companies obviously have to make their own decisions.
Good, John.
Thanks a lot, Karine. John, it seems as if the administration and Prime Minister Netanyahu are on the same page as it relates to the hostages. That is, that you can't talk about having a cessation of hostilities in Gaza without a release of the hostages. Would you agree with that idea?
We believe that it's important in order to be able to get hostages out safely, you've got to have a pause in the fighting.
And where do things stand as it relates to that? We're almost approaching February. The hostages were initially taken October the 7th of last year. Are there efforts underway? There's various reporting, for instance, about efforts in Cairo, Egypt. Can you confirm those efforts?
What I can confirm for you is that there are ongoing, serious, sober discussions with our partners and our counterparts to try
Random
to
play
get
with BBW
another
I'd put
hostage
for
deal in
February.
place. I wish I could stand here, John, and tell you that, I can announce it today or we're going to do it tomorrow. I can't do that. But I can assure you that this is not something we've forgotten about. It's not something we haven't worked on every single day. And as I said earlier, Brett's in the region, and I have no doubt that this will be a key part of his agenda while he's over there.
Admiral, there have been roughly 150 attacks on U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria. Is the U.S. response working? Is the U.S. doing enough to protect its troops?
We'll continue to do what we have to do to protect our troops and our facilities. We are certainly mindful of the danger, and in these attacks over the weekends, now a small number, but a number nonetheless of U.S. troops were being evaluated for traumatic brain injury. That's a wound, and we take that seriously.
And the Houthis, they aren't stopping their attacks. So when the U.S. retaliates, how can that not be seen as escalatory? And how does this all end?
If you're trying to look, if you're in a scrap with somebody, and you can find a way to tie one or both of their hands behind their back, that's not de-escalating. Or that's not escalating. That's de-escalating. That's taking ability away from the other party to inflict harm. And the strikes that we have conducted ashore in Yemen have degraded Houthi capabilities. As I've said earlier, it doesn't mean that they don't still have offensive capability available to them. Clearly they do, because they continue to use it. And as the president said, as long as they continue to make that choice, we have a choice too. We have a choice to keep defending our ships and our sailors and merchant traffic, and we have a choice, when we have the information available to us, to preempt their ability to conduct those attacks, and we'll continue to do that.
And there was a pretty stark statement from a senior Israeli official to ABC News saying that Israel's closer than ever to a war with Hezbollah and possibly a full regional war. Do you agree with that?
Everything the president has done since October 7th, everything has really been designed to keep this conflict from escalating and widening. And that's gonna be our focus.
Please.
I wanted to get your response to a comment from the EU Foreign Policy Chief, Joseph Borrell. He's meeting with other European Union foreign ministers in Brussels, and he said that the Israeli military operation is not working and that it is seeding hate for generations in Gaza. I wanted to get your response on what the White House thinks of
The
it.
Israelis themselves have talked about the progress that they've made against Hamas leadership. We believe that going after leadership is a useful approach when you're dealing with a terrorist network. It worked for us with Al-Qaeda. It worked for us with ISIS. I'll let them speak to their progress. We've been very careful not to armchair quarterback this thing and throw in place from the sideline. But they have made some progress against the network. They've made some progress against the network's ability to resource itself and the infrastructure, particularly underground infrastructure, that they continue to use. But as the Israelis have said themselves, that's going to be a fight that's going to take them some time. And as for the second part of that comment, I mean, look, every single life lost, innocent life lost, is a tragedy and should be mourned. And we have been very clear with our Israeli counterparts about the need to be more precise, more deliberate, more cautious. There have been too many civilians killed in this conflict, and the right number is 0. And we recognize that there could be long-term effects from that.
And Jay, and then you have the last question.
Thank you, John. Prime Minister Netanyahu rejected Hamas's conditions to end the war in exchange for releasing all of the hostages. Does President Biden support that decision?
The decision by
Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Again, I'd let the Prime Minister speak to his comments. We want to see all the hostages home.
That was a crazy sneeze.
We want to see Israel not have to face a threat next door like the one that they faced on the 7th of October.
I'm just asking if the president supports this decision to reject a proposal that would have freed all of the hostages, including, of course, the
I can't validate that proposal itself. I'm not in a position to confirm that proposal. I understand that. I'm not in a position to confirm that. What I can tell you is that the president supports Israel being able to defend itself. He supports getting all those hostages out. He supports, in order to do that, an additional humanitarian pause of some length that will allow those hostages to go to freedom safely and more aid to get in. And again, you need a pause in the fighting to be able to do that. We don't support, still today, some sort of general ceasefire.
And just on the, going back to the phone call between the president and the prime minister on Friday, we reported that the prime minister in that phone call had privately indicated that he was not ruling out the possibility of any Palestinian state in any form. Obviously, you're aware of what he has said in public over the last few days. My colleagues have referenced those statements. I guess I'm just wondering, as far as you're aware, is there any daylight between what the prime minister says in private versus in public on this matter?
That's a question for the prime minister and his office.
Last question.
So, if the U.S. aid is delayed further
Bitcoin
for
is dumping
Ukraine,
right
is there a danger? Does the president worry that other European states might withdraw their support?
2015 is the low.
I would say that the president's mindful that other nations are watching.
Then we'll
what
give
we
this
do.
like 2 more minutes. I'll give people
Obviously,
a chance to get in here. I sent out a
Mr.
stream
Putin's
alert,
watching
and
what
then
we
we'll
do.
go over all of the earnings.
And other nations not involved in
Ready
this
to go,
conflict are watching
baby.
What we do, I'm sure China's watching it too, President Xi.
China.
But our allies and our partners, yeah, they're watching closely what we end up doing here, because American leadership has been critical in supporting Ukraine. We have literally led the way, not only in the contributions, but in the coordination of contributions of other nations to get stuff into Ukraine. And so, yeah, I think it's entirely possible. We should expect that some of our allies and partners might have to make different decisions if they see American leadership falter here, or the United States pull back from supporting Ukraine. And that would have potentially disastrous consequences for Ukraine.
And has the president had any conversations with any of these European states?
Well, he just talked to Prime Minister Sunak today, and one of the topics was Ukraine. So, yes, absolutely.
Thanks, Admiral. Thank you so much, Admiral. All right, we don't have too much time, so rapid fire, I guess. Go ahead, Songmin.
First of all, does the White House see this week as sort of a make or break week when it comes to the border deal coming together and advancing the Senate?
So look, we think this week is, obviously you heard from the president on Friday, right before he addressed, or when he was addressing the mayors. So this is, I think, the way to look at it is this is an urgent moment, an urgent time to get things done at the border, to make sure we move his national security supplemental forward. And it's not, obviously not just the border security. You just heard the Admiral talk about Ukraine. You just heard the Admiral talk about Israel. All of these requests in that supplemental is urgent, is important. That's why supplementals are for when you have an emergency request. So the border is important. We think that we have said before, and I think you also heard a little bit from the president on Friday, that we think it's going in the right direction. We are very grateful and very thankful to the senators, both Republicans and Democrats, who have been doing this for several weeks, several months now, trying to get to a bipartisan agreement on the border. And we want to see that happen. It is time. They have to act, and we need to move quickly.
And there is a robocall circulating in New Hampshire that uses what appears to be fake audio of President Biden's voice. And acknowledging that's obviously a campaign issue and that the campaign itself has spoken to it, can you nonetheless talk about the concerns that the White House has about the president's likeness being used in this false manner?
So look, as you just stated, because I always have to say that at the top, it's a robocall for an upcoming election, 2024, obviously. So I just want to be careful in that comment. But that call was indeed fake and not recorded by the president. I can confirm that. And so I just want to be really careful, since it doesn't, it is a primary election. It is a campaign. Don't want to speak too much about that. Look, more broadly, as we talk about deep fakes, the president has been clear that there are risks associated with deepfakes. Fake images and misinformation can be exacerbated by emerging technologies, and that's why this president has directed the Department of Commerce through the AI Safety Institute at NIST to help develop clear watermarking and content standards. So that's important. But again, to your question on this robocall, that was
great
not the
outfit
president.
again.
That was fake,
What's this
and it
guy's?
was
It's like
certainly not recorded
tan,
by this president.
peach on purple.
Thank you, Kareem. On Friday, President
Swaggy as ever. But now, let's swag out on some earnings. So, Chad, I have all of them. We're going to do the pricing here live. So this is from the Ghetto Standard Deviation video. Again, second link, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. Go to the videos. You will see this full tutorial. I will try to answer questions, but just like last time, if we want, again, we're going to have like 70 of these to do this week, give or take. You know what I'm saying? So here's the deal. We're going to go through them pretty quickly. So I really hope you just watch the video to understand what's going on, but we're going to go over plays. And to give you another recap, none of this is a recommendation. I may make some trades. I may not. I'm going to talk about plays that I like and that I don't like, but it's all on you, and I'm just trying to show you the logic. And if you have been comparing the performance, I mean, it's been pretty great to watch because it gives you a good just general guideline of where things can go, but none of this is guaranteed. There's a risk on all of them, and I hope this helps you, but you got to make your own decisions there, baby boy. So let's get it started. The first one we're going to go with is Logitech. So this one's today after hours. This is the only one we're doing for today. Here is their earnings preview. Again, we just made a video on expectations. Well, these are the numbers that you want. Again, higher or lower than these expectations by a good margin, they will create a 2 standard deviation response. That's why we are going over all of this, right? So they're expecting $1.24 billion in sales, gross margin 38.7, operating profit $194 million, EPS of $1.15. Here's all the little segments. Since last close, Logitech is up 32%. Stocks Europe 600 is up 800. Last 4 quarters, gain of 10, gain of 12, gain of 7, gain of 3. They've beaten consensus 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. So let's see what it's pricing in. Logitech. So, they don't have an earning. You got to wait. So, $9 pretty much. You don't really have a specific pricing in. That kind of sucks. So, again, the earnings is this week, but they don't have earnings till a month from now. Interesting. 7.0 earthquake in China. Oh, man. All right. So, let's see. We'll see if we get any updates on that. That's pretty bad. But they're at $95, so it's pricing in about, what, $8? I'm saying $8.70, $8.80. This is showing $9. That's probably some of the earnings there. So we'll go with the higher amount. We'll double it up. So $9.60 times 2 would be like $19.20? So $19.20 either direction. Let's see. So you're at, what, $95? Minus $19.20. $75.80 to the downside. So you need like the 75 puts, and then to the upside, 95 plus 19.20, 114. So honestly, they're not that bad considering how this thing is moved. What percentage is that though? That's a 20% move though. So that's why they're cheap if you haven't picked up on it. So it's not too bad of a deal. Again, Logitech could actually move a decent amount. And if you look at the last earnings there, it kind of has moved a little crazy. This one's a little interesting. So this is like a cheaper version of Netflix. Because, again, to get 2 standard deviations, you need a 20% move. But it has a little bit more of time, but you could play both ways. Pretty much $80 will get you in the money. And then so it'd be $120 both ways. What do you guys say? I don't know. I'm kind of a toss-up on that one. I don't know. Maybe we flip the coin. Ready for 24. God is still good, though, so trust in him. Amen, man. No, they ain't censored that. We got you, baby. Amen. I don't know. It could. This one, it's price. It's high. So you're spending $60, but the stock, again, where's the earnings? Every earnings, they've moved 10%. They haven't done a 20% in a year. So maybe that is, and then you get a little bit extra of time. It kind of reminds me of Travelers. So the chart downside will probably be your best bet. Downside only. You might get a little bit of a reward there. But then upside too, if that goes, yeah, you need 110. So you'd fill the last gap, or then you'd go back down to what? You're just filling gaps up and down. Oh, you still can't post it? No way. That one's tough. Because the premium's not that bad. The stock might move 10%. But, again, tell me, what's the only thing I don't like about it? There's only one thing I don't like about it. Let's see if you guys learned anything. There's one thing that's just not good. It's not too small of a stock, $100 a share. The expiration date, it's kind of working in our favor. It's hard to determine where we're at, but there's just something about it. It's the reason why we don't like Netflix, or at least I don't. Not liquid, maybe that could be it, but no. It already ran up. Not the PE. We're not getting that fundamental on this. No, not that it already ran. All-time highs. No. Options. Why would the options be too expensive? I do think they are kind of expensive, but why? There's something about it why I don't like it. Why? Nothing to do with subscribers. Too far out the money. Could be. You guys want me to just give you the answer? It's priced in. The answer is just like your boy Netflix. 2 standard deviations is 20%. That's huge. You see what I'm saying? Like Netflix, 1 standard deviation is 10%. Any company that already starts pricing in 10%, so now you're paying for a 20% move. That's huge. That's what I'm saying. It's not like it's too expensive, but it's not like it's too cheap, right? You're going to be spending $120 both ways. You do get a little bit of time, but to a degree, the issue is that it's already up. It's pricing in a 20% move to get to 2 standard deviations. It's already pricing in 10 at the money. So that's the only issue I have with it. Maybe we'll come back to this, but for now I'm going to burn it. But good luck if you want it. Those are, again, if I was to do it, I would be grabbing the 80s and then I'd be grabbing the 110s. Because, again, the numbers we got up to were 115 and then 75. I would just take these. You can go a little cheaper if you want. But I think 80 or 110 and then the $80 puts. That's what I'd be grabbing. But I'm not buying any of them. All right, next play tomorrow morning. Why is Logitech? Let's see where it's at. Verizon. So let's get a chart up here. I think they did move big on their last earnings, no? So Verizon, top right. They're expected to do $34.5 billion, EBITDA $11.7, EPS $1.08, capex of 4.91, free cash flow $3.68 billion. Business operating revenue $7.68 billion, adjusted EBITDA $1.6, net adds 336,000. Wireless retail postpaid 131. FiOS, they're looking to lose 54,000. FiOS internet loss of 1,000 and broadband loss of 3. Total wireless net adds postpaid ads 1 million. Postpaid phone ads 228. Prepaid loss of 102. Retail average revenue per user is $157.39. Price history since last close. Verizon is up by $24. S&P up by 13.4. And XLC Communications up by 10.4. Near-term options imply 3.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 9, gain of 1, gain of 1, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten consensus 11 of the last 20 quarters. And EPS has beaten consensus 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So Verizon, they're pricing in, what do we got, $1.50? It's at $39.50, $1.40, $1.45. Yeah, we'll double it up. We'll go with the lower number, maybe $1.50 to be safe. So you're looking about $3 back and forth. So $3 on the money would be about $36.90 to the downside, or $36.50. Those are, we've got to go to next week. $36.50, 9 cents, and then $3 to the upside would be what? $42.50. About 11 cents. It's not too bad. Remember, what's the problem with this one? You should know this one right off the bat. There's only one thing that would make you hesitate. Are these new? Come on, give me a chart. Cheap stock. That's it. So again, it's pricing in about 5%, I think, a little bit less. So I don't know. Verizon, it's cheap, but if it moves another 10%, those will hit. But then again, it's still, you're going to spend a D. You could play it cheap for $10. If you want to go $10 put side, $10 call side, maybe that'll be worth it. $20. You could literally spend $21 to play both ways. But then I don't know how much. You need 100% move to break even. Yeah, I think we'll burn it. I don't know. I'm not down. You could play. I'm down for cheap. If you only bought one of both ways, maybe. Because then again, you could just play surprise factor. I mean, this was an extreme value. That's the only thing. Maybe to the call side might make sense. But then they've been up a lot. They are outperforming communications. They're up 24%. Logi's expensive, though. You can't play Logi that cheap. Like, I'm talking $10 both ways. Yeah, I'm down. I'm going to do one. I'm going to do $20 on it. Why not? I just won't eat Chick-fil-A today. Because it has moved up a lot. Otherwise, I don't like it. So literally, I'm grabbing one call for $11 and then one put for $9. And the market's been up 24. That's fine, but if it comes back to none of it's pricing in 5%. So we'll see. What's considered not cheap? Below $100, but if it's a slow mover, that's it. Is it going to move that big? Probably not. That's why I'm putting $20 to cover both ways. So we only win if that one's like if that's a shocker. That's for next week. You have 1 week. 1 week, $20. So 36.5 put, 42.5 put. Fed watchdogs clear Kaplan and Rosengren of all legal wrongdoing. Of course. Bostic's still in the Fed. Why would you go after them? Took the downside. It's cheap, but it's not like... It's cheap only if you keep it cheap. That's what I'm saying. I'm not putting down that much money on it. I don't really think it's too worth it. All right, the next one. Now we have on our list... There's more. It's your boy. Sorry. 3M. Oh, wait. Why don't I have the... Where is this? Where's my text? Oh, there it is. And I was like, why doesn't it show up? So 3M. They have revenue expected. Let's get the chart up here. So 3M revenue is expected to be $7.69 billion versus company guidance of 7.6 to 7.7. So analysts are expecting something a little bit more juicier. Adjusted operating income 1.63. These are analyst expectations. Adjusted operating margin 21.2. EPS $2.31 versus guidance of $2.13 to $2.33. Since last quarter, September 13th, they're up 5.3%. S&P is up by 7. XLB is up by 0.8. So they're outperforming materials and then underperforming the SPY. Options are implying a 4.4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 5, gain of 1, gain of 5, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, 1 in line. And EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. So not bad. I was like, what the fuck? I have 3M shares? This is the long term. I was like, what? So, they're trading at 107.60. Take these. So, minus 60 would be like 230. 330 is like 440. Yeah, 460. That makes sense. So, it'd be like what? 9.20. So, $9.20 both sides. So to the upside, that'd be 116.87. So the 116s would cover you, but we got to go to the next one. 38 cents. Again, big stock, slow mover though. 5% average moving or less on the earnings. So then 920. 07.67. And then 98.47. So the put's 32 cents. So I would go with the 99 instead of the 98. And then the 116, 38. Let me see the prices. That one's not bad, but it's still if they do need to recover a lot. That's the only thing I like about them. It's kind of a big move, though. 99 to the downside. Oh, those calls. Damn, bro. How are those calls going for that much in them? They are killing this chain. I'm going to go with the put. All right. I'm only going to grab one put. 99 put for next week. Not a recommendation. I'm going to leave the calls out. I think the calls are a little bit up there, but... And then, again, we have it in the long term, so if it does do good, I'd rather just profit off the long term. They have a lot of upside, but I don't know. I'm feeling they kind of outperform there. I don't know. The calls, I could keep it small. I'll keep it small. I'm going to grab one for $30. You will lose money, yes. Doing that one smaller. I'm holding all of these till earnings. See, all of these companies that we're going over, they all report tomorrow morning. So by making these plays, if you hold till the end of close, you will be playing the earnings. So that's why, again, so far, how much have I spent? So again, now I have 2 plays that report tomorrow morning. I have both ways on Verizon, and I have one way on 3M, and I've spent about $43, $50 or so, just above $51. So that's where I'm at. So my idea here, I'm trying to put out low, high risk, high reward plays without spending too much money. I might be able to get, just like we did last time, I might be able to get 5 earnings plays, 10 earnings plays for less than $200. So that's kind of the general idea here. But all of these I do plan on holding. These are not just to none of these have anything to do with flips. Okay, the next one is GE. So again, these report in the morning. GE is next. Oh, GE. Yeah, I don't want to do the calls. I'm trying to focus on not spending too much, and then at the same time, I do think it can get up to like 116, but then it kind of has resistance, and then I'm like, I have it in the long term. So I might as well, like, I won't miss out if it really does phenomenal, but I do think it has outperformed a little bit, and then we'll see how it plays out there. Because, again, analysts are on the high side of that company, too. So it's not like people are thinking the bar isn't as low, pretty much. So here's GE. Adjusted revenue $17.18 billion. Adjusted operating income expected to be $1.65 billion. EPS of 89 cents. Free cash flow of $2.81 billion. Price history since last close, gain of 20.5%. S&P is up 13.5. Industrials are up 13.7. Stocks are pricing in a 5.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, gain of 6, loss of 2, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. So let's see what we're pricing in. 131. All right, like right there. Like 340 plus 320 be like 660. Yeah, give or take 690. We'll use the higher number. So $7. So $14 either direction. That would be like what? 144 to the high side. 144 to the high side. Okay, 55 cents. And then what's $14 below 130? If it was 130, this would be easier, but it's 131. $117.5. Ooh, the 118s. So the 118, 34 cents. Let's take a look at the prices. Wait, what's the price we're looking for? 117. So we need the 118s. Okay. 144. Are these new? They just added these contracts not too long ago. Dollar up. I'm kind of down with these. I'm going to grab 2 of the puts. They could not move a lot, but they have been doing it pretty crazy. And then the calls. I think the calls are kind of juiced. I kind of want to skip out on it, but then again, some of the other airlines. I went a little closer on the puts. I went $1 closer. I think you could get a better deal. Did I go with the 118s? So, yeah, I think that is right at the money then. I don't know, man. I do want the call, but I feel like the calls are extremely expensive. But then again, they do have some upside. Upside breakout would be crazy. I don't know. Who buy these, man? Yeah, I don't know. I might just, maybe I'll skip out on the calls. But I do like the upside potential with GE. Again, that's been like the value that's came back a lot. I'll go in the middle. These ones, I don't fucking like these, though. Everybody like a solid number. I'll save $10. I'll grab one of them. Okay, I grabbed one at 44. Not a recommendation. You will lose. Oh, did it give me two? I'll kill you if it did. No, I only got one call. One call, two puts. That one's about $100 for both ways. So GE is probably packing a little bit more. That I've spent the most on that play for now. It's GE for next week, yeah. I like the puts a little. The puts are a great price. But then again, this thing, that's just because the shit's ran up recently. So it could move a decent amount, but then again, it's moved 5%. I don't know if we'll get that surprise or not. All the plays are for next week. That's why you guys got to go watch the tutorial. But yeah, every play is going to be at least 1 week after the earnings. We just played both ways on GE. So again, they report tomorrow morning. These are the ones we are going for. And again, I'm keeping these small. Y'all could go at whatever price you want, but hopefully you guys aren't, like I was saying, on some of these plays last week, we missed all of them except for one. So depending on how you balance it out, that is always going to be the difficulty here. Would you hold these till next week? It depends on what type of gain they had. So like the TSM, we could have held TSM all week this week. I sold out at 114 and just took the 1,000%er. You know what I'm saying? So it's up to, but then DFS, I was up on that one and I didn't sell. And then now I'm negative on that play, or like right back to break even. So it just all depends. It's up to you. That's my job, is not to tell you when to sell these, and let alone I'm not even telling you when to buy them. I'm using my own strategy. My goal is to play small and have upside, but the idea here is to find make sure we don't get scammed on options. Honestly, that's it. I'm trying to find something with a decent price, higher reward, but after that, that's the rest is your job, or plug and play these ideas into any part of your strategy that you would like. How you want to go about it. You want to risk it for the biscuit. You want to play it conservatively. You want to go crazy. It's all up to you. But again, I could pass you the ball, but what you do with it, that is up to you, man. That is up to you. RTX. This one's going to be a good one. This is the one I like, but I don't know if it moved too crazy. So I'm stealing from half court. Hey, man, do what y'all need to do. most people don't lose money because they didn't buy during the right time. Most people lose money because they didn't sell when they should have. I disagree. It just all depends, but I think you make the money off the buy. So, like, again, even for, like, the Discover, we could have gotten $100, but it's back down to where we bought it pretty much. You know, my whole thing is you make the money off the buy. So, especially with options, I mean, nothing is worse, in my opinion, nothing is worse than buying a play, and then it makes the move that you want it to do, and then you still don't make a lot of money. And that sometimes doesn't have to do anything with selling. If anything, it makes selling harder, but at the end of the day, I do think it's making sure you can find plays that are within reason at an affordable price. That could do a lot of the battle for you. But then again, like I'm saying, what I do with this is I'm trying to show you guys guidelines. I'm teaching you guys a strategy with it, but before trying to discredit it is what I've encouraged people, is just find a way to blend this into your strategy, or you could ignore it completely. But when it's all said and done, these are just guidelines on, hey, what would be a better opportunity of a high risk, high reward play. But how you want to play it from there, that one's totally up to you. All right, RTX is the next one in line. Revenue, $19.7 billion. Adjusted operating income expected to come in at $2.3 billion. EPS $1.24. Since last close, Raytheon is up 17%, S&P up 14.8, and XLI is up 14.5. Oh my God. God, I just choked on my beard hair. I knew I felt the hair floating around. Oh man. Oh gosh. Did y'all hear that? That was insane. Hold on. We made a bag on RTX. I think we made like $2 or $3 grand. I did it with shares though. I didn't do options. I played RTX. We got that last pop on RTX. So we didn't play it till it came down here, and then we bought it right here at 69, and we sold out. I think I sold out too early. I sold out like high 70s, and then it went up another $10 or something. Ugh. Anyways, EPS $1.24. We already went over that. Near-term options imply 4.1. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, loss of 10, loss of 1, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. So this one, I mean, they've moved a lot. I said RTX is the defense play that I like. So let's see what we're working with. Can you mark it? I put my thing down, flip it. I always do that anyway. Okay. 85.50. Let's see. You got $225.63, 378. Give or take 3. It should be a little lower, so we'll use this as a basis. But about what? $4, 390. That'd be like 680, 670. Let's say 670, 680. So 86. That'd be like $91, $92. We gotta go the next week. That's still $6. Less than 10% is what it's pricing. So 92-ish would be like $29. And then $6 lower would be like 79. Maybe 78. Not bad, honestly. Let's see how they've moved. It's reasonable for what it is. But remember, RTX used to not move. They're just going through a nice little recovery, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they could get sparked off of that or not, but it's not like they've been, it's not like they usually move the greatest. And then both calls and puts are up. It's kind of awkward, to be honest with you. So you got a little bit of premium on both sides of the equation. I guess the puts have dropped from yesterday. Everybody did because they ran up. That's kind of messing with it, but then it's still pricing in. It's pricing in like 5.5%. Yeah, so it moved up a little bit. So it's moved. It can move double that. That's the thing. It's done it in the last 2 quarters. So, and it got the pin. 685. I'm down for one both ways, just because the pin. Otherwise, I wouldn't play it. If it hasn't literally been pinned up there, I would have burned this one. We'll do one call, one put. Should be about 50, 60 bucks. 85. No, where's the other one? 79. So 28 and 24 bucks. $51 both ways. So we're figuring out what's priced in by using the option chain, and then we're doubling it. So every play we are looking for, if we are assuming that it will move more than what is priced in. Otherwise, every play that you see right now, it will lose if it moves what is priced in. So if the stock actually moves as if it is priced in, we will lose on all of these. So we are the only way we make money on this is if it goes more than what was priced in. Something a little bit out of the ordinary would need to occur for these plays to become profitable. Otherwise, not so much. And then what's the other one we got? 92 at 28. Thank you for that explanation. I hope so, because it's not like if you want what's priced in, you go closer to the money and you're going to spend whatever it is. But none of these plays, we will not make money if what is expected happens. So all of these plays by default, you are essentially assuming they are going to lose. Because if the analysts are correct and the market just moves as is expected, these earnings come in line and there's nothing outside of normal, then you're gonna what's the point? Why would they move up, double what's priced in? So in this case, though, any of these plays, if something bigger happens, then you will get you need something really big to happen for you to actually get a benefit off of it. So next one is going to be Johnson & Johnson. Procter & Gamble is on the list. We have not gone over it yet. So we are on Johnson & Johnson now. Revenue $21 billion, worldwide sales growth loss of 11. Innovation medicine $13.4 billion, worldwide sales growth expected to be 2.1. MedTech $7.5 billion and worldwide sales of 10.7. Expenses SGMA or SMA $5.6 billion, R&D 3.9. EPS expected to come in at 228. Since last close August, they are down 1.9. S&P is up by 6.3. XLV is up 3.3. Near-term options imply 2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, break-even, gain of 6, and then loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Let's see. Are we in Power Hour already? No way. We have it's 11:30. So they're pricing in $4.26. 162. You're at 162.50. It'd be like $4. $4 and change. So you need a $8.50 move. So 171. 171 181. Right? No. $8. It'd be like 170. 27 cents, and then the downside $8 would be like what, 150, 156. It's up. I don't know. I think this one you could play it for. It has to move. I think you only play this if you think Johnson & Johnson is going to surprise. If they surprise, both of those contracts will hit, but you have to just know exactly which way it's going. I think I'm going to burn that one. It's a weird range, too. I agree. But they will move if they surprise. That one, I don't know. It's not cheap enough where I'm like, let me take the surprise. Yeah, it has to, like, move. Yeah, I think we burn it. It's up to you, though. But those are the plays that the range would be double standard deviation. You're looking at the 155 put, maybe the 157. It's weird. And then the calls would just be the 170. Calls if you want one call, $20. I mean, that'd be decent. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to even. But that's the thing. I don't expect it to move. But if that's the one that moves, it'll fucking hit. Kind of like Travelers. So the next one is Halliburton. I don't know if I don't like playing oil plays for earnings. The PayPal events January 25th. DBX, mother of all breaches. Massive 26 billion record leak. Dropbox, LinkedIn, Twitter, all named. Oh, they're starting to die a little bit. That thing is down what? Is this a new leak? It's starting to move. Are you getting that one early? Let's see. Starting to get some candles on that one. Oh, the puts are coming in. Oh, someone sold the calls. Interesting. Oh, they scam me. Oh, remember, Dropbox has a buyout, though, huh? You got to watch out for. Weren't people bidding it up on that? I grabbed 5 puts. I spent $50. I grabbed the next week's, but that one might be a little tricky. You need that one. I'm only thinking of, what's it called? Oh, damn, those already went down 50%. You need it to do what, what's it called does. What was that other one? Remember, there was a breach Okta. That's all I'm thinking about with this one. So that one's $50. You either get lucky or you get clapped. Oh, that's a weekly too. I didn't go for the next week. Ethereum 2. I was already bouncing up off of that. They stealing my $50, bro. Anyways, which one were we on? Halliburton. We'll let that one cook while we're going over the other place. Halliburton. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like the oil place, but I'll go over it. Halliburton revenue $5.78 billion. Segments completion production $3.29 billion implies 5.7% loss versus guidance of -5 to -3. So literally analysts think they're going to do worse. Drilling and evaluation 2.39 implies $3 billion or 3%, guidance of 4 to 6. So analysts are a little bit more bearish on Halliburton. Operating income expected to be $1.04 billion. Free cash flow $895 million. EPS of 80 cents. Since last close, stock is down 20%. S&P is up by 13.4. Energy is down 10. Near-term options imply 4.5% move. Stock has moved down 3, down 3, down 4, and down 2. Last 4 quarters, beaten revenue 11 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. SLB did great. Well, we'll see. Again, I don't know. Does anybody play earnings on oil names? I've not really gone after them. So Hallie pricing in what, $1.30 at $34.50, 120, yeah, 130. $1.30 be $2.60 to the upside. So $37, $2.60. 20 cents, kind of expensive for this piece of shit. For what it's priced at? Interesting. And what's that? 260 would be what? 32 bucks. It's kind of expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's even then. It's a $30 stock. This one's more expensive than the, what was the other one that we played that was cheap? More expensive than Verizon. And I think Verizon, I don't know. That's up to you. I think that's an easy burn. And I'm kind of biased. I don't like the oil place for earnings. Sounds like a lot. All right, next one is LMT. Everybody in the LMT, put your mother hands up and follow me. Everybody in the LMT, put your mother hands up. What? Nobody stand tough. Notice that Boeings keep falling out the sky. This war stuff has got you gassed up. Okay. Ooh, they got the pin, bro, but not really, because it's just, but RTX was more, but these haven't moved after their little gap up. They're probably near all-time highs, huh? They got the war pin. Netflix we're going to do tomorrow. So we're going to do everything the day before. So the companies we are going over now are all of the companies that report tomorrow morning. We only had one company, Logitech. We said we'd come back to it. Let's see how much we spend on everything else here and then make up our minds. But LMT, they're expected to do $17.96 billion, operating margin of 12.5%, EPS of $7.29. Since last close, October 16th, they are up 4.4%. S&P 500 is up 9.3%, and XLI is up 8.6%. Near-term options imply a 3.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 0, loss of 3, gain of 2, gain of 2. Last revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. Let's see what we got. So they're pricing in $15. Oh, a big boy. What do you got? 457. We'll do the 460s. You're right there. So 1480. It's showing 15. We'll use 14. We'll keep it a little lower there. I think that's more reasonable. 1480, or I guess 15 to make it our lives easier. $30 up and down. So 459, 460. So it's either 490 to the upside or $30 lower. 490, 90 cents. What's $30 lower? 430, $1. Right there at the price. That's a good price for what it is, but this was going to be like UNH. If you pick the right direction, you'll make money on it if it does move outside of the lines. But right now, it's colored within the lines almost every single time. So if it goes a little bit outside there, you'll get paid. It's $1, $200 to play both ways. I'd rather play Tesla, to be honest. Geo, I don't know. That one's up to you. That one is up to you. Oh, the drop, they already came down. I already lost my $50, my 25. Sound if you can. Fidelity says earnings are today. I see March 5th for some reason. That's what a couple of Chads said. I could double check. But yeah, I think burn LMT unless you really, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's a big play though. That's why like it could hit, but you got to just make sure you know it's going to be like UNH. Higher price. If you're right on the direction, you'll hit it. Yeah, I don't even have a LMT. I don't have a sound preview, bro. I don't think sound is today. Let me check. I'm going to check on another area. Geo Group offers attractive 10% yields on long-term debt. Is that just like a headline? Geo, isn't that the prison? Yeah, I see it as March 5th for SoundHound, bro. In 2 different places. And then there's not even an earnings preview. So I don't know. I don't think it is today. If it is, that'd be crazy, though. It'll surprise. Say, hello. How are you? I thought isn't this the prison one? Isn't this Michael Burry? So next one is Procter gambling. Why is it keep doing this? Yes, Procter, yeah, you make a gamble. You make a move up or make a move down, make it the people to gamble. So revenue expected to be 21.47 billion. Organic growth 4.4. They have a grooming segment. I'm surprised Disney doesn't report that. Anyways, gross margin expected to be 50.4, operating margin 24.8, and EPS $1.70. Full year guidance for January 24, EPS plus or 6 to 9% year over year, or approximately 625 to 643. All-in sales growth 2 to 4% year over year. Price history since last close October 17th. Procter & Gamble is up by 1.3. S&P 500 is up 9.3, and XLP is up by 6.6. Near-term options imply a 3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 3, gain of 3, loss of 3. What in the world? That's crazy. All threes, bro. So there's some crystal girl out there who's like, I have to play this. Tell me what the crystal shows you. All threes, bro. You like, oh my God, I saw 3333 on the license plate. It's gonna be a very fruitful day. I'm just saying, bro. That's all. I've never seen that. Talk about a stable ass stock. 333 and then 3. I know this Procter Gamble's earnings preview is filled with comedy. I know. It's a sign. I just keep seeing 3s every. What is it saying? Man. Revenue is beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS is beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. I feel like Mike Tyson would be in the crystals. I don't know what's happening. Sorry. I'm the best ever. I teach 3s everywhere I got to fight. There's no other alternative. All right. Procter Gamble. So let's see what it's pricing in. 4.59, I think. We'll use 148. 450. Yeah, it's 450. So $9. $9 exactly. So $9 to the upside would be like what? 156. I have to go to next week. Procter Gambling might be. What is that though? Is that 3%? $4? 450. 10% is 14. So 3% would be like, yeah, it's about price. I think it's priced in 3 or 4. So they're already accounting for that one. What do we say? $9. So it'd be 150, 30 cents. And $9 to the downside would be like, what's that, 148, 139? It's not bad if it actually moves. Again, they do not surprise. This one's like J&J. That one's tough. And then the 333s, they're everywhere. How are they performed? Again, I don't know where guidance is at. They're going to come out with full year guidance too. So that could move it a little bit more. They've moved 1.3. The stock market's up 9, and then staples are up 6. I think they want some upside, but yeah. I'm down with one of them. I'm going to go one call, $30. You can do it. I say no puts, though. I'll go one call if they surprise. Those were just up. The puts are going to be costing more money anyways. I'll go one Procter Gamble. Not a recommendation. We're doing the next week 155s on that. 34 cents. 35. No UAL. We already got our 1,000 or 2,000% on an airline. We'll let it be because they all moved after that one. The gamble on Procter Gamble. All right. We got a few more, fellas. A few more. All right. DHI. DR Horton for the home builders. Whoever called out DABX needs to be timed out. That's harsh. Was it fake? I don't know. But either way, I mean, like I said, my mind is Okta. If you get one of those damn, if you get a breach early, bro, you wouldn't have said that. Trust, that play would have went up 10,000%. So I don't know. It's catch-22, man. Catch-22. Sometimes the news plays hit, sometimes they don't. But if that really was like a big hack there, it would be good. The breaches were in China. Oh, it's fake? Let's see. Let me get rid of PG. I'll double check that one. Remember, somebody was trying to buy him out too. Yeah, I don't see it on the wire though. All right. Well, we'll find out. Dude, DH Horton, my goodness. All-time highs for the builders. I'd rather get Ozempic, but let's see what we got. Revenue is expected to be $7.56 billion. Guidance $7.4 to $7.6. So analysts are in the middle. Closings 18,731 versus guidance of 18.5 to 19. Net average closing price 381. Net orders 18,340. Backlog 14,800. Value 5.78 billion. Pre-tax income 1.29 billion. Home builders 1.8. Financial services 43. 4-star 50. Rental 52. EPS at $2.87. Full year guidance revenue of 36 to 37 billion, 86 to 89,000 homes, tax rate of 24 to 24.5, home building cash flow 3 billion, share repurchases 1.5 billion, and 400 million in dividends. Since last close, DHI is up 29.6, S&P is up 9.5, XLY is up 8. Near term options imply a 4.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, loss of 2, gain of 6, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Forward guidance has beaten 13 of the last 18 quarters. For DHI, it's at all-time highs too. So 650, give or take. Yeah, 660. So $7. So 164. Oh, these are going to be expensive as shit. No, 7. We need $14. What am I saying? 167. So like what? 171. 60 cents. Not bad for what we've seen. And then another what? $14 lower. It would be 143. The puts aren't bad, since they're at all-time highs. I think I'm going to burn it. I don't know. I go with only puts, though. If you were going to do it, but I'm going to burn it. So, again, I go with the 144 put instead of the 143. And then the calls would be like a 172 or something. Or a 170. Ticker is DHI. That one's a little tough. We went over 3M. I think I only went one direction on 3M. Netflix we're going to do tomorrow, the day before earnings. And then the final one of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The final one of the day. Packer. Packer. Green Bay Packers lost. No. PayPal just flushing. So Packer revenue expected to be $8.5 billion, pre-tax income $1.52 billion, EPS of $2.24. Since October 23rd, they are up 17.2%. S&P is up 13.4%, and XLI is up 13.7%. Near-term options imply a 5.9% move. That's higher than the last three reports, where it's moved gain of 4, loss of 3, gain of 1, and then a gain of 9 a year ago on this quarter. Revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. Let's see. Backguard. They got a weird chain. Let's see. What the fuck is this? This is like a $2.50 after, like, yeah, that's a weird ass chain. So that 96, good thing it's like at the money right now. It'd be like 480, it'd be like 530, 560. Say 10, we'll do $11. That's a weird ass chain, bro. $11 at 97, 96. That'd be like what? 107? 82, 108. Kind of expensive. You get the 110s, but you still, that'd be more than 2 standard deviations. Then 11 be like 85, 80. You need the 80. It's kind of expensive, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's cheap. It's oddly pricing in a little bit more. So in a weird way, people are kind of expecting a big move out of that. That's the first thing I noticed. I think it's pricing in a little bit more. So then that's it. Otherwise, that's all the plays. We'll go over all of them. Let's see how much we spent, and then we'll talk about, we'll talk again. Logi, we said we'll come back to it. So Verizon, we spent $9 plus $11. So we played both ways. Then 3M, we did $32. And then GE, we did $64 to the downside. And then $44 to the upside. Then RTX, we did $28 to the upside. And then $23 to the downside. And then Dropbox, that was not an earnings play, but we spent more on that than anything. And then $35 on Procter & Gamble. $240, bro. That's not bad. Spent 20% of it on a news play, but we got 1 play, 2 plays, 3 plays, 4 plays, 5 plays. 5 plays for under $250. It's like Wendy's. 5 for $250. 5 for $250. New deal. And then we got 1 play both ways, 2 plays both ways, 3 plays. 3 of them are both ways. So 3 plays you got playing both ways. The other 2 are one way. On 3M and Procter & Gamble, I'm going one way on those. And then RTX, GE, and what's the other one? Verizon, we got both ways. I got to make the money both ways. Oh, wait. Not bad. Not bad. Am I going to stay live? We don't have to do anything live. So, again, I don't know. If we want to spend money on Logi, we know our budget now, but I don't know. Logi was the only one. I got to reprice that. Let's see where we're at. Because that one I said could be interesting, but still a little bit more. It's a growth play, too. Oh, remember the contracts? They're weird. So 95, it's pricing in what? $8, $9. So $18 both ways. Sounds familiar. $113. $77. $120. So that take up my balance to $370. Ooh. You'd have to spend pretty much half of what you spent on 5 plays to play it both ways. Or we could go one way. One way or another. I'm gonna find ya. I'm gonna long term one day. Or a long term. I'm on a long term. I'm on a long term. I think I'll go one way. I'm gonna go one way on it. And I don't know. I might go for the cheap one. All right, I went Logi, put side 75. I'm not gonna play the call side. It's all it's done is move up every quarter, and then I think it's up how much? Shit is up 17 or no, 32% in the last quarter. Like, fuck it. I'm going to take the downside. San Diego floods. There was a couple of them. I did Logi to 75 for $35. So, again, I'm a little out there. You should have grabbed the 80 for 60. But for the sake of the budget, to keep it below 299, keep it below 300, I'm only going one way to the downside. And then I went a little bit outside of 2 standard deviations. Zion flashing. Oh, well, calm down, Nikki Haley. Hold on. Oh, yeah, getting a flush there. It's a regional. I think, wait, don't they report? I feel like Zion, or was that last week? Yeah, Zion's today after hours. Maybe their earnings can come out. All right. We have all of our plays. Hopefully they pay out tomorrow. All right, I need to go to the bathroom now. We did some work there. I hope no commercial time. Do they not want me to take a commercial? Zion is a regional bank.
Over this last
closing bell.
That's outperforming as small cap stocks get a boost from the markets broadening and probably that drop in interest rates as well, which takes us to our talk of the tape. Just how far can this rally go? Let's ask top wealth advisor Cheryl Young of the Rockefeller Global Family Office with me back here at Post 9. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
You have
Scott.
a good eye on the market. You always do. That's why you're in the Barron's Hall of Fame. That's why you're one of Barron's top 100 wealth advisors since 2014. So now we are relying on this knowledge, these accolades. Where are we going from here?
You know, I think the market is priced to perfection right now. I mean, we just hit all-time highs today, which is exciting to be on the show today. I'm a little worried. And the last few shows I've been on, Scott, I was very bullish. I was doubling down on tech the last time we spoke in October. And valuations are a little bit stretched, so things are priced to perfection. One of my favorite names, I can't mention individual names, is down sharply in the days, semiconductor stock. So any kind of...
Might start with an N, but we won't mention any names. I think I know where you're going here.
Any kind of shocks could cause some pretty big pullbacks here. So I still love most of these Magnificent Seven names.
Okay.
But I'm adding protection right now. I'm a rock climber, and I like to think of the markets as you get up higher in the wall, let's just put a little gear in and keep us safe.
Do you think the market's just gone a little too far, too fast since the October low?
You know, I just don't see that we're going to get 6 rate cuts this year. I'm guessing it's 3. I don't think it's going to happen in March. I don't think it's going to happen until at least June. And the markets are really looking for these rate cuts to extend the rallies. But while we have to watch earnings, of course, we just started off earnings season. It hasn't been that impressive.
We're just getting started.
Just getting started. And look, big tech starts barely on the 24th, and then really next week is when we're really going to see the numbers come in.
Let me ask you this. So you talk about rate cuts. Does the how many really matter? Or does the trend that they're going to be cutting matter most? And by the way, Goldman Sachs today, Jan Hatzius says first one's going to come in March. Now, I know there are those who think the market's way ahead of itself on that perspective. But again, why does the how many matter?
I think it is really important that we don't have too many, because if you had, let's say, 6 rate cuts, you could start arguing what is the economic data that's supporting that, and that could cause a fear infusion into the market as well. So I think the rate cuts happening is very good for stocks. It continues the growth story. There's a lot of areas that have not, as you know, participated in this market rally. So we're really hoping to see some broadening. We saw it a little bit in Q4.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the Mag 7, in fact, if you pulled them out of the S&P for just Q4, you would have done better. So we saw some broadening, and then that has completely reversed year to date.
What if that broadening was in fact a head fake? That we're going to go back to that same playbook that worked so well in 2023 for a variety of reasons. Economic slowdown, balance sheets that are just better than everybody else's. You can count on the growth more. You're willing to pay a higher multiple for all of those things that we love those stocks so much for.
Well, if you're willing to pay a higher multiple, you are paying a higher multiple right now. That is for sure. But look, the margins are almost double. If you take the top 10 names, almost double on these names than the entire other 490 names on the S&P 500. So there's reasons why this trade is crowded, but I'm concerned it's getting a little bit too crowded. I would love to see small caps, which, were down 5% last week. I think they're down about 2.5% as of today, year to date. But look, small caps are up 12% in December. And again, we started to see some signs of life there. There's a lot of potential momentum on those smaller cap names, and they could do better than large caps this year.
But you still think we're going to have a good year? I mean, you came in here, the first words you said were, I'm a little worried. But you still have a pretty good outlook for this year for the market overall, right?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I think there's still a good story for stocks. Election years typically are positive years, and especially when you have an incumbent running again. So just statistically, based on that alone, we haven't had a negative election year with an incumbent running since 1944. So that bodes well. You have to watch the earnings. You have to watch what's coming out in terms of the estimates. A lot of large cap CEOs are actually downgrading guidance outside of technology. It's really only in technology we're hearing upgrades in terms of the earnings outlook.
Don't you think that if there are these cuts, and let's just say it's 3 for argument's sake, but rates continue to come down, or at the very least stop going up, that's going to continue to be good for growth stocks? Because that again is, people like David Kostin keep talking about that just lower rates are going to fuel the growth trade.
We've seen this every time we've had lower rates. It fuels the growth trade. And you have to, of course, watch not just in the U.S. If I think about the companies that are in Silicon Valley, where I spend a lot of my time, Scott, over 58% of their consumption's coming from overseas. So when we think about rates, we tend to focus on the U.S., but it's not just the U.S. I mean, China's still got some concerns. India's inflation, I believe, is still over 5%. So it's not just the U.S. we've got to watch rates. We've got to watch rates globally.
Globally. 48, 49. We still just like melting up, melting down at the same time. We were 50 points higher. We just made our earnings plays. Let's see what happens. We're going to wake up tomorrow either excited or not to some plays. I did play GE. I think I went GE both ways. That was one of the ones I did. Again, we did GE. No, I'd only do GE both ways. We played 3M one way, Verizon both ways, RTX both ways, Dropbox, that was a news play, Procter & Gamble one way, and then Logitech one way or another. I'm going to find you. I'm going to Logitech one way. Yeah, Zion. I don't know. Did they release their earnings by chance? That'd be the only explanation. I have no idea what it's doing, dude. Thing is crazy. KRE? No, I think KRE's moving because of Zion. Yeah, I don't have anything on that one. Double check. One way or Zion. It's a good song, bro. You remember they used to put that in every movie? Oh, wait, no, I think their earnings came out. 12:05? Yeah, their earnings came out 3 minutes ago. I have it. Zion Bancorp reports a 78 cents, including one-time $90 million FDIC special assessment. They reported 88 cents. Estimate was 50 cents to $1.13. Net interest income, $583 million. Estimate was $580. Net interest margin, 2.91. Versus 2.91. No, I see it as a press release. I have it legit. 12:05, 3 minutes ago. Q4 operating results reflect banks' resiliency with strong quarter-over-quarter customer deposit growth of 1.7, loan growth of 0.9 billion, stable net interest margin, and continuing strengthening of the bank's capital position. Operating expenses, including one-time 90 million special assessment related to the bank failures early in 2023, continue to be well managed. It said after I see Zion Bancorp. Maybe this is an error, but I do see they've reported. I see some reporting numbers versus guidance. Monday, January 22nd, 2024, 8:05 p.m. GMT, so 12:05 Pacific or 12:05 Eastern. It's out. I have it. So again, I think they were on the higher end of guidance, and then net interest came in line, and then $90 million special assessment. Yeah, I don't see it otherwhere, but I do have a place that's showing it. No, it's on their website. Yeah, here it is. January 22nd, 2024. 78 share per diluted, net earnings 1.9, net interest margin, estimated CET ratio, CEO commentary. I have it. It's out. And then SPY movement. You don't have 25K. Is there any way to day trade options? How much do you have? And why do you want to day trade options? Do you have a long term as well too? These are some questions I would like to ask, but the answer is make a cash account. If you have a cash account, you could day trade as many options as you want, but you could only use however much cash is available. So like if you have a $2,000 account, you could day trade as much as you want on a cash account, but you could only use that $2,000. So if you put $500 into a play, you could only use $1,500 until it settles. If you use that $500 more, you only have $1,000 to trade with, so on and so forth. Zion's going up though now off of that. Boeing, they were down earlier. I haven't looked. Save still holding above 8. KRE's running. Save look good. Where's Bobo? Boeing's down 0.5, but it was down a little bit more in the morning. Settlement's only 1 day. So if you are day trading, you should get the money back the next day. But again, I mean, why? Is like I'm saying, what's the need for? Because if you have close to 25K or if you got any amount, I mean, like I'm saying, I think you could have a small account for options, but you know, lately, I don't. When was the last time? You know, we've hit at least 4,000 or 5,000 percenters in the last month, like once a week, and none of them were day trades. That's all I'm saying. Is like you don't really need to day trade an option. If that's, I'd rather just day trade shares if you want to flip in and out. But it's like any of the 1,000 percenters recently, even in the past, they're not really a result of day trading. You know, they're more of you buy it, hold it, wait the next day. Then it gets lucky or you get a couple of days and then that's it. But like even the Nike, we did that literally 1 day before. You wouldn't even have needed a day trade. Your save get out of price around like $12. That's where my covered call is. I'll get out at $12 or maybe depending on what makes it come down. Either way, we're going to make a decent amount. The Art Ghetto play, we closed that out. That was about a $4,000 or $5,000 profit from $300. But that play, I closed it a long time ago. I haven't double dipped. Those 1,000% forgers are more addictive than crack. They are, but they are also not day trades. Just again, that's the froggers. I said forgers, froggers. But the thing is, it's just not a day trade. That's the thing. So, you know, again, we've hit some great 1,000%ers recently, but none of them are, none of them have been a day trade. Should we short ARC then if we don't think rate cuts in March? Possibly, but that would be like we're going to get rate cuts, just not as many as people are expecting. That's kind of the issue with all of it. Oh, and they're up a little bit, but dude, they were up like 30-40% in the morning, like on the bid. I am in Intel. Those are up 100%, then they came down. Still got a gain. I think you're up like 50% on the calls, and then the puts are down 50%. ON. I don't really like ON. I should have sold it in the morning when it was up. But, you know, I'm down. Let it do its thing, hopefully. Tired. I'm not doing an airline play. 1,000% or Uncle song. I think it's regular. They say on dividend, I fuck with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. He's a good guy. Good guy. Any froggers? Not like we need post earnings moves. Those would be the froggers if you want them intraday. Otherwise, again, we just made a bunch of we spent about just under $300 for 6 earnings plays for tomorrow. So maybe one of those pop up, but we'll find out. Lil Wayne laugh. Oh, we should do push-ups. We did for I'm down. I'm down to balance. Is it power hour? Yeah, we only got 45 minutes. Let's just do a foot balance. Because we only did push-ups once today. I don't know how. I think we were just caught up in that moment. I'm still in save. I'm up over 100% covered calls and equity. So that one's good, but we're still holding out there for a little bit. But you should take it if you want the money. It's not so bad. I'm balancing on one foot right now. You haven't done push-ups? I'm just doing my balancing. Stretch a little bit. Relax the shoulders too, man. Them trauma traps. It's not worth it, man. Relax. Relax. That song, Wassum Baby? Nah. I saw one video. It was like an old Lil Wayne song, and it was like deconstructing what he said, and I was tripping out. Even to this day, man, like 10, 20 years later, I just hear some Lil Wayne verses, and I'm like, dude, that's crazy. It's absolutely insane. My reasoning for save is I have a covered call. So that's why, like, I'll get out at a higher price. It'll get a good return on a small investment, but I already have a covered call on it, kind of with the price limit, so I might as well go off of that than not. But my reasoning, we just bought it after that day. I just thought I'd throw in a little bit of amount of money. Remember, it was like a small amount of shares, dropped it 60%. So we grabbed it that day that they announced the JetBlue takeover wasn't happening. Play on Tesla, I only have a call. That shit was up 50% today and then came down. Damn, Tessie. Was it Demolition? I'll find it for you. It was on TikTok. I hope I saved it. Yeah, this one. Bastard Flow. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. You got me hyped, bro. It's crazy. I'm going to go with the earnings plays. You're with your sister? With your girl's sister? Why are you with your girl's sister? I'm going to tell her. No, I'm kidding. But we went over them, man. I think we did it for like an hour. I don't know, man. You don't got the stream alerts? Stream alerts would have benefited you in this case, because then you would have got them all and the warning of when we were going to do them, man. But I don't know if we shall. I'll go over them on the watch list, but it will be too late, unfortunately. But now I need my break. We only got 40 minutes, man. I just went through and priced out like 10 or 15 of these, man. And now I'm balancing on one foot. Yeah, you can't do the math yourself. Exactly. There's some, because at the end of the day, it's all about which ones you decided to play. I went a couple of them both ways, some one way, but it's really every single one. We were just saying, it's all on you. Paul Freestyle comes out on January 31st. You get to end the first month of the year with a new uncle. Snow can move big. Yeah, didn't they move big last time? And everybody loves that company for some reason. Shares have declined on PayPal. Some growth investors are focused on a catalyst. The company is expected to announce something that will shock the world at an upcoming event on January 25th. We'll see. Yo, low-key, the Russell is moving. I didn't even notice. I thought it was going to stay pinned. I didn't really notice that. Russell's getting back up to the earlier highs. SPY and NASDAQ trailing behind. Zion. I don't know if it was a leak. I think they may have just... Because I feel like this happened before. I think they just announced an hour before the bell. Bro, my balance is getting good. I'm excited. I'm going to do another one. I'm going to do another 1 minute, man. I can't be stopped. I feel like a monk. Small good decision. Bro, it's good. I've done it for, 4 weeks now? And I've already got, a very noticeable difference. I'm down. Well, I think all the regionals are going up. Even KRE went back up. Mara, weird pop. Can I touch my toes yet? No. I haven't tried in a while, but I'm assuming, I don't know. I don't want to claim that negativity, but yeah, bro. It's not. I still have issues with that. I can if I'm sitting down, where you do the tuck one leg and then lean towards the other. I could do that, but I can't if I really try, I probably can, but naturally, no. Don't feel bad. It's good. What is an expensive option? It just depends, right? Hopefully, getting to watch me do it so many times, I hope you guys are learning, because even today, it depends on the context. Even Logitech, I liked it, but it's pricing in 20%. So for 2 standard deviations, every option is different. So at the money, further out the money, and what you expect to happen, it depends. The price of a stock, an option could be 10 cents, but if the stock, Halliburton, was a $35 stock and the option was $20, I still thought that was expensive because it's not really getting you, too much bang for your buck there comparatively. So it just all depends. Not to brag, I could almost palm the ground from standing up. All right, man. You're cool, bro. You got great flexibility. Yeah, I've seen people like that. I can't do that. I bet you if I try to stretch and practice it I have the foot balance, because bro, 4 weeks later I could do 1 foot now, 1 minute, no problem. It's good. Even my left foot, which was messed up, I'm starting to get it, man. I could do it pretty easy. It feels great actually having this balance. I'm doing the crouching tiger, hidden dragon right now. I got 1 foot up and I'm balancing. It's crazy. Wow. Good thing I don't have a camera on. Y'all would have saw this all. That's how I felt right there. It was good. Get me in kickboxing classes? Nope. I wish, but I don't. I ain't gonna fight nobody. That's why we got you, Evan. We got too many fighters in the chat. Y'all can't expect me. I would want to spar though. I would want to play fight, But I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna get knocked in the noggin one day, and I'm just not gonna appreciate it. The tree. I could do the tree pose actually. I know the tree pose. That's pretty much what I'm doing. Tree pose is good. I'm in tree pose right now. Yallah. Sparring's the most fun thing I've ever done. Yeah, I don't want a headache. I'll just go for a jog, you guys. You know what I'm saying? I'll just go for a jog. Don't mind me. Would you rather fight Zuckerberg or Elon? Elon. Any of them. That's it, bro. I told my girlfriend this, though. I forgot what movie we were watching, and it was pissing me off because after watching Jack Reacher, I hope I never get in a fight. You know that? After watching Jack Reacher, bro, if I ever get in a fight, bro, I am going to start trying to kick mother effers' knees in and break their arms. That's it. After watching that damn Amazon show, Jack Reacher taught me too much. I pray to God I never get in an altercation with anybody because I am going to try to Jack Reacher that shit. You get what? If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. That's it. You mess up, you give me the hand, I'm pulling it the other way, and I'm hitting the middle, man. Something's wrong with me? No, I'm not gonna fight nobody. You know what I'm saying? But if I did, I'm going full Jack Reacher, bro. Oh, and then I was watching another movie, and they was doing a fight scene, and he had every opportunity to just break his kneecap, and he didn't. I'm like, stupid. You should have done it. He could have broke it, and then he finally did it, and I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. Nah, he don't do anybody. If you see it, though, if you've seen Jack Reacher, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a different level. He just be cracking bones, hitting them joints. I'm like, no, that's it. That's how you fight. That's exactly what I do. That's disrespectful fighting. What do you mean? What is a fight supposed to be respectful? I think not fighting is more respectful than fighting. So I'm just saying, if I ever came down to it, though, I know my strategy. I don't care. I'm aiming for fucking clavicles, knees, cartilage, and I'm going to pull it the opposite way. That's it. If that arm is stuck out, you turn it and then push in. I've been studying by watching the whole season. Yep. That's it, man. Oh, yeah, in the prison, see, I forgot about. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to do no eye shit. Like, I don't really like eyes in general. But nah, definitely every move you should try to break a bone is what I've learned, and it's very effective. So yeah, just chicken wing them exactly. Josh Reacher, just Reacher, yeah, just Reacher. All right, SPY moving again. Russell was leading the way. I think Russell's about to break out. Even Bitcoin recovered a little bit. You could use the tickle technique. Okay. Moody's affirms BlackRock's triple AA3 rating. Outlook remains stable. These convos remind you of talking to guys at work when you're not supposed to be talking. I don't know how this came up, but because you guys are like, hey, Josh, why don't you get punched in the face as a hobby? And I was like, nah, man, I'm good. And I hope I don't ever get in an altercation. But now, if I do, I have learned some things. That's all. Like a couple months ago, before watching Jack Reacher, it would be a different type of fight. Nowadays, I'd be different now. I don't know yet. I've never been in the situation yet. But, I'd be way different. I'm already prepared. Am I ghetto spreading the earnings plays before the release? Nah. Because, again, all of these are tomorrow morning. So there shouldn't be much. But at the same time, by keeping them small and managing the budget, I don't really need to. Like I'm saying, if I miss out on all of these, I'm going to lose $300 if I go 0 for 6. So in that case, even the ghetto spread, I doubt it would give me any more extra money back. But there's, by keeping it small, I'm kind of ready to win or lose either way. I'm playing the earnings. Tesla, I plan on holding them all through. So if it's an earnings 2 standard deviation play, unless it goes up like 500%, I'm probably going to hold it through earnings. Jack Preacher, not Jack Preacher. That'd be a good show. Just some big dude, and then instead of beating him up, he's like, let me share with you the good news. Amen. Amen. Just Preacher. Can you not do options if you don't know? No, you could do you need the approval for options, but yeah. Snowboarding? No, I didn't go snowboarding, except for the end of the year. No, J&J, I left that one. So I didn't play every play. I tried it. You don't have enough shares or collateral. Do you have option approval, or are you trying to do? Are you trying to sell an option that you don't own? Are you doing sell to open instead of buy to open? And what brokerage? Can I ask a stupid question? Depends. If it's not like a sincere stupid question, I'm gonna ban you. Otherwise, the best advice: never ask permission to ask a stupid question. Okay? So that's all. Just always ask the question. That's what I'm telling you. I did GE both ways. But that's it. You just always ask. That's it. You don't go up to girls and be like, hey, can I ask you something? Just ask it crazy. That's what I've learned in life. Even when I ask stupid questions, I just don't ever ask for permission to ask a stupid question. Okay? Because then you could pivot in and out of it however you want. But now you're kind of trapped. But if it's not like a sincerely stupid question and it's just like some real dumb shit that makes no sense, I will take offense to that. But if it's like a general, like, oh, I don't know this, then yeah, but always. So why would someone roll their covered call to something deep in the money? Example, to a early deep in the money, like rolling a 130 to a January 50. Maybe if the amount is there, like the intrinsic value, if it makes sense or it's the same and they want it at a different level. But for the most part, most people wouldn't do that. It depends, or it could be even the brokers, but usually you wouldn't do that. But it all depends on the intrinsic value. So sometimes there may be less premium, more intrinsic value. And if you do the math and it's cheaper or would save you money, then it would make sense. But that's just a case-by-case scenario. Not a stupid question. Good question. Every play we did was one extra week, except for Logi, just because the closest option was till February 16th. I didn't do J&J. Nah. Burned it. You want to check the Lambo index? Sure. They've been going down, though. Lamborghini. Hi. Nah. Cars are crazy. Distance from me. There's 439. It's a lot of Lambos. I think there's even more, though. It's been staying at this number for quite a while. What's a Huracan Technica? What the fuck is this? Is this electric? No, it has a fuel tank. Have you ever heard of this? Y'all ever heard of a Huracan Technica? I've never heard of this. Is it the off-road? Dude, what is this? I ain't never seen this. I'm looking at the Lambo index, but I don't know. It's kind of looked like a weird McLaren and Lambo had a baby. That's the off-road one? That'd be kind of dope. It's the street version of the SFO. I don't think it's the off-road Lambo. I think it would have a bike rack or something. What is it? No, it's not the off-road one. It's like a mix of a STO and something else. That's cool. Tesla only spent 130 so far, and that's within 2 standard deviations. That's cool. I feel like I haven't seen a new Lambo in a minute. Yeah, they made an off-road Lambo and an off-road Porsche. They're like, actually, I think you could take them, like, not like, you can't be taking them off jumps and shit, but they get the job done. I would get one of those. I'd get an off-road Lambo. That'd be dope. You need it for California since all the potholes. Live watch list with Bank of Japan. Maybe, but again, there's like no hype around this meeting. And then I don't even speak Japanese, so that makes it hard to get some of the headlines, but we'll see. Let's just see how they played out. I scaled in double what you played, paper trade. Interesting to see. I need to write these ones we did down today, but I wrote the ones down from last week. I mean, we're up a decent amount. Got a couple $100 profit after all of them. Could have made more if I took the DFS, and then some of the others we could have. If I took Delta like an hour later, that would have changed a lot of it. But so far, so good. Again, just one of them, 2 are hits. They go a long way, especially if we're spending a lot less money. Like, again, even the TSM, we got almost $700 off that $60 investment. The great foreign stock. Yeah, we talked about the idea. It's related to the Japanese yen and playing the Nikkei. So if the Japanese yen weakens more, Japanese stocks will rocket up, and vice versa. It's a good way to play stuff overseas and kind of hedge them. JPY. You have 20 minutes left, and the Russell's up to finally, because it dropped 4 weeks in a row. I don't know. I think Save's divvy is from the JetBlue stuff. I swear they cut it, but I do see the ex-dividend on Save, ironically enough. Oh, and where is a Pfizer? We bought Pfizer for the long term. He's coming up a little. He went down a little, but very good. Remember, they have the dividend of exclusion today, or today. Carry at highs. Killing it from Zion. I think the other one went too. Why no airlines? Because we already hit the airlines. Again, we did very good on Delta, and right after Delta, it kind of moved all of them. So why push it? Because I think they all kind of had a reaction. So, again, you have UAL today after, but look, it looks just like Delta. So maybe they rock it up if they do good, but I don't think there's any need to push it. Archer Daniels, I mean, it was a good stock until today, but if people are worried about fraud with their accounting, I mean, that's not a that one might get a little messy. So I think there could be both downside as well as when, depending on what happens, I'm sure the upside if it's not as bad as feared. But definitely an interesting one. What's going on with Pfizer? We added it to the long term and they have ex-dividend this week. I'm glad now. We got a pretty big bag on Pfizer. We got 10K in Pfizer now in the long term. It's the third largest on the other account. What he's getting there, does it add up? Have they put them together yet? No. It's showing me 2 Pfizer positions because one of them is unsettled. It's cool that they break them down though. And then it give us, so today's Pfizer purchase will give us $230 a year. Not bad. RTX, I think I played both ways. I played RTX both ways. The one I only did on the upside was Procter & Gamble, I believe. And 3M, I only did the downside, no calls. And then Logitech, I only did the downside, no calls. Gonna leave a little early, no worries, baby. GG, enjoy it, man. Have a wonderful day. 18 minutes remaining. Add more shares, or do you typically own 100? No, I want to just build it out. I mean, again, my goal, I have no limit on the amount of shares I'll buy. It's usually how it performs. So, like, if it gets cheaper, I'll probably buy some more. But, like, if it starts running and gets more expensive, I'll probably look for a better deal. So that's what I was waiting for because, again, last time I wanted Pfizer was up at $30. So when I bought Alibaba, Pfizer was at 30. Now it's came down, yielding just under 6 right now. I could have got Alibaba, but like I said, I want more dividends. That is my goal of this year. I'm trying to increase some. We were at, 4,400? My goal is to bring my dividends to like $6,000 this year, if possible. That's so I guess I got $1,800 more to go, I think, or how much? I got $1,300 more a year we need to make in divvies. So inshallah, habibi, inshallah. Red Fun. Where's Abby by? Rumble CEO Dave Portnoy, now part owner of Rumble, not confirmed. The dividend drain. The UAL. We covered every earnings, and we made 6 earnings plays. So anything for tomorrow morning. And we didn't go over UAL, but because I think I'm done with the airlines. But we went over Logitech for today. And then we even went over Zion since they reported early. And then we made all the other plays that report tomorrow morning. CEO of Rumble is on PBD podcast right now. Abivai, this is the breakout level. It's either going to get clapped from here or Abivai. We get him like 168. 167 to 168. This thing gets nutty. If we could break it. If not, he come back down. Oh, yeah, where is their earnings? I didn't even think about that. February 2nd? So that's like what? Next Friday? Ooh. I played 3M only to the downside, though. And again, we did the 2 standard deviations. Yeah, the Russell has a long way to go to catch up. Remember, Russell 4 weeks in a row of going down. So now just back home to here. But, markets are at all-time highs. They are trailing behind. PayPal CEO said he'll shock the world. What do you think he'll do? Just layoffs, I think, big layoffs that will maybe bring the company back into growth just through saving money. Other than that, maybe there's a partnership. Some people speculating that he's going to do something with like Twitter or something like that, but I'm not really too caught up into that. I'm fine with it regardless. Early market on close, 483 million to the sell side. 14 minutes remaining. Wendy's, that's a tough one. That's a tough one because I like Wendy's, but I don't know if it's like, I don't know. I don't really add food plays to the long term that easy. So I think you could get some better names that are still growing. Like, you know, Wendy's has been around, I think, longer than I've been alive. But, you know, like Wingstop, Chipotle, those are like the real high growth ones that still are leaving their footprint around. But it's hard to say. I mean, how often do you go to Wendy's? I think it'll always be there. But as far as like, I don't know if Wendy's is going to grow. I think they're already everywhere. PayPal CEO is cultivating a plan to add AI as much as he can into his guidance. Wendy's has a dividend? Not bad. Still, but again, there's a lot of names that pay dividends, so you know the objective is quality. I do think Wendy's will be around though. I think you could find a lot worse plays, but I mean, if that's the dividend one you want, you know, just let's take a look at it. But you have to still ask yourself, you know, is this something you really see yourself as owning for 10 years? And why? At least it's been around for 10 years. Still cheaper than last year, but still kind of, I guess, is lower. They've been kind of holding up. Maybe Wendy's isn't that bad. Every Wingstop I've been to has been bad. But, like, you keep going. That's the whole point. But now, dude, Wingstops are popping up. It used to be where, like, I couldn't find a close Wingstop. And now I can find 4 Wingstops within a couple of miles. It's crazy. Rumble CEO Dave Portnoy, now part owner of Rumble. So has he said that on the podcast? Because I think it's, again, people were saying unconfirmed, but starting to move up here. RTX on the low. Again, they got earnings tomorrow morning. Wing got an 80 PE. Yeah, it's growing, and you're paying for it. It would have been better at a cheaper price. You said Peruvian sushi? What the fuck is that? Is that like slang for drugs or something? Or is that like a real food? Because I'll be offended if it's not real. Because that's saying I like to try new things. The Japanese Peruvian cuisine. What? Long Beach Sushi Niki? Ooh, this look good, bro. It's like sushi with like a Peruvian twist. That actually looks fire. That's in Long Beach. Interesting. Interesting. That looked good, bro. Wow, I didn't even know that existed. Look at you. Thank you. I'm going to get me some of that. You did miss philosophy today, but no worries. You could always watch the recap. Google dropping a couple of things on the red. Again, we just had a nice little rally. Russell hit 2% and gave some up, and then SPY just near the low of the day. D-walk into the close. Dude, 52-week high. About to be $50. What was that? Didn't it hit as high as 68, though? Yeah, man. Trump supporters got money, man. I don't know. They be buying NFTs. This shit. Ron DeSantis drops out. This shit's up 87%. And they're like, fuck yeah. Mm-hmm. You're like, fuck yeah. Market on close. 10-minute rigged. They're getting you a bid again. Rumble's getting some news there. D-walk at the high. A lot of things are moving here. Again, tech is kind of going down, though. Microsoft's still red. Google started flushing a little bit. Where is Meta? Meta, oh, come on, Habibi. And the Snapchat, you are doing so good. Yallah. Airbnb. How long can D-walk keep the same ticker? I think until people pull their money out, or I don't know, unless they get in trouble. Didn't they already get in trouble with the law or something, and they had to, like, file shit? But I think they could go as long as people allow them. Logi, yeah, that thing does look a liquid. Again, we only have one downside play on that, and that's after hours. Again, RTX, 30M. You do not have to de-SPAC. I looked it up. That's crazy. I like money. You like money? Why do I have to de-SPAC? You still make money, right? Yeah, well, I like money. You don't like money? Why do you want to de-SPAC? Is Snowflake today, or is that in the future? Yeah, I think they can as long as they keep voting not to merge. The future. Many men wish de-SPAC upon me. I don't cry no more. We won't de-SPAC at the floor no more. Have mercy on me. No. Many SPACs. Many, 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 many SPACs. D-walk just touched 50. Apple is still up 1% today, man. People love it. Am I dollar costing Tesla? No. Again, we only have one option play. It was up this morning and then it came back down, but we'll see. We still got till what? Tomorrow? Tomorrow after hours? Every trade I make, every long-term lay, I mean, you know. Yeah, Tesla we have till Wednesday, so you got a little bit of time. Netflix tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to play Netflix again, unless it gets dramatically cheaper tomorrow. ISRG could be a fun one. And then Texas Instruments, and then ASML the morning of. And then your boy, it's your boy Tesla. EV. Yeah, new guy's he's getting ready. He's getting ready. San Diego power outages affecting thousands in San Diego. San Diego County roads are closed due to flooding. Flood advisory issued as brunt of storm hits San Diego. So good luck, guys. Watch out. Watch out. But yeah, it is, are we getting here? Yeah, we're getting into the close. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you guys had a wonderful, beautiful day. We had a lot of information, a lot of earnings plays now. The market hit a new all-time high, and I think it's still going to close kind of at another high, depending on how you want to look at it. But I hope you enjoyed your day, and I want to keep that going. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is my warning to you that it is going to get extremely loud in here. We have a new guy. He comes on. He closes us out. He hasn't really mastered the art of voice control, so he just gets extremely loud, and some people get bothered by it. We've even had more serious reports of alleged eardrum bleedings, other auditory hemorrhaging, even people talking about dormant herpes or BBB coming back to life. A host of other issues. You can choose to wear a mask if you feel safer doing that, but like I'm saying, if you just heed the warning of earmuffs, you should be good to go. So when you hear me say earmuffs, just hopefully you just, turn down the speakers, maybe get the mute going on, and you'll be good to go. So the safe word is earmuffs, okay? Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. All right, you good to go? I think you're good to go. I don't know. Are you guys ready? It's coming up. I want to make sure, man. We've had a lot of issues lately. Some people just got really terrified last time. So, earmuffs. Earmuffs, 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 earmuffs. Oh, sir. That's the wrong audio track. Sorry about that. Earmuffs. See, that's why you get the warning. Exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 61 degrees, a lot of rain, a little bit of flooding. So I guess it's not sunny San Diego, but otherwise a beautiful day unless you thought the market would go down because it keeps going up on nothing at all and chip makers. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia, it's time to bring it home, baby. There's earnings tomorrow, and now you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You're going to make the earnings plays for the morning. Make your mind up now. You got some more after hours. We get a little bit more of data. Bank of Japan tonight, and then the data starts rolling in. We got a lot more other things. Welcome to week number 4, but now you have less than 10 seconds to wrap it up. Shares, options, futures. Speak now or forever hold your peace and bring it home. The time is winding down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. Another Monday in the books, another 7 hours. I don't care if you just got here or not, baby. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. GG. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table, baby. Plays, news, infos, vibes, personalities, good vibes, good info, good questions. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down, and I need a GG. I need good sportsmanship out of everybody. It don't matter. You think you're the best Chad, the worst Chad in the world without a GG, it don't matter. I'm telling you, without a GG, you're more likely to get banned. 9 out of 10 dentists say without a GG, they will ban the shit out of you. I don't know why the dentist got involved. It's like a Trident commercial, but you better drop that GG. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down. I see you too, Twitch. Hope you know we stronger as one. Everybody, baby. It's everybody. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You threw in a dono today. You ain't need to. You just showing love. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, baby. All my positive people. Good game.
Everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot. And my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom my pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Whoa. Oh, I'm down. I'm down with this one, Chad. That's the day. I love you. That's it. Let Uncle play. I'm gonna let it ride, baby. God bless you all. Thank you for another glorious Monday, baby. That's 4 in this week, baby. We got what, 48 more weeks to go. You ready? You got the long term too, baby. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time, especially if you held it down, baby. Talk to me in 2030. What's up?
Get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brother, tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came. Let the pray in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving is some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid.
Bless you. Happy Monday, Chad.
Oh, man.
UAL on the high.
On my job, feeling Joe. Put $1 million for the whip, $20 for the clothes. So I don't forget the days that I barely stay the flow. Hope you picking up the game.
Man, I love y'all. That's the day, man.
Don't trust.
Go read the book. Go check out the links, bro.
It don't matter if you're dining with the king.
Run it up, man. You get you some stream alerts. Get you some free long-term alerts. Get you whatever you want, man. That's, you know what I'm saying? At least get the long-term alerts. You know what I'm saying? Everything. Be an explorer. It's all there. Follow me on Instagram. Before I delete all my pictures of my face that never existed.
You might get that in a minute. Or on a second listen, a son of this repetition. The Father got all the knowledge and granted me with the wisdom. The truth is still how to swallow. Ain't following what I spit. Valley of the death, I be walking, chilling. Seeing what I see, yeah, card and vision. Got a lot of skies, but they taught me lessons. We gon' take it far, that's what God's willing. Morning I be eating, money still my back. Take a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the church. Seeing houses in the evening, they go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes, you should see how far we came. Wait, ain't got time to even finish hooks. I'm busy making plays and just waiting to get the puts. And caught up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring now, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you think you quit, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you. I hope that you could deal with it. Damn, I should cool it for a minute, cause I ain't really tripping. It's different, the PHILO hitting. I deal with the dealer different and wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees and it's feeding my children. Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. You should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving, there's some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away.
Another day, another season. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. I ain't really tripping, it's different. The PHILO hitting. Don't let me go too crazy, Chad. I love you. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed the Monday. Go check out all the links in the description, man. Thank you all again for being here. For real, man. If you're really a part of the community, you really held it down. You really try to make improvements. You really about that long term, you know what I'm saying? You open to ideas, man. You know what I'm saying? You ain't discounting anybody out there trying to do anything for you or nothing for you. Oh, I don't know if they feel me, baby. I don't know if they feel me, baby, but for real, God bless you all. Thank you for the positivity towards me, everybody else. I hope all of you stay in the game. I hope we give you the tools to do it as well, too. But way to hold it down, but that is it, man. That is it. That's the day, man. Go check out all the links. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. A lot of option tutorials. I need to add the other ones, honestly. I think it's time we add the ghetto standard deviation on here because a lot of people asking. I was just saying it, man. If you just go second
all right,
link,
ladies and gentlemen,
take you to the watch list. Then you go to the Trading Fraternity. Then go to the videos. A lot of tutorials, but literally, you might want to watch this one. Honestly, in this order, though, I think a lot of people have liked this one. You might want to watch this one, okay? This is a good one. Then if you want covered calls, how to trade Mara and ETFs at a discount, and then you're going to want to watch the dividends. This right here will give you a lot of what we keep talking about.
Is it?
5.
It is
remember
a
now there's
gentleman.
3.
I hope you had a wonderful day.
Oh my God,
I thought I'd have a Thursday video
here at like 12 and go live. Talking about $45 contract video selling that value for as well as share with you $45. Now you guys know how I feel when you ask me the same fucking shit. All on the video. $45 I was to get a standard deviation. You have to do the standard deviation. How do I do that? Did you get this week? Did you get next week? How do you do that? Oh, your brain. Why are you selling years out on the chain? Oh, funny. Years out on the option chain. You have to hold it for 2 years now for ideas out there because the stock dies and premium will die every month. Make it all at once. And the after hours cutting rate getting very soon. And maybe I got out of that play. This has the number. I like changing. I'm smiling so hard. This is how I have today. Now the stock has moved up to a range. It has listen, man. You know what I'm saying? I could keep repeating. That's what it sounds like, but it's there, bro. It's there. There's a lot. There's hundreds of other tutorials. I'm telling you. You could go watch pre-puberty Josh, and I'm sure you'll learn a lot of stuff. There's a lot of different tutorials. Oh, the starting point, baby. Oh, you know, the best strategy. Vala, there's a lot out there, bro. There's a lot out there, man. There's a lot out there. You could get whatever you need. You could get whatever you need, man. Whatever you need to be flying these streets, man.
That means we're
the recession is near 9 months ago. Oh, come on, Josh. What the fuck? We just hit all-time highs. You wearing pajamas and a Rolex? What the fuck is wrong with you? Man, see, there's a lot going on, bro. There's a lot. That's my brain every day, kind of. There's a lot in my mind. There's a lot on my mind, bro. You got to watch the videos. The titles will fuck with you, man. That's it. Otherwise, if I give you the actual title, people don't actually be looking into it, you know? You come back to check on the cult. This is what you run into. I was just trying to show we got some awesome tutorials this year. That, you know, we started off good with with videos, and they've been doing good, man. I think they've been producing some good fruit. So that's all, man. That's all. Bottom right earnings is UAW or UAL. UAW? Yeah, but anyways, I love you all. That is the day. Go check out all the links, man. Follow me on Instagram. Fill out the prayer request, baby. You pray for me. You ever want to do anything for me, man? A good prayer goes a long way. And I'm praying for all of you. Me and my mom, my whole fam, bro. And I know a lot of the Chads in here praying for their brothers and sisters. So let's get it popping, baby. Let's get it popping. Even if you believe or not, man, you could do something for me. Even if you don't fill it out, I'm still going to pray for you, okay? That's it. I'm still going to pray for you, man. That's how we've been getting down for years, maybe. You know what I'm saying? You a child of God, whether you believe it or not. So I ain't going to discount you. I'm praying for you, baby. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. So that's it, man. That's the day. You can go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, the Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World. I don't know. Did Logic come out? That's it. I'll give you one more, and then we'll end it, baby. We thankful for you, baby. Let's go, man. God bless you, baby. And I'm praying for you, man. Everybody praying for you, man. I hope everybody out there know you got somebody praying for you, man. And we praying for you too, Devlin. Let's go. Let's get it, baby. No matter what. Life is a trip anyways, you know what I'm saying? So it's a blessing we could have each other. It's blessing that we could even get to share in certain experiences, good, bad, the ugly. But always, man, that mindset, you got to keep it right, and it's there, baby. So we out here, baby. We out here. Let's go. I'll give you one more. I love it, man. You going to get this next Wednesday. Not this Wednesday, next Wednesday. It's already Monday. That's it, bro. That's it. We already got Monday out the way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signed and then it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
What it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. This a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It's a cool one, man. Chatadonia, that's it. I don't think Logi reported. I think it's maybe later. It's European. It's European. So maybe at nighttime. I don't know. Yeah, that one's coming up, man. That one's coming up. You'll get it soon, man. Don't worry. You got a long term. You ain't slipping if you got the long term, baby. No matter what. And then you could always plant the tree whenever you like. Whenever you like, baby. It's a long, long mission. So Chatadonia, you enjoy the rest of your evening. Please do it in drive. Okay, wake up and drive. You got to give a little bit more than 100%. You know, close it out, baby. Welcome to the new year, man. It's already 4 weeks now. We start in the 4th week. So let's get it, baby. You still got a lot of time, both on the year and then in the next 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. The long term. But, Chad, I love you all. Thank you all again for a great, amazing day. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love, no matter what, keep going. Even if there's doubt, that's part of the journey, baby. And why a lot of things going to take you in different places, and why you always got to show love to the children of God, and that's everybody. Not even because they claim it. It's everybody, no matter what, and that's why you could always ignore the devil. He don't know how to respond, but he don't know what to do when you ignore, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia, I will see you all tonight. Have a wonderful one, and peace out. Hey, come on. Hey, Ron, you're on Dane Sanctimonious. Dropped out. Now you make D-Watt go up to $50? What's wrong with you fuckers? Huh? I don't get it. How do you fucking... Wait, come on, listen. I'll make gas go to 50. Donald Trump make a SPAC go to 50. What's happening? Come on, which one do you want, really? Seriously, come on. I'm voting for Nikki Haley. Screw this. I'm Biden, but I'm gonna vote for Nick. I'm not even gonna vote for myself. Fuck this. This is bullshit. What's wrong with you guys, huh? Anyways. Now, exactly. Now, Josh, now I got one question. Are you telling me there has been a SPAC as long as Biden has been president? No. I know he's been alive for 1,000 years, but no. I meant the SPAC. Was it Vivek? Who was it with the SPAC? Chamath? What's happened? Is it ironic? Can you explain it to me? How a Trump NFT goes up 600%? I don't understand. It's a picture of him dressed up as Mount Rushmore, like he is Peter Pan. Exactly. I don't understand none of this world. And now you have Dave Portnoy. Now he's all of a sudden in Rumble. Is it ironic now? What is happening? I don't understand. And then I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Exactly.